uncontrollable entities. For the future of humanity.
Right.
Fala rapaziada, Biel muito calmo aqui, jogador da Pichal Game, e hoje eu vim dar uma dica pra vocês, que é quando você quer pegar uma info, rapaziada, atrás de alguma construção, atrás de alguma parede, pra você não dar aquele vault indesejado na frente do seu inimigo, rapaziada. É só você vir nas suas binds e alterar as teclas que por padrão vêm juntos, rapaziada. Então você altera aqui, ó, a do pulo, altera a do vault.
I need to get I need to train myself on keyboard and mouse.
Que agora, nada de
I don't know why I can't do it.
Tô pulando.
I'm
Não
really
vou dar o
bad.
desejado na frente do inimigo. Essa foi a dica de hoje, rapaziada. Espero ter ajudado. Valeu, até a próxima.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Flood from Team Falcons. Today we're going to be going over a tips and tricks video. We're just going to do a quick tip.
Blood does
regarding
good
movement.
tips.
When it comes to proning in PUBG, proning is quite a slow process, and not many people use it in teamfights or in any fight because it makes you so vulnerable. But there is one small thing you can do to make it a little bit more useful, and that is by crouching before you hit the prone button. You crouch and then prone, it will make you drop down faster, so as long as you time it properly, you can swing.
Good morning, shit bro. How you going?
This is a really good trick for catching your opponents off guard, and I hope it works for you guys.
Yo, what's up, Tickleton fans and haters? What's up, what's up? We're back with another PAS. We gotta do
Kickstart.
a tips and tricks video for you guys, and my biggest tip for beginners or anyone that just doesn't know it, that makes a huge difference, is reload canceling. And most people will know it, but if you don't, it's a huge, thing to boost your gameplay. How you do this is you pretty much just reload the second the number of your ammo, so it says 34 on my screen. The second that changes, you can actually reload or unarm your weapon. So my unarm is T, and then I press 1 right after, but technically you can just press TT, I think. Okay, I don't know how to do that part, but if you just press your unarmed key and then 1, bring out your gun again, whatever your gun keybind is, it will instantly reload your gun a little bit faster. As you can see, I did it right there.
What?
It's pretty simple once you get the hang of it. You can do it with
I'm
most
gonna have to
guns. Some
see
guns
that.
like the
I'm
VSS,
just
some
hoping to use
stuff
that.
doesn't really work with it. But again, you just press, unarm your weapon. So I think default is X, and then press 1, bring your gun back out. So you do like, T1, 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 X1, X1. And you can mess it up. I'm gonna show you how to mess it up real fast. Well, I didn't mess it
No
up.
expand,
Alright. But
please.
anyways, just to show you how much faster it is, this is a regular reload. As you can see, like, he smacks the bottom of the mag. And when you do this, it's just...
Hello, Silver
and this is
Post.
really important for hot drops and stuff like that, especially with your AR. Also, bonus tip, if you have your AR in slot, the bottom slot, I know it says 1 for me, but the bottom slot, your gun will come out faster. So, the reload cancel will actually work even more.
Hi, Cat Lover. How you going? So this is we're vertical we're on.
And welcome to the PAS group stage. My name is Match. You can see we had a bit of a switch out with casters. Now I'm joined by Cam and Gibson. Going to be walking you guys through all.
So after yesterday, the TO Esports were first, and then the Sonics,
we had a
Picture,
couple of known factors whenever we're looking at what's going on
and the
with Legacy
Typhoon
Falcons that didn't have
Gaming,
What's your take
and
on
then
that?
the Bestie.
Yeah, I was
Bestia.
watching the games and they never really got going. And by the end of the day, I kind of thought to myself, was it because Group A was just stronger than Group B as a whole? Like when you looked at the leaderboard at the end of the day, what, 6 of the 8 teams in the top 8 were from Group A? Only 2 Group B teams made it in. So maybe that was the case. And if it is Group C going to be as much of a challenge? Because this is Group B's last day to pick up points to qualify through to the finals.
You make an interesting point. I mean, TSN Cam got no points yesterday. Group C,
Okay.
we're going to get a chance to play. Okay, it was just a meme. Whatever it was.
Right. So it is kind of a bit of a dark mark on Legacy and even Falcons to have as few of points as they do have from that one day. But at the same time, it was only 6 games. There's a reason we play as many games as we do. Not to mention Legacy and Falcons. They're not the only partner teams that played yesterday. Other partner teams did well. But they also, this is the first time they had played.
Thank you for the follow.
Since previous qualification or previous global events that they might have
All
performed.
the Australia, how you going?
I honestly, for a lot of the top teams, or really any of the teams, for me,
So the
as long as you
mods.
make it to the grand finals, that's the
So
important
yeah, I'm
part.
covering
How you
the
get
group
there
stages
doesn't bother
this
me
week,
too much.
and
Now, if you
day
bad
2
things,
is today,
no
and then tomorrow.
teams
And
as
then I'm
good
covering
as
Last
Falcons and
Chance
are, go to
on both
Last Chance.
days.
That would be a bit of a concern.
How you going?
but seeing
Welcome, my
Sonic
name.
Go to Last Chance before.
If you're here for the
which
G
this was
coin,
still
I'll
like
just let
when
you
they've
know.
been, just the past X number of years that they've been at the top. They've experienced a Last Chance.
I'll let you
before,
know
but
that
it's not unheard of.
if you
So,
win
again,
other
I'm not
codes
going
in
to be
other
raising the
streams,
alarm bells just
they
yet,
won't
as long
work
as we
because
see
they're
stuff that will be
universal and they're
into
with PC only. So if you win a code here, it'll only work
My
once.
concern with it is 50% of the games played.
That's how it was
Yeah, okay,
explained to
you
me
make it to
from
the last
Esports.
qualifier, and you are right, Cam, that as long as you make it into the grand final, that's where
So
the
if you
highs
receive
are.
other codes from
But
other
that's gonna
streams,
make that a
as they
lot of
won't
other teams are
work.
paying attention,
Yeah,
they feel strong,
yeah,
they feel
they
squeaky,
just
specifically
think they're
regarding
just being
factions,
knuckling down.
things like
But
that.
if you
Squads
win
that
it
do
and you
have
know
to
someone that
pick a
plays
last chance
PC
qualifier might find
on
themselves
the
having to deal with a
PUBG,
lot more vultures
on
rather than
Steam, you
finish
probably
and make
could
it into the grand finals,
offer
and
it to
people
them.
just trying to crash them, trying to assault them, thinking maybe they're a bit more off their game, and so that's
So
always my
there's
concern with this
$50,000
squad, because
prize
together
pool.
we do know that Legacy and Falcons are both great squads.
Right.
It just kind of leads back into a factor of, is it just a bad day? Yeah, but whenever we don't have as many days in America as we used to, one bad day feels like it's way worse, does it not, Gibson?
You know what? I've done a lot of thinking about this, and I've spoken to players across multiple esports about it. And there's a mixed bag, right? Because some players, whenever they know there's a last chance qualifier, are kind of like, you know what? We'll go play our game. If it doesn't go great, so what? You know, we've got that second chance, that second life
Right.
of the LCQs to qualify through for. And you might see that a little bit with maybe with some of the better teams. But at the same time, when you get to those finals, I feel like the lot of the LCQs, the lobby's a little bit easier because instead of playing Group A on one day and then Group C the next, it's the same 16
Right,
teams
right.
over those LCQs. So there's a lot more chance for consistency and understanding of how that lobby will work
Yeah.
out as well.
Yeah, I
Still
also
got a groove back kind of situation, right, Cam?
right, yeah. God, how dated of a reference is that? So I also do want to remind both of you guys.
So I'll be back tomorrow, same time,
This event
just with.
on the final.
I will
round,
make
the
sure
final best
I won't be
umbrella.
playing,
Both,
unfortunately. I might play at the
North
end
America and South
instead.
America had a team that looked almost basically out of it after the first day, but came back and qualified in not just like in 8th place and 7th place in a higher position. So Ryan from North America and 55 from South America. So these comebacks can happen. Sure, you've already played half of your games, but you still have 6 more to run it back and deliver some massive damage. There's no, this isn't a game that you have some power disadvantage if you start off poorly. You just, every game starts off from scratch at 0, and you have the same amount of chances to get points.
Well, you are technically true, but we also do hear a lot of players talk about, like, you know, the playing with more points, playing with a bit more freedom, and just how much more they can give you. Specifically, whenever we're looking at things like PGC, you know, PGC standings, Falcons presently in first place. As we saw, there's 400 PGC points on the table for whoever manages to walk away with a victory here. That is going to be massive. That gives every single one of these teams a chance to really kind of step up and like throw their weight back behind it. But we've done a bit of naysaying, but I do want to at least give some laurels to Toyo Esports. Sonics, man, were just on an absolute tear. They were ripping through a ton of squads, just an absolute great performance. Like you were talking about, Gibson, we've lost Pachow inside of this as well.
Double sound?
We've kind
Yeah,
of
hang
stepped
on.
back down and provided more opportunity, but we do have
Sorry.
Pachow inside of this lobby, and I'm trying to think. We have TSM
I might have to
joining
swap it.
us.
Hang on, hang on.
Mutt had some pretty big moments, but Luna is an interesting team to keep an eye on. Like, they have had some big moments in the past, Kim.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Luna Galaxy. If you guys don't remember, I mean, that'd be weird if you didn't. But beginning of this year, they almost qualified to PGC 5 and 6. They had that final day surge where they were within only a couple of points of overtaking Legacy. And then when it came to EWC qualifiers, they ran away with it. They qualified in a really solid position to go there. So I think Luna Galaxy is a team that you can keep your eyes on the up and up, on the come up.
Is
Potentially
that better? Oh no.
going to solidify themselves as the strongest team from the Latin American, South American region. And so, playing today, everyone's going to be looking at TSM. Everyone's going to be curious about gas cans. And Falcons and Legacy sort of turn it around. Can Wuju 2 continue to deliver? And
I don't know how that works.
Young gun, brand new squad. But like Luna Galaxy,
Because it's picking up. Hang on. I might just have to change it. I was trying to do another way. It's alright.
I don't know. Toyo, I know it was just one day. And that's what always makes
That's better.
You can't
Oh no, it's
necessarily
not.
judge stage 5 grand finals performance. But Toyo has had one of the cleanest days that I think I've ever seen some like a team play from. As far as positionals go, like they didn't drop anything bad. Let me pull up the numbers. It was what, a fourth, a second, a seventh was the worst that they did on the day, and then a second and a
Hang on.
first. In those last 2 games, they managed to pick up 22 kills inside of the last 2 games. That is a stellar performance, but I do think that Luna Galaxy has it in it. We did step up into it. Now, the question is, do you think that some of these underdog teams, do you have like eyes on specific?
Sorry, I'll just fix it up in a minute. I'm getting there. I was trying to do another way, but it's not working as planned. It won't be a double sound anymore. Is that better? Hang on. It will be better in a moment. Sorry, everyone. It's me. Thing. That's it. Sorry, it's just that I set it up incorrectly. How you going? It was going back through my microphone. So this goes for 6 hours, and then I'm back tomorrow for another 6. I might be a bit late, but I won't be too far away. I will type in the keyword. Well, it should be on. I can hear it. Hmm. No sound. Oh, come on. No sound. Hang on. Oh, no, that's right.
Ackerman and Richie B getting
I was
action
playing
straight
with it.
away
I
as
turned it
Shadow
off.
and Trisk will
There you
fall.
go.
You look in the middle, FCZ is very close to Hello My Bad as well, and Hello My Bad will pick him up and oh no, this is not looking
All
good
right,
for
Shaggy,
you
I fixed it.
WT at all.
Yeah.
It's over. It's over.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
Well,
very,
I
very
have to
fast, very
broadcast
well
over
done.
it anyway, so it might be better to
They
look
have
out
a
now.
fair bit of experience, if my memory serves me correctly. T-Plence is on the retreat, probably the best decision to make. No, I mean, you know, you commit to the hot drop, you know there's going
I'm just
to be
gonna turn my
the
cam on.
chances of going
There you
down very
go.
quickly, but with an exit and the exit path available,
Oh no, I had my
and
mobile
with
on.
the
to double
awareness
check.
of the chances of trying to bring that one back into
Should be on
1-4 is very, very unlikely. Run away, try and scavenge some sort of points that you can for yourself, but looking at the map, there is Cowboy also just to the north, so I don't know if T-Plence is going to find any ground that direction.
Well, he's in a lot of discomfort, that's for sure. Look, I don't like to throw shade at EU, right? Because I am technically from there, but EU had a hot drop today on this map that lasted 9
I'm just
minutes.
going to
Oh,
Kenny,
no.
We do hot drops different here.
I'm
That hot
blanking
drop
myself
lasted
out.
25
Hang on.
seconds. I put a timer on it. That's what I'm doing. Anytime there's a hot drop today, I'm timing it because in America we actually fight.
Yeah. Listen, flash, fry, that's the best way to cook. And Cowboy is looking for stragglers, aware clearly of the fight
move
that had
myself.
just happened at Power Grid. Probably
gotta be
heard
in
the
picture,
shots,
so
saw the info in the kill
otherwise I
feed,
get
knowing where
upset.
those teams drop. So looking to see if he can't pick up a point or two, or also just to watch for a accidental backstab. Because if T-Plence were to find Cowboy, it wouldn't necessarily be on purpose. And you want to be aware of your surroundings from minute 1 in this game. The chances of coming across someone actually, like off random chance is pretty low. But if it happens, it can ruin your game, and that's never going to feel good.
Yeah, 100%. Elsewhere, you got TSM
Yeah,
in their
I'll
normal
just
drop
put
spot,
that
Los
myself
Leones.
there.
You know, we used to see this
Because
roster
that's
get
between the
hot dropped
when
all the time by one of the
bring up the
South
map
American teams,
there.
which was Synergy, which have since rebranded and split, and everyone's moved off.
Right.
But TSM,
I
Cammy,
could
they have a
probably just
lot
go
of
in a bit.
PGC points already, and they have been looking like they've gone from strength to strength since the Vatiquis era. What are the expectations for them this time around? Like, do you feel that they can actually go and win this PAS? Or do you feel like they're not quite in that discussion with Sonics and Falcons yet?
What are you talking about? TSM have been the most... I know you were just setting me up. You were just setting me up. But come on. Don't be too ridiculous. Like, there's a point that even the viewers are going to start to question the obvious underhands like that, right? TSM have arguably been the best team from our region this whole year. Yes, Sonics got, second place at PGS 3. They won EWC. TSM were like top 4 all 3 of the global events so far. One event that I didn't mention, PGS 4, where Sonics didn't make it to the finals.
stage B and
There's an argument that
playing against each
TSM
other.
are the best team. You can go back and forth between TSM or Sonics.
So there's 6
but
matches.
Absolutely.
About
If they
10,
don't qualify to PGS, that is an utter
coins.
failure for this roster and what they have proven to us that they have been able to do. Reminder, everyone, the turnaround from the STK/TSM roster from last year to this one has been amazing, and it cannot stop here. That would be really disappointing. Like, they need to make it to PGS, they need to make it to PGC, and do amazing at those events to like have this final culmination of the narrative that they've spun up since January.
Yeah,
Might
so
just
my
turn
take on it is, I still feel like you're only as good as your last performance, and Sonics are, you know, international champions, so I still put them just above. But to me, TSM are the most consistent team.
I
out
was
there.
going
Like
to
you
try
said,
to
they're
put the map
constantly in
on
the
there,
top
like
four.
the esports map.
Era is one of the most deadly players, and I've always backed Purdy Curdy because to me, Kurt's been doing it for years. He's one of the old, you know, the old heads in the game. He's not afraid to speak his mind, which as a caster, sometimes we wish that we could. But it's all in all, I really like TSM. But early stages, I think for them, a nice game, you know, top 8 finish, stay out of trouble for a little while, which they probably
day
will do if you're
two
looking at the map. Remember,
teams
guys at
will
home, the map
be-
stream is up. I'd always advise if you've got a second screen or a mobile that you're not using, make sure to have the map stream up so you can get a really good idea of what the top teams do and how they rotate into the circle, Cammy.
Yeah. Hazel, Orion, only playing as 3 this round. Very unfortunate.
It's on
because
Miramar.
Their first day, not the greatest. 6 points, 6
And
total
then next one's
points
on Miramar.
within 6
And match
games
3's
is
on
not good enough
Tiago,
for a team that, like I
Rondo,
said, they did have a good final
Arangale,
day in the
Arangale.
opens to qualify. A lot of eyes are looking at them to see if they can follow up on that performance.
Yeah,
I'll
Rat's
probably
the
do
team that we
2
spoke about
codes
in
after
pregame
each
that can
match.
Definitely cause a problem. You know, lots of experienced players there. Bonjay de Gallo up on top of the hill here, taking some damage from Flood, who'll force Pydeem a little further back. All of this happening just north of water treatment. You know, as these two teams vied out for control on the north section of the map. Bonjay de Gallo, they're a team that coming in today as well. They've certainly had their moments. Hazelton, we know that he can pop off at any moment. We know that Pydeem's a good player. But for Bonjay de Gallo, what is success for them this week? And I really hope that they can fix some of the problems they had and definitely make their way into those grand finals.
Yeah, one of the newer teams, a bit less proven than some others. A couple of the names should be recognizable by the more casual viewers, but still, certainly one of the more underdog teams. Pydeem, as we saw, sending some long-range shots, looking to harass Ragers coming in through Oasis, and now Pichao as well.
Yeah, I
Loading
might
in
actually
outside
turn
of the
off
zone on the
ads
east
too.
coast,
Hang
outside
on.
of El Azahar, a
I'm gonna
late
turn off
rotation,
ads for the
which doesn't
this
surprise me considering
session.
the distance that they're having to cross.
for the rest of the
We only had what? No, we haven't had any kills outside of that hot drop. Not even any knocks.
I'm just
by
gonna
my
turn them
measure.
off.
And we still have what? Almost
So-
every team making their way into phase number 1. I know it's Miramar, but this looks to be another case of the
So we'll just turn them off.
the
then?
game 1
I think so.
reservations to start.
Can I
this
actually
off.
turn them off? Anymore?
Yeah, and when you consider it's 2 new groups as well, well, 1 new group joining Group B today.
No.
Right.
Everyone's being
Oh.
a little bit cautious and
Wow.
feeling each other out and kind of get an idea of how teams are going to rotate into the
Can't turn them
circle.
off.
At this point now, all of the teams bar Pichao have made their way into that phase 1 circle, so in about a minute and a half it will pop and give us a better idea of where we're going to finish. A few things that I do like though is the position that we have Rats playing in right now. You know, they're in a position where they can be aggressive, they can cause a lot of problems. You can see they're trying to cause some problems
I
off in
think
the
that's
distance.
turned it off.
I don't know. I
I
think
can't
for
help
Rats,
anything
I'm
else.
excited to see what they can do because they
It's
are a
out of
fun
my
team.
control.
I think fun's the right word to use.
Right. Also, shout out to Balefrost. You can never leave PUBG for too long. Everyone always comes back. So good to see him playing and competing again.
No?
Sneak attack.
I
currently
don't get
eyeing
it.
up. I believe that was Orion, if I'm not mistaken. Just downrange. A bit of a wide spread for Wuju2 at the start of this. Nothing ridiculous, nothing outrageous, but Ragers coming across Legacy. General Lee tends to be one of the more active players for this squad, kind of looking for kind of wildcard openings, which can bite them at points, but can also give them some great openings and is able to find a great, fantastic headshot at the end there. I thought D0 was going to get out of that. Hunter is not too far for the north of General Lee either, so they might be able to
can't even turn
capitalize
them
on
off.
this, but
This is-
RBN looking to hold.
Right.
Yeah, Babler though,
That's
Orion
right.
causing
We'll just
problems
bear
for
with
Generally,
it.
who was looking to flush
Hi,
the
Brown's
knock that he
going well.
got, but as you can see, the
And
nade's
thank you
gone
for
off,
joining.
and it looks like for this point, Legacy, they've just picked up their man. They're getting out of dodge. Circle shift does occur as Bonjay de Gallo have prime position on those hills north of water treatment as that mass migration will now begin. But the question though is, look at Pichao making their way north. They should know it's reasonably clear.
Yeah.
And they could cause a lot of problems for Bonji de Gallo.
It depends on how aggressive they want to be towards the center. But yeah, they should know that it's pretty wide open. The concern, though, is that they should also expect a number of other teams coming in from the south. So we have, like, PSN, a couple other squads. They're not going through water treatment, but some teams have no other choice. And Rats versus Donkey Destroyers.
9,814
The
just
two most griefing teams of all are running into each other in the early game. And Donkey Destroyers comes out on top with 2. Oldless does have to stall side.
Just to let you know that if you win
that vehicle without getting griefed himself.
if you win a Steam code in my stream, it'll only work once in your on your account.
I spoke to so many players.
And if you win another
when I started, and I asked them who their least
it won't work because it sort of cancels it out. They explained to me.
They said the player they hated playing against most was Oldless. Because he just runs at you. He just runs at you, and he just ran at hello my bad.
Welcome to North America. Welcome to North America, baby. Oldless is honestly, it's the branding of Donkey Destroyers. Them as a squad. The joke that I make is they're not there to win. They're there to make sure that you lose.
Oh, what a mindset. That's
yeah.
a true winner's mindset right there.
It's a universal G-coin code.
The last member
I'm here for day 2 as well.
Circle. Donkey Destroyers trying to regroup up on top of the hill, get some of those players back on their feet and back on the road again. As Ragers look to do a little bit of damage. They've got no kills, but they did manage to pick up a knock earlier. But this is a bit of a problem. A few more shots on an Apparado.
Yeah, you're welcome,
Shaggy. It's about to go boom. Cerberus falls. This explosion might take him down. No.
I'm surprised Sumas is alive. He was right next to that thing.
He's not alive anymore, is he? He's been taken down from Vinny at range. Pack Caps will get the res on the Cerberus in the midst of the smoke. There's enough smoke there that, oh no, Posa gets Cerberus. But as soon as he was brought back on his feet, Pack Caps will try to stay alive now as more damage is being dealt. But for the Donkey Destroyers, this is pretty much worst case scenario for them in map 1 of the day. They're eliminated as Luna Galaxy pick up a lot of those points.
Luna
pick up all of
Galaxy.
Them. Full annihilation. I mean, this is the worry about that send, the phase 2 shift to the north, pulling so many teams through water treatment as their only option. We do see Orion who were able to. Well, they were. I think Orion were already in this position. In fact, it's.
I'm also on YouTube Vertical just to promote it.
I mean, if you want to talk about baby old.
What part of the world are you from, Shaggy? And who do you expect to win today in the day 2?
Backed up by the team, being a
Did you watch day 1?
Range, slow walking forward. If you micro tap your forward key like that, you won't make a footstep sound. It's going to take a while, but it is completely dead silent.
Dead silent.
It's great game sense as well. The fact they know that nobody is nearby or close enough to get any shots on the Cowboy, allowing him to step up slower and slower. TSM, they called an emergency pickup
I didn't
into
quite
the sky
get a
to see if they
chance.
needed for this next zone shift, which
M-I-M-E.
as Bonji de Gallo continue to keep the high ground in what is essentially the center of the zone. But I've got my eyes locked. They
all have to play on Miramar the first day.
But in reality, I should have my eyes locked in this fight as Cowboy will catch Hazel.
So Sonic's...
Pick up that point, but Cammy, look how many teams are rotating from the southwest.
Well, yeah, that's the only place to go. It was a field to the southeast, and TSM was already taking control of that. This was a pretty direct...
They didn't win any games yesterday, I noticed.
As obvious, as blatant of a herding, a shepherding of the teams with blue zone shifts like this, but the terrain has kind of forced it to all be so very obvious and straightforward for us as viewers. It doesn't have that many opportunities for wide wraps around the side.
Bestia,
spread out the population.
So who's in their team?
At this point into phase 3, we're still getting a lot of like multiple sends just through a specific area. Toyo going through seemingly the eye of a needle. I'm surprised that they're still alive.
Where's he from?
Well, it was Typhon rather.
Doesn't say.
It is going to be 31-15 going down to Haven again. Luna Galaxy controlling this area pretty well. First it was Donkey Destroyer. They might have a second annihilation on their hands.
Keep an eye on it anyway. Haven, he's got the shield on the doors. If the door does get destroyed, he still has a little bit of cover. As we take a look back at that knock from Haven, and that's a beautiful shot with the Dragonov as he does catch out. 3-1-1-5.
I recognize those two names.
Into this position. I love
I
the
just
fact
don't
that he's
keep
brought the
up
sheet to
enough.
cover the door as well, because more often than not, you'll see that door be shot open, and it just buys him a little bit extra cover.
Yeah. Small little things like this, using the shield to your advantage. I find that it doesn't give me that much value in a casual game, but competitive, it's a totally different experience. VHC gonna catch Babbler out. Good job there, and now it is only RJ left for Orion, trying to find some place to rotate to. I mean, losing the one to Cowboy, loading in with 3 to begin with. They haven't really had that many resources to find solutions to the problem of the zone. So if RJ can try and make it the placements, but no, yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Hey, on the bright side, they will be playing next week. You know, they're not going to get into the top 8, but they're guaranteed to be playing next week. So maybe
I'll be back next week with the last chance stream as well.
We're not starting the strat saving conversation again.
Cammy, I'm an eternal optimist and positive. I always look for the bright spots, right? I'm going to say that they'll be a bit better next week. Because, as I said, the lobby will be a bit more set. TSM, though, they're looking to hold out Rats as they rotate in from the blue. Phase 3 tickles just a little bit. Not enough to be anything for Rats to worry about. Unless they do start getting tagged more and more by TSM. At that point, the blue damage will be a problem.
We see the next phase shift towards the east. Kurt is pushing forward into this, knowing that Rats can't take too long out in the blue at this point. The blue damage is getting to the semi-lethal area now. And so expecting that vehicle to have really no choice but to push in, catching that kill out. And they're not too far from the zone themselves. Alo is currently anchoring them to just push up directly.
So I've got 10 codes. We've got 6 matches. I'll probably go 2.
Sparking peeks over heel here. Gats on the way. Oh, yeah. One tap. Okay. Yeah, Sparking, we get it. You're good. Down go the Rats. Roth gets picked up by Luke as well, and I don't think it was TSM that got that initial knock on the Luke, but they'll certainly pick up the points. Posa down here for Luna Galaxy. They've got a lot of points on the board already in this map, but they're under a ton of pressure as Falcons look to lock them out. Posa, BBNO. The blue zone should finish for him, unless Rello can get there first. Rello will get that kill off the board. 1 point for Falcons, and isn't it weird that 1 point for Falcons increases their points tally for the whole tournament so far by a decent percentage?
Woo! Hold that thought. Fakeson holding in the bar. Ragers crashing in. P-Tail have to pull the backup. Majestics tried to go for the drop shot.
Hello.
General Lee's looking to fight back and answer
is,
himself, but it's not looking good for Ragers.
There's a ping post, but
around inside using the bar for a little bit of cover, but Ragers will get eliminated as Fakeson did have plenty
you have to
of
win
cover
it.
coming in.
I'm not giving it away just like freebie.
Smoke out, get himself back to a high HP total, and try get some of his.
I've only got 10 codes today. I've got 10 codes tomorrow.
Creeping their way in, but they're in
and
a
that's the
horrible
rules.
spot because you move one way, you're
so
heading
after each game, there'll be 2 codes
move the other way,
available
the waiting arms
on
of
a
TSM.
command.
And Kraken, well, he went into the waiting arms of Falcons. They get another point, 3 for them as we're in their top 10.
But if you win, another code in another stream,
looking particularly hot, they still aren't.
It won't work.
So instead, going for engagements, clearing out.
It's all like cancels each other out because they're all from the same bat.
Oh, but the item stays alive.
So be aware, you might have to share codes out if you win more than one. To your friends.
It's not like Sparking to not get an opportunity like that, considering the shot that he hit just a few seconds ago. But Guanji to Gaio, they've got more pressing issues. Falcons have more pressing issues. Luke will get the knock on to Flood, leaving it down to Rello and Snakers, and they're running straight at Bonje. Bielmont Calmo gets a knock elsewhere on the 55, but Rello, you're inside the blue, you're running right towards Bonje to Gaio, and Paidim, he will get Snakers. Rello, it's all down to you. Sparking gets knocked by it's from Bonje to Gaio, but Kurt's there to trade that one back.
How you going? What part of the world are you from?
Right now is the blue zone.
Are you looking for a PUBG clan? I just started one last week.
Yeah, the timing a bit
well, a couple of months ago.
And that made it an issue for TSM because they couldn't really move until
we're
Falcons
pretty small, but you can play anytime. No pressure.
In the game like this, Gaio still kind of holding space, holding area, waiting for the last few stragglers, but Wuju too have put themselves to the north of this, so this might just be a fight to go out almost immediately after.
No place
All
for
these
points.
poles to the north, all these poles to the east, making it difficult, again, through this one specific mountain for any of these rotations.
Yeah, it's a tough move, and I think TSM are realizing that, so they're pushing on to both of these fights now, as Rello will get one from the blue, drops down to 15 HP, but Hastings there to trade it back. Now we jump back to the TSM fight versus Bonje de Gallo as they look to battle this one out. As you said, Wuju 2.
Yeah, no, it's alright.
A close eye on what's going on. Sparking will look to get some damages. Kurt, well, who else but Kurt is going to throw a nade
I know,
like that one?
I'm really...
Sneak attack.
I'm
They're
not
actually
big enough
focusing
to
their eyes
get
a little bit further north. You
attention,
can
so...
see that in the kill feed. They wipe out 55. But Bonje de Gallo, you don't have time to go for these reses, and TSM know it. They're flooding for the kills. They spot out Hasten. Hasten, though, should get captured now in just a few seconds.
Yeah, I like that Hazelton strategy of finding an off angle in the blue to catch TSM off guard. Hazelton knows that they're fighting to try and clear maybe 1 or 2 extra points before they go down.
TSM's got some good kills. They're just being pinned down.
You have to know, like, what the actual odds that you'll be playing for. And now TSM, whoa, hello. Neither of those players expected to spot the other. Luke gets his AUG out just in time, and Seifu's gonna go down.
Oh.
Seifu's a big loss as well for
TM's in the good spot now.
He is. Haston, you just can't. There you go. You get. It's the blue zone's actually going to pick up that kill as we're in the placement points now. 7 teams left alive.
When you're in a PUBG playing, you get all the different.
You see BL peeks around the side, but he's going to get caught out.
You don't get perks.
It's
all the same
now, but it's a little too late to get the res off onto BL. Flames will stop vaulting out over the side as well, just stalling this push out ever so much. Kerak,
why did he go in there? I thought he would go the other way.
And Kerak is on an island because the rest of his team are getting pushed by Wuju too.
Wuju pushing or running away because TSM are on a roll on the high ground, but now TSM are getting pushed by gas cans. This is constantly going back and forth. So many players knocked on the ground, so many revives that teams are looking to try and take advantage of.
Santa will get the res though, is on the edge of the blue again. Hello, my bad. Is going to go prone. He's going to get spotted out by Luke 12 with the AUG. There's another point on the board for TSM. 10 kills now. About to make it 11 for them as they make it to the top 6. Santa looking to hold out Typhoon. Gets one, gets the second on the same spray. Typhon are going to get eliminated now to 5 teams left alive. Pichao, Legacy, TSM, Gas Cans. And well, one team that's pretty much not had an impact
it's the first game. How you going?
Whatsoever, way up
Welcome
towards
in
the northeast section of the map. But TSM, Cammy, they knew that the zone meant they had the fight, so they focused on cleaning up those fights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did happen to lose Kurt and Sparking, unfortunately, to Gas Cans.
Thanks, Zambia.
They're comfortable staying locked into this, or potentially, Alo's going to make a send, take that Jeep just a touch forward, looking for other options as we see a replay of that shot by Sparking.
Oh, really? Yeah.
All that he needs.
Yeah. Yeah, I was meant to do pass.
Jealous. I wish I was that good. I
was meant to do pass during the middle of the year as well, but I had other
we'll have to make
commitments.
Gas Cans, just 2 players left alive. It's the Bizzler and Vox. Santa will turn his attention towards Legacy. Pichal fighting Gas. Oh my God, Richie B. What?
Yeah.
He got the 2 of them?
Yeah.
They lined up beautifully there, and now Fixin needs to hold this one
yeah,
back.
and then May came along as well.
I think Fixin, your
and I couldn't do that, but I'm away all December.
And we're down to 3 teams.
Yeah, TSM Picha both getting a whole bunch of kills.
I can't do any more after this grand final.
Fight for the win as we have Legacy, Gas Cans, and PD as our last 3 squads. 6 kills for Legacy, a bit under the radar for us, considering all the fighting that we've been focusing on the south side. And they have a nice little spread of angles to try and play with, but that's looking to get cut down by the turtling squad in the center.
I feel like Gas Cans are in a really good spot to
I'm on YouTube Vertical just to promote the stream so people can come here as well.
Far too close together, so all Gas Cans got to do is stay alive. Just keep your noses clean because potentially Dangerous and Legacy, they should deal with each other, but I feel like Legacy realizing that maybe the twin...
Don't turn that off.
Oh, it's a tough one. I feel like potentially Dangerous.
Oh, no.
They've got to focus on one fight. Just stop looking at Gas Cans because Legacy are a bigger problem.
Well, Slavy did a good job of making sure the Gas Cans weren't going to try and find a sneaky angle coming in from their south. Almost got a knock there potentially even
Hello.
further damage from that. And as long as Theros didn't
How you
call
going?
the big alarm of
Red.
a legacy push,
Read
it's
fire
not that
tracks.
much
How you
of a-
going?
of a time commitment.
Welcome
Just
in.
look south. But at this point, everyone's
Oh,
waiting for
no.
phase
Yes, it is.
7 to
My
see where
YouTube's
that
on.
Shift goes.
I'm on
Will
the
it continue to
vertical.
favor potentially dangerous, or will gas cans or legacy have some? Nope, that
I'll
might.
show you. Hang on, I'll just share it.
Well,
JK.
that's a great shift for Dangerous, right? They're
Yeah.
loving this right now. Legacy have
Oh,
got
well,
to bring the
thank
fight
you.
to them.
We're
All
doing a.
potentially Dangerous have got to do is keep yourselves in winning positions. Don't overextend now, because the blue
Oh,
zone
no.
is your ally.
Alright.
It's going to do damage to Legacy. It's forcing them closer to you, and Legacy will be forced to use a lot of utility to make their way
I'm on
further
vertical,
forward. Theros will
because
be the
I'm
front
just
line
trying to
of this
promote the
potentially
stream and the
dangerous
channel
offense, and Legacy
on
now
both
are
accounts.
on the move. Sprayed onto RBN. Come on, one or two more shots, but he clicks empty on the clip. BHC trading damage back towards Glock now, and RBN will hop on out, and Teeny will find that knock. Theros takes VHC. LFP, he takes a ton of damage now as well. Gizera has fallen, and gas cans all of a sudden, if they are active,
Just a
if they
hot
are agile enough,
watch
they've
party for
put themselves
PUBG
into a chance of
commitments,
winning this
and
game. Depends how long though LFP
we
can
got
stay
the
alive and
G
keep
coin
potentially
code
dangerous
from our
occupied.
Yeah. Yeah,
friends
that's the
of
big win
PUBG
condition for gas
Esports.
cans right now, because look, they already made a send
I
into
normally
the zone.
play
They have
PUBG
high ground. They don't
Saturdays,
have
but
perfect
because it's my
information on what
Sunday,
exactly is going
I've got a
on
watch party
in this
on, and
compound.
then I'll have one tomorrow as well.
But LFP is found. We
It's
saw
like
some
a-
shots, some damage come out onto
You get
potentially
asked if you
dangerous
want to
gas
join up
cans.
and
even though
and be
PUBG
involved.
have the cover
But
in
yeah.
the buildings, gas cans have control of the zone. And in the same way that it was a problem for Legacy to send into that compound because of the wide open space around it, that's going to make it difficult for potentially dangerous to leave either. So I think it's pretty
yeah,
50-50 at
it's
this
just part of
point,
my
only
PUBG
because
commitments and that.
potentially
Alright, there we
dangerous
go.
have more players
What about Soldier? How you doing,
to
dude? Welcome
fire
in.
their guns.
Gosh, that was so annoying
Big
with
thing
the
for gas
stupid
cans,
audio.
especially with these head peaks that they're doing, is
My
both of
computer
them have
just
got
did
their
not
level
wanna
2
cooperate,
helmets. They
man.
have a ton of utility as well.
Did not want to
both
cooperate.
offensive and defensive, so they can afford to peak, because you look at potentially
As
dangerous,
is,
they don't really have the DMRs that are going to get those instant headshot knocks. Now, Richie B,
If you
he's
don't
getting
know,
pushed by two members on that side. Slabby and Glock working as a 2, working their way up towards the ridge.
Red,
What
he
Glock
is
needs to
a
do
Christian
is let his
streamer.
Position B. No, my
Oh,
God, Richie
nice.
B will get that knock, and it's a 2v2.
I won't
Great
put the
shot,
great
clips
heads
up.
as well.
This high ground is really good. Potentially dangerous, have a lot of angles to play with on this hillside. But Bizzler was able to find an open angle. The revive already came through, but the frag
Christian
grenade to
streamer.
answer.
Part of the Reach family.
Now as well. Vox is on the move to back up his teammate in Richie B. This is a
Plays
big fight, but look,
Fortnite,
the
Call of
offense
Duty,
Glock doesn't
Among
get the
Us.
knock though, but the molly should do for him as it hits the tree, and those flames will spread, putting us in a 1v3. Now Richie B has a chance when he's in the fight, but potentially dangerous. They were quiet until the very end, but they get a nice little tally of 16 points to get them up and running. And Cammy,
Nice.
teams don't mind if you can keep your nose out of trouble
Fast
all
pace.
the way through to the final phases, and you get some zone lock in there as well. The points will come to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take care.
I mean,
have a good sleep,
6 kills
ship
is
bro.
pretty below par. But I don't know, Matt. What are your thoughts on there? Were you paying attention to potentially dangerous? Do you see the
Whoa.
potential there in this round?
There is
'Cause I didn't.
always a potential for them, but the issue was they were kind of
Hello.
surrounded.
Hey, Mad
TSM was
Dog.
just on a killing rampage to the south of them, and Legacy had kind of made a bubble to their northwest. So while they did manage to navigate into good positioning, it was one of those points where you just had the good spot, but all of the fun was happening around you. So you are right, they didn't get a massive kill count on it, but the two catalyst teams for me in that round, 1000% were TSM and their march into the circle and the amount of squads that they managed to take out Gibson.
Yeah, 100%. And TSM, once that zone shift came and they realized that there was 4 or 5 teams around them, they knew their best potential for a high point game was to take on the gunfights. And this is the difference between some of the good team, or the great teams and the good teams. Some of the good teams would have tried to get into the circle. TSM, though, they knew and understood the assignment, and we're getting to watch that gunfight back again. And let's be real, the high ground that they had certainly helped them a lot. in
So
that fight as well.
for the
There was a big thing that I noticed once we saw the Legacy push.
The
in. I
two
hope that we didn't
codes?
see it in the highlights. Ross managed to move up and get on top of one of the buildings to negate kind of that hillside that comes in from the south. Where
the
so much of the
code
chaos was happening.
TSM.
Get some kind of marching down in right now, picking up all those kills.
I
But
just let my mod
the
die.
terrain, while yes, we did see potentially dangerous have a good defensible point to play from. Whenever Legacy made their push in, it made it to where they all had to reconvene down, and now you can see kind of this hillside that they were having to contend with, and gas cans were doing a great job
Welcome
on
on
exploiting it. It's just that bit of damage and potentially dangerous, realizing they had the man
TSM.
advantage like you were talking about, Cam, and just stepping right into their faces.
Yeah. Again, I still think that was a 50-50 final fight. Vox taken down so quickly next to the tree was, of course, the big catalyst. And I think there was that missed grenade. Like, he had that frag grenade that looked like it was going to be aiming for Slabby.
Hey, Ninja.
But either maybe
Welcome on in.
footstep spooked him,
Welcome
or
on in.
palmed by Bizzler and tossed it a little bit to the right. to
Dominator,
perhaps catch
welcome
someone
on
else
in.
off guard. It was certainly playing with a bit smaller of a deck at the end there for Gaskins, just because it was a 2 versus 3, but certainly a really good shot, and we get the match results here. TSM, despite going down in, what, 5th place? 2nd in overall points.
I just put.
Yeah,
I'm just
those kill
putting.
counts, man.
Hello,
Legacy,
here
though,
going.
picks up
Welcome on
12.
in.
That is massive for them. They had 15 points total on the day yesterday. So coming in, picking up 12 now, absolutely phenomenal for them. Pachau still continuing their tear, picking up a ton of points. Typhon has also been kind of sneakily just right in the thick of all of this, as they are now going to move into 3rd place overall. Pachau going to be holding down that 2nd place position, but remember, Toyo and Sonics, Bestia, Working in Silence, all not going to be playing today. Really, it's going to be kind of
Hello,
how can we see the new blood coming in, and the big
welcome
step
back.
up for me on this one is potentially dangerous. I feel like they did. Yes, they could have gotten a couple more kills in that one,
Brother.
but it would have been hard to do so. They just played the terrain very expertly.
I'm
and
going to
dealt with a
draw
good
one
crash
code
coming
now,
from Legacy
and
on
then
it.
I'm going to whisper you the
Yeah,
code
you know what?
and use it
Whenever
straight
I was doing
away, or
Falcons roster that
as soon
played
as you
last night,
can.
we didn't really
They
say anything about it 'cause they were
expire
Falcons,
on
but potentially
October.
dangerous. That's this kind of format that we've seen in the past that Falcons used to do so well. Get a good position in the circle.
Hello, how you
Be
going?
very, very quiet in the early stages,
Good
and
bad,
then get your points at the
Welcome
end. And get,
in.
you know, in the running for 1st and 2nd place every single map. They did it excellently. But I want to draw your attention to what was my point at the start of the show. Group B had a really tricky
Gonna
day
choose the
yesterday
first winner
against Group
now.
A. Apart from Legacy getting a ton of points, the top 3 in that last leaderboard were all Group C teams. So it doesn't look like it's going to get any easier for those Group B ones.
Yeah, that is a problem to deal with. I mean, we did see some signs of life. Again, Legacy managed to put up something like you were talking about, but can they continue to try to rein in some of this? They need to push out of it. We know that these are squads that can, so don't think that we're over here just trying to like
Brother,
be dead horse, whatever. We're just like,
Gabbo,
what's going on with Falcon? This is a squad that we know.
you
can play
just
better
won
than
the
what
first
Xfinity
code?
is. And yeah, even if they do end up going the last chance, decent chance that they can power their way out. Question comes into play is we've been seeing a lot of mid-game chaos that's been happening. I don't want to say necessarily chaos. It is planned execution, most notably by teams like TSM, denying angles.
I have to whisper
a lot
you the
of very
codes.
strong edge defense coming into play, and for squads like Falcons that do like to kind of move into central, make that
Gabbo
second
won the
team,
first
that
one,
second
and
circle
the
rotate
second
in.
winner
Sometimes, Cam, I
is
feel like they're kind of getting caught
Xander.
by all of these firefights and completely. It's costing them so much. There's the infamous Rello getting shot out of a vehicle, but I mean, it's because
So
of those
congratulations to
firefights.
them.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, I think this particular game, the circle shift pulling through that water treatment hillside.
Sorry, I just
is, again,
redrew
I
it
said this
because
in
I
the
made a
broadcast,
mistake.
Very, very difficult
Yeah,
for
GG's.
backup rotations. We saw a number of teams. I assume that like teams like Orion assumed they would be dead because they had no choice but just to go straight on in. No.
Yeah,
other
Rick
backup
Fire.
plans
I
go
got
all
3
the way up and
codes. I'm gonna
around,
put.
those rotations
It's a
already blocked
PUBG
off by a
PC.
number of other teams. So I think this particular one is just
Congratulations.
the flow chart of movement constantly being pulled up into the northeast just made it particularly difficult here.
That's a good point because some of these.
I'm
squads
just
are
gonna
like, hey,
get the codes
we're
now and
probably gonna die here.
whisper.
And then there's TSM that's like, we can
Right.
just kill everybody here. They're just ego flexing, walk it in, trying to get some big plays. But I mean, that's what you want to do if you're a squad with that level of strength, right?
Oh,
Is
right,
wanna
are
make
you
that you're
sure?
asserting dominance, specifically in a very early round like this, right?
I actually
Because
made a
now
mistake
you're
with the
kind of
draw
generating
too.
that
I was
fuel
going to
that
let
can
you
buy
know.
more space in the later rounds to come.
Yeah, they're the type of team that when you're getting shot by them,
But
they
that's
kill
right.
feet. If you're not one of the big dogs in the
I
lobby,
can keep that
for example,
code.
that's
I'll just
TSM,
give the
you know, we
2
gotta
codes
back off,
away
and I feel like
to the
that's a
people
mindset
that
maybe some teams
won it.
forget about. You know, just forget
So
about
make sure your
what
whispers
team
are
names
open so
if
I
you're
can
in a
give you the
fight,
code straight
go
away.
head on or retreat. Make that decision very quickly, but don't do it based on who you're fighting.
Welcome home, sir.
TSM, look,
Here to
it's
pay
our
attention
sports.
to
Great
the
start to the
focus
day
of
for
the
them.
day.
They get a
The
ton of
enemy
points
has
in game
the
number
ball.
1,
I will
and
need you once.
I expect to get a lot of tumble before the night's out.
I think that that's a safe bet. While we're talking about some of the more random factors that are going to be coming on, Whenever we see TSM coming in with this much gusto,
It's
right off the
100 G
start,
coins?
usually
Right.
means that they're going to have themselves a pretty solid day overall. So, also gas cans, strong performance coming out of them. We were expecting to have. Some
I
points
don't
come out,
really have a
mostly based
favourite
off
team.
of
I
just their
don't mind the
kills, but we
Sonics
managed to pick up
because it's
some
got
points
Australians in it.
one.
But then I don't
Luna,
look
I know
mind
was a
watching
squad that
blood.
We're talking about Lot Cam coming into this one.
So,
Right.
Did manage to pick up 5 kills. So one of those squads that realized, okay, Circle's not going to do us any good. Let's pick up some kills. Are you seeing what you want from them, that level of strategy, or is kind of lost in the sauce of everything, all the chaos that was going on?
So Luna Galaxy is a team that has been difficult for me to pin down how they like to truly approach a game. There are a couple of teams that fit this archetype, but very much more the wild card style. You never really know what you're going to get.
So it's
more
Steam
I think, the
only?
mechanical abilities
It's on
of this
console?
squad puts them in a really good position to then figure out how they want to do the macro side of things. We saw that.
I just whisper you, Xander.
Destroyers. Granted, it was pretty much shooting
And
sitting
Global.
ducks on the side of a,
I
of a
will
hill,
be
but
getting to
regardless,
you
like,
right
locking that
now.
one in, getting the points there before they themselves had to enter the complete chaos that was that hillside again. So I'm not worried for them at all.
Well, we are getting ready to move into our next Miramar game, so no breaks on this train. We know the fact that we've got all the squads set and ready to go. Airplane is going to be taking off in just 1 second. A ton to look at moving into this next
No,
round.
you're
Can we
welcome.
see the tempo keep up? Can we see Falcons find some type of wings, get themselves into the air, climb this leaderboard, or are we going to see a continued set of dominance coming up from TSM?
Well, if Falcons don't get anything going in the next map or two, we'll be certainly seeing them next weekend. So it's a very important map for them to get things underway. And of course, you're not going to have a break between maps 1 and 2 because Kama, you and I are the chief yappers in North America right now. So it is all good. But Kami, much like the first flight path was horizontally across the north of the map, the second one horizontal across the south.
Yeah, let's just flip this one 180 degrees, I think,
Yeah.
or rotate,
Basically.
whatever. Math, geometry nerds, there's something for it. But this is the question: will the hot drop be repeated? And the answer is, of course, yes. It was such a dominant victory by Gas Cans. I personally am surprised that Ultimo are coming back, but Trisk with an early SKS, and Bizzler has a pistol.
Whoa.
Oh, he's turned on him, and now Trisk is going to get the knock on to Vox as well, and all of a sudden, Gas Cans are in full retreat, and Gas Cans are eliminated. And Kami, the hot drop timer was live once more, and still none of that EU 9-minute hot drop carry on. 18 seconds. The first boots hit the ground, 18 seconds, the whole fight was over. And this time it is first blood. And yeah, I am saying that
First
because I
blood.
know that the EU talent is watching. Yeah, we do things a little bit more aggressive here. But Kami, that's probably worst case scenario for
Whoa.
Gas Cans, right?
It's pretty bad. It's pretty
Another
bad, but I'm going to hold you because we have another hot drop at truck
reset?
stop. Yeah, reset.
Reset.
Listen, the first
Timers.
hot drop was done before they even had boots on the ground.
Everyone's going well.
That's how fast
I
that one was.
just
And this one's not going to start off so quick, but there is.
After
a
each
Panzer
game,
Faust.
there'll be at
Warning,
least 2
warning,
codes
Panzer Faust in play.
given
Warning,
out.
Panzer Faust in play in a hot drop. Ready
got
for
10
your
codes
rage
today.
tweets.
Well, look at the team that's playing too. It's
you have to
Rangers
be
with the
on
Panzer
Twitch
in their hands. Well,
if you're watching on
1v1.
YouTube.
Panzer 1v1. Let's go. First
Be
shot
involved.
fired. Nothing's going to get hit. And
Whoa.
Lele, good night. Go on,
Wow.
We'll get that knock.
Just
That one
just
will
blushing
get
with
flushed, and
the
that's the first blood drawn
hands
in
up.
this drop for truck stops. Generally, a little further away, but look at the shots from HR. He's able to do some damage down range.
yeah, the truck
Gets the
stop.
vector.
You can hide in the
Will be down. So
crevices.
it's a 1 versus 1 now as things, or 1 player down each as things stand. Block looking for the instant trade.
Hunter
Fences,
knows.
A little bit of cover.
Oh, disgusting instant headshot. Hunter knew that there was a second player there. The comms from Lulele going down should have, I'm assuming, gave that information over. How can General swing this one back to their favor? But Glock is ready for it. Not
Thank you for the follow,
the
Ninja.
res yet. Just going for the hold at the angles. General's able to get another one. But there is dropped Majestics. It's only down to General.
And not going to live much
N1
longer.
engine
That one
underscore
last a
K2
minute
just
20.
followed.
A little bit longer than the last fight, but
Welcome in.
still over and done with just 2 minutes until the zone starts closing. Now, you do lose Glock, but Kami, if you offer every single team in the lobby, particularly one that's just got 16 points in the last game, 4 points for every player lost, they're going to take that. So for potentially dangerous, I think they'll be more than happy. Yes, you're a little disappointed you were in a hot drop, but you've got 4 more points to your already good tally from map 1.
Yeah, it's also the last Miramar of the day, so that's not going to be repeated. But listen, Donkey Destroyers
Whoa!
going for drive-bys, chasing people in vehicles with Panzerfausts. Like I said, they stay on
That's
brand. It doesn't
trolling.
matter whether it's
Alright, here
open
going.
or
We're
the
going
main
in.
event. Tomas finding an angle, getting both of them down, going to confirm them. Potential revives coming into play for Donkey Destroyers if Birkin.
Whoa.
He doesn't seem to want to go for this. A bit scared of the aggression coming out from the Donkeys.
What? What? He was shooting into the... Wasn't he just shooting into the...
He was being aggressive and he got... The knock
Oh.
turns attention to Tuamas, lands a nice shoulder
That's
shot
better.
onto him, but Donkey Destroyers, they have 3 players
What
down.
happened
Tuamas
there?
will go for the
Looked like
quick
he was
reses
shooting
as he
into the
drops
ground.
smokes, but if you've got the
At
map screen
first.
open, which you should do,
Like
you
a
see the
bot.
rest of Bonji de Gallo are
Just
a little
shooting.
further away from this fight. Haston not really close enough to help
If
out
you want to be
Birkin.
part of
Feels
the
for Birkin, he's just
decoying giveaways and you're watching for the
Right.
YouTube vertical, you need
Yeah.
to be on my Twitch
It's a
page
different experience.
and be part of the community.
And I think, yeah, Tomas
Or-
is just
or
gonna
the-
hook the
just
down
PUBG
the
gamers.
Silverado and drive out. But Birkin's in a great
Whoa.
position to catch that. There was a
Donkey
good idea, but the
Destroyers
smoke was
are
running out and
eliminated.
Birkin's full set.
Great
And
name.
so they get... Did they get the Annihilation? Well, yeah, they
Yeah.
got all 4 points, so it should have been the
Yeah.
Annihilation. And
Yeah.
that's a stack of bodies.
I know, look at
This
that.
Supply team got 1 each, and then
They all
Birkin
got
has
stacked.
finished the job, and it's 4 points for Bonji de Gallo. It's basically more than double their point tally now from the
More than
previous map.
double.
Legacy, fresh off the back of a good performance from them in map 1 on Miramar. They're making their way into the zone, which did shift just a little south of Chumacera for that center point. But all in all, this is not the way that Miramar usually plays out. We've already lost, what, is that 16 players so far?
Yeah.
And we're only
Yeah.
6 minutes in?
Should be 12. Oh, yeah, wait, no, you're right.
Yeah.
15. And then I think Orion only loaded in with 3 once again. So we started with
Oh,
63.
Orion.
But yes, to your point, yes, we have lost a lot of players early on. Sparking got a nice Groza, but unable to get out of there because 55 killed Demo, took those tires. Good job, mate. Appreciate that. Pop all tires you can see.
Mate.
I love it though. That's like it's the ultimate ranked troll move as well, isn't it? You're like, yeah, there's a car, I'm gonna pop the tires, and if you see people near the car, pop them even quicker.
Yeah.
55 Esports, they didn't have the impact though in map 1 that they would have
You're
wanted.
welcome.
On 0 points as things stand. 2-2 split right now. Oh my god, we're gonna turn our attention to RBN. Posa is going to get obliterated with a mini from off angle. And LFP is close enough now to really put the pressure on. Now, Vinny is on his way here, but I think he might just be a little too slow. But
Whoa.
oh no, Kerak's got an off angle onto Rats.
Some good shots there, unable to get the knock, unfortunately. But I think the revive would have been pretty straightforward. Yes! Yes! Pop the tires! Pop them!
Hey, Emerald Mine, how you
He's in
going?
a
Welcome
thrift store
back.
popping tags the way he's popping those tires. Now Legacy
Stop,
making the push
stop.
onto
That was
Haven.
awful.
Yeah, no, it was great, and I will hear no slander on my puns. Gizera, the front line, looking for the final player
Hey,
in the Galaxy in this compound. Vinny too
CS.
far away. But
Sorry, I'm just trying to
Haven
catch
doesn't
up.
have a shotgun.
He's all
That's the
going.
problem. He's got the barrel. He doesn't have time to reload. He might get one, but he shouldn't
Whoa.
be able to get the second.
Lunar
and the third.
Galaxy.
As long as the smoke stays fully.
Look like
What's
they're a
the opposite?
bit.
Dissipate? Well, you know, dissipate's the word for when it goes away. What's the word for when it's still spreading or still there?
I don't know.
Oh, they're
Red
surrounded there.
remains.
Chat'll
They
tell us.
don't know
We'll get a
yet.
scientific word for it. Vinny.
Point is, though, the point is, yeah, look at this, though. Haven, that smoke
Looney's on
saved
his
enough
own.
time.
When
Legacy
the
popped out
players are on their
because they
own.
expected
Legacy's.
the arrival of Luna Galaxy, probably called out by LFP on the high ground. And so now Haven has a lot more room to play with. Looks like he's going to re-smoke himself off. A nice knock against Vinny for Legacy. But this is still
Oh,
a
no.
bit complicated of a push through this building. As
He
Legacy,
would have seen
rather than
that
what
if he
Legacy
jumped
were
out.
Probably expecting of one.
Yeah, Haven dropped it, got himself some loot off of that crate, but VHZ will spot him. That'll be that. That should be confirmed in a few seconds. The pan may be saving him for just a few seconds. But Legacy have Luna Galaxy down to 2. Vinny on the other side along with Kraken.
How do we
Now,
do
this compound
predictions?
can be difficult to push at times if you do not do it correctly. But Legacy, no, the longer that you let this
Do
fight
I
go
have to
on,
manually
the
do
more likely
that?
that a team that pushes towards Chumacera, if any do, will be tempted to third party and in the action. So for Legacy, it's a matter of being swift as possible.
We already have some third parties coming in from 55. It's one of those moments that you kind of regret getting involved with. You kind of regret committing so aggressively towards, because even if Legacy are able to come out with all four, like, how much control would they really have? And then in 40 seconds, when we see phase 2, their options might be significantly limited with teams like 55 overlooking them. We have other squads like Wuju 2 coming in from the west, and if this continues to take longer, they could look to capitalize on a fight that is pretty scrappy.
RJ's got to get himself a move on now as TSM let Orion know that the spot is taken, so Orion will have to go hunting a little bit further away. You can see that Luna Galaxy are taking up the favored weapons for these close quarters combat encounters, where you've got the shotgun at the ready. Legacy making their way through the barn now, Cammy, but realistically, this is just making sure that none of them are hiding in the barn. They want to clear it section by section.
Yeah. Bit by bit. Don't want to get caught with your pants down. Grenades coming through. Pretty confident where they are. Checking the longhouse can be difficult. Well-placed grenade, but a hip fire from Gizero is going to find the first. Trying to avoid the blue zone, but it's fine. It's fine. Everyone from Luna Galaxy has been taken care of. So even if Gizera did go down, the revive should have been in short order as we pop over to another fight, this time on the edge of phase 2, because it was a medium shift, shall we say, southeast. Falcons versus Bonte de Gallo.
Yeah, and Snaker's the one pretty close to that, as you can see on the map. As you can see, that shift keeps a little bit of water in towards the south, but TSM pretty happy. Orion got to be careful now with Pichao making their way a little bit further south, but all in all, most of the teams, if not all the teams apart from Rats, are inside this circle. And I've just gotten informed, blooming was the word I should have used, Cammy.
Right.
There was more scientific words thrown out there, like proliferate and coalescing. I'm going to start with blooming.
I just started
I'm going to stay with blooming
prediction
because it sounds good as an Irish person.
and see. Just to make it interesting.
That is one of the tropey phrases, isn't it?
I'm blooming because when we can't curse, we usually say the words like that instead.
Yeah. For me, as
You know
an
what is good,
American,
Oh,
it just reminds me of fast
Murphy,
food and like
Emir,
fried onion.
bring him on.
Oh, blooming
He's
onions are
good.
great, aren't
Game,
they?
Yeah.
I
I don't know. I
like
don't think I've
game's
ever.
favorite team.
I don't think I've
Okay.
had them.
They're good.
It's
Did you
it's-
watch-
it's
did you
deep
watch
fried
day
onions,
2?
Like how they can't be that great. They they can't be that bad either. It's deep fried onions, but you know.
Who's a fake
Hey,
gamer?
Kurt's gone down.
Oh no. Kurt will get back up again though.
Yeah.
There's Alo. He's in position to do it. Yeah,
I'm trying I'm just
You
trying to
hungry? Are
redirect
you
us
hungry?
back to the. I'm trying to redirect us back to the game and not talk about food here.
Well, we are in a
We have
beige
to try
map
to
too,
talk
like,
nice,
the food
please.
we were talking about is beige,
Oh,
but yeah.
It
I'll
looks
put a
like
full
fried
stop on it.
chicken.
No! Stop! There's nowhere open for me to get food here at this time of night. So, I guess we'll have to use the action. We'll have to use the action to satiate our appetites.
Well, we need to try to
Like
be
that word,
respectable in chat.
Satiate.
Yeah.
I don't mind your
Yeah, it's
opinion.
alright.
Damn it! Will I ever impress you?
You just
Nah,
don't
really.
agree that he's that good. That's all you're saying.
But
Right,
yeah,
so-
Legacy.
Okay, the game.
I'm sure that
After you, kind sir.
there's a lot of
Just
others got
Ultimo,
different
they're on a
opinions
rotate.
too about other
We have 30
players.
seconds left. It's been pretty. It's not quiet because there is still a lot of these long range, what we sometimes call footsie fights, of like a little push back and forth, but no real commitment because we've already lost 4 teams. And it's 13 minutes into the game. That was very, very fast elimination of a couple of squads. So we might have a marginally slower mid-game. I say that, Wuju 2, Cowboys getting caught out. Very, very low. That grenade might hit. Oh, quite close.
Yeah, Cowboy. I think he's locked into this position for now, though, as things stand. It's very difficult for a team to push him when he's here. They get a
Right.
lot of information. The rest of Wuju 2 are waiting for Seifu to finish his
Whose
rotation.
side
He's
I'm on?
as you can see, towards that western side. But
I'm not too.
for me, keep your eyes locked on the west northwest of the circle because you've got
I don't mind
pretty dangerous, make it or potentially
Legacy
dangerous
at the
making their way
moment,
in,
how
as
they've
are
been
Typhon.
playing in this game.
Code drop. Code drop. Get the code.
Yes.
Code drop.
But
I'm
TSM,
yelling it because if anyone's like looking away from their screen at the moment, we got codes. Get it.
yeah,
What are the
they've
codes?
got,
We don't know, but type it in. Get your code, see what you can get.
Yep. Ooh, another knock against the Falcons. Typhon are pushing. Roth with a grenade.
I don't
try
really
and
have a
stall
side.
for the revive. Snaker's also looking for an angle, and there
I'm
it
just,
is.
I'm just
Crossfire is
observing
gonna
and
take
and
Carrick
learning.
down.
How are you going? Welcome on in.
Roth's down now as well. Snaker's the last Falcon standing, and it does not look like it's going to be their weekend here in PAS. Now, RN will take a lot of damage off that, but stays on his feet. Snaker's, though, last player standing. For Typhon, they've kind of, like, I know we know these players, but they've been the surprise package, but Snaker's realizing that they're weak, and this is the chance now to make the push. Sparking will do some damage from behind, but Snaker's is gonna...
Oh, surely. Oh.
Yeah. No worries, Pat
He
Dog.
eventually gets it.
No worries.
That got really close. I think running through the TSM firing range was a risky decision regardless.
TSM's
but it is one
being
that
really
Sneakers felt that he had to do. My guess
not
is
playing as-
because of how weak and Typhon were,
They're
and he
still
didn't want
in
to
with
let
Bahan.
any revives happen. So a bit of a gamble. It is going to pay off. We'll see if TSM can't sort of clean up the remaining solos in that area as we pop back over to potentially dangerous. The winners of the previous match slowly crawling up to Orion's east side.
Who's yours,
It's
Addisons?
like a pantomime, RJ. He's behind you. He's behind you. Theros is just waiting. Right now, those footsteps should give his position away. But he's
Right.
holding RJ out. RJ can't really go anywhere. Stun. But he can't put... RJ's going to swing and peek and does a ton of damage, but he will fall. Theros gets caught out. He waited a little too long. And Orion, well, they're about to pick up another point, but no! Slammy is there. Down goes RJ.
I think RJ was blind when he got the knock, pre-fired based off of the audio, but then got a little too ahead of himself to clean that knock up. And now Tiny with another knock. That's a grenade. Gets out of there in time. Babbler's gone down. It's, well,
I removed
was all down to
timeout,
Ace. Slabby takes care of that. So potentially dangerous. 7 kills. Not a bad defense by Orion. And again, I think them only playing with 3 at the moment is a big handicap. But hey, all's well that ends well for potentially dangerous as we see phase 3 come to a close. Pretty hard shift again towards the west. Rats now with a really good position. 55 as well if they can defend from Legacy.
Oh, look at that bunch of the guy. Oh, gone. Quickly done. Pichal pick up those points. 2 for them now. Honestly, what happened with Orion 2, Cammy, I feel like if they had more than 6 points, they would, RJ would not have been as thirsty to get that point confirmed.
Yeah, maybe.
But we'll see what happens. Typhon, as we said, the
Not
surprise
sure.
package so far. Like, I would say Typhon getting up to 3rd surprised me a little bit more than Toyo sitting in top spot.
They
Typhon
are
might
in
not
group
get any
stages.
more points of sneak attack, or the rest of Wuju 2 can just land that kill shot.
Yeah. Well, you just got timed out,
Hey,
so you must
very,
have...
very low. Somehow holding on. Like 1 HP. Not, probably close.
What
to
troop hurts?
Regardless, very, very low. As we pop into that northern
I'm
fight,
not with
and
anyone
Legacy,
that's
I mean, if they can win
playing,
this
so I
fight,
don't know
they
what
will
you're talking
overtake
about.
55 and have one of the more dominant positions in
You
the
can
zone.
share your
The problem is they're
opinion.
coming in from the low ground to the high ground. Look at all these strong angles that 55 are currently playing with. Kildemo constantly checking in for Gizera. Sees the vehicle come in for the pickup, or at least should have.
Legacy, they've realized the position's not the best
Who's
on
not
that
good?
side of the wall, so they'll go to
Who
the
are you
other one,
talking
because
about?
They've got to take the fight to 55, Cammy.
Yeah, good angle. They were able to pull away from the death zone, but RBN is now popping right back down to look for potentially a more informative angle on the back line. Could be an overcommitment, though. Could be losing that G. Oh, okay, going up and around. Okay, I'm liking this. They are not committing to the fight. They're going to try and get on the high ground, equalize the elevation as much as they can before fighting 55.
And the further south that they wrap, if they decide to wrap south,
Legacy's got some
more
more.
closer to Mutt, who don't really
Right.
have the most points at all, and wouldn't, could be a problem for Legacy. Remember, they played yesterday. They're sitting on 31 points after 8 maps played. They've only got 4 left as they want to secure themselves a spot on the top 8. TSM, they spot out potentially dangerous as Slabby as he's moving in. Oh yeah, this is a bad spot to be in. Kurt will get one, Bale will get the other. Potentially dangerous. They got the high ground, points so far in this matchup. They might not get any more. Lots of attention going the way, but can Theros get in the shot? Come on, Theros, get in. Get in. See if you can get yourself some placement points.
You're not that good. I'm not that good either.
Safety, but how safe it is up for
I'm a potato aimer.
And Pichao now pushing up on a Wuju2. Looks like Wuju2 are moving around to match this. Potentially BL with an angle, but great covering fire by Cowboy.
That's what Cowboy can do. BL is down. Pichao now looking to buy themselves a little bit of time to go for the res. On the other hand, Wuju2 know this is their opportunity to strike. Sneak attack and Seifu working as a 1-2 punch as Cowboy will try to get the angle on the side.
I just don't understand what you're talking about.
Nade tossed over the ridge line. Santa will get the knock on the Sneak, but that bounce goes a little too far. Santa not taking the damage at this point, but he will now buy himself just enough time.
These esports players train all the time.
Cowboy knows that he's roughly in that angle.
They do practices and everything.
It's becoming a bit of a problem for both of these sides with the blue zone. Get ready to close in. Seifu will find it. Fakes in now. Numbers getting back a little bit closer to being level. Smoke about to dissipate now too, Cammy, and all of a sudden, Pichao back on the back foot once more.
Yeah, really good covering by Seifu, watching the potential blind side of Cowboy. Fakes and look to exploit that, but this hold by Wuju2 is looking really, really good. Getting the revive on sneak attack. Revive being traded on the back end as well.
You got to play it smart, eh? Xander.
At least for everyone but Fakes in, because again, Seifu.
Right, I'm not an esports player, so.
And now, Pichao could be looking to.
And I don't play rank. I should, but I don't.
Yeah, it could be a retreat, it could be a bait. They could be trying to maybe create that false sense of security. Santa already wrapping a little further north around the edge. The rest of Pichao
I have been playing on sweaty
going to get inside that
SEH servers. They're insane when you play in squads.
Get any extra points off of that one, and Gabriel could be in trouble now.
No, he
will fall at the hands of Gabriel. He will get that kill confirmed. And by the looks of it, he hasn't been caught out by the other players well, but Legacy about to thread the needle between TSM.
Gabe is grabbing multiple kills in the kill feed, but yeah, TSM, they crashed over 55. Legacy have outlasted them, but now Legacy need to fight the raid boss that are TSM. And look at Kurt's little sneaky flank wrap angle.
You can put a scope on the
separate position. Cowboys finish
and
out
and have a ripper of a game.
Squads remaining.
What do you think of the new muzzle?
As I always like to say, we're in the placement
new
points
attachments, because I don't know yet.
A little bit of damage towards
what
the
I
12,
think about
Legacy. They weren't able to hit the third party quick enough to catch TSM with just the 3. 5 points for TSM already, 6 including the placement point. Legacy fighting the battle uphill. TSM get the angle. Luke 12, first knock will find LFP. The rest, the other 3 members of Legacy now working in almost a perfect line as they make their way up towards the edge of the blue. Gizera takes down Sparking, the 2 former teammates. Alo will fall as well as Gizero dips into the blue. He will fall eventually, but is it enough damage done? TSM lose 3.
TSM.
And well, you talked about Kurt having the off angle. Kurt's getting third partied by Mutt. He drops to 1 HP. And T-points from Mutt will pick up that point. TSM eliminated in 7th place.
Yeah, I don't think TSM expected Gizero to rush forward like that, pushing through some utility. Pushing through, I believe, a blue zone grenade that might have been tossed out there. The point is, it caught Sparking off guard, stayed in the blue, did end up going down, but
who's sitting on the top of Twitch?
The sacrifice paid off. Legacy are still alive with 3. They have the high ground. Granted, they're not in the zone anymore. They're going to need to find a way to come down from this position, and frankly, will likely be taken down, at least wounded by either Rats or MUT. But still, to be in this position to potentially try and catch a couple more kill points before they go down.
I just don't seem to have any luck with it finding it half the time.
For control of the south now as well. 2 players came forward, used their utility, but no knocks found. But do you see the fact that MUT, they've got themselves great weapons, level 3 gear? That could be a difference in this fight. Sneak attack knows he can use these smokes to take ground in this battle, but with phase 6 getting ready to close in on them, they need to be a little bit quicker than this. 6 teams, 15 players alive. And is that Legacy pushing towards MUT on the other side as well? So all of a sudden, MUT have got double the problems. And this could be the battle for the win in this one. Cowboy, he's going to manage to find a knock and flush onto Shadow, but Legacy posing an even bigger problem.
The fact that Legacy got here not losing one, I didn't realize that they had a vehicle
Yeah, no,
from that
that's
position.
right.
But still, MUT didn't get a single knock on that charge, and it's possible it's because they were holding against Wuju 2.
We let it go, but
One or the other.
I
It
don't
doesn't
know
really
what he
matter.
done.
MUT getting eliminated basically traded points between Wuju 2 and Legacy, but now they're staring off at each
I
other.
just,
Monster, Sneak Attack, both having gone down. Legacy
I
are
know,
making
I think you
a
just need to move
huge
on
game out of this.
and chill.
Yeah, who needs a good day one if you can put
I'm
in a
not
really,
even on-
really
I
good
don't
day
even
two,
think
like
what
what
he's
Legacy
talking
have
about.
played together so far. I've just noticed as well, Theros has snuck into the zone from potentially dangerous here as well, and he's been spotted out by Balefrost from Rats, if you're wondering where that gunfire is going from and to. Legacy and Wuju 2. I think for Legacy, for RBN and VHC, this is a gunfight that you don't need to take right now, but, well, now that I've said that, you get the knock on to Seifu. Door's been opened just a little bit, but I think Cowboy... Is Cowboy close enough to get the res? Well, he is now. Monster actually finding that knock onto VHZ. And Legacy
Yeah,
down
I think
to
he
just
just needs to
RBN.
settle down.
It looked like they had the advantage, but
It's
you
weird,
never
eh?
count
He's
Wuju
in.
out.
In 1 minute he was talking about players, and
Potentially to
then
find opportunity to
he's
get the
talking
revive.
about
I don't think Wuju 2 are going to let it.
he must
Could
be a
instead look
troll.
to Perhaps be one of the many,
probably in the
many
PUBG.
solo remaining players left in Phase 7. Rats are only just now leaving their compound. Balefrost is scouting forward. The Spoon spreading out the other way. With only 2 up, Rats haven't been able to really be
Yeah,
as
it's
dominant or
crazy.
impressive from that position as a healthier team would have been. So I think at this point, this
Oh,
is Wuju 2's
yeah,
stage.
true,
Wuju have the high
true.
ground. They should be able to find a bit of information.
I
of the
bet you he
information
did.
that they
Probably
don't already
gambling
have.
or something.
Like I would expect that they
I
know
don't
more or
believe in
less that
gambling
Wuju
and
can check.
personal
They
bets.
probably know that
Maybe a
Theros is in
friendly
that
bet
general
like
area,
G-Coin
staring down Legacy.
between
Who did get the
friends,
revive,
but-
by the way, but still knowing all of that
or
with the
something
position
in
with the circle
game,
shift going their
but
direction, Wuju 2 are feeling
to
really
come into
confident.
someone's stream and just be.
And
I've timed him out.
they're a team that can
I
pop
think we
off.
timed
Like
him out for
Seifu,
only 600,
we
but
know what he's like
we
on
can go
any given
longer
day.
if he comes back.
Cowboy, SSG picked him up for a reason when
might-
they had lots of
he might
options
get the
inside of NA.
message.
They've got the high ground, they've got the numbers, which is saying a lot whenever it is basically a 3v2, v2, v1, v1. Seifu spots out the Spoon from Rats, and the Spoon, as you can see, by the edge of the blue, takes the knock. Cowboy will find that one, and I don't know if Balefrost is close enough to go for that res, because he's a little bit occupied with Legacy
Yeah.
on the other side.
Yeah, it's not even just about being close enough. It's also about trying to keep the potentially wrapping teams from collapsing on you while you try and go for the res. So Balefrost is currently preoccupied with that. In fact, going to drop the smoke and then
Yeah,
try and go for
you
the
gotta
revive
try it.
with some level of safety.
It's a
but with
good,
couple of shots that we just saw.
It's a good way of
from
promoting
Wuju onto the Spoon. It's
like
not
your
looking
YouTube and
particularly
subs,
comfortable.
and
I would be disappointed he didn't land any
and
shots
trying
on
to
that, and it
encourage
took
people
too
to join you
long
on
that
Twitch, Mad
Balefrost
Dog.
will go for the res now, and Legacy have to focus north once more. Sorry, south. I always think of the high ground as north for some reason, but they have to focus south once more.
Like I'll tell you off by heart.
Just focus up.
Yeah, look up. One team that's certainly looking up, though, potentially dangerous. 2, a hot drop early on, and they won a second gunfight. Theros getting themselves some nice placement points on this map as well. Legacy or...
Oh, no.
Yeah, he got her to the car. He got her to the car. Oh, VHZ.
no. That's not good, and Wuju 2 are taking full advantage of that. Phase 8 triple shift.
Look at the map.
Marginally north, but still, it's mostly center. It's Phase 8. It's always going to be predominantly center. And a 2 versus 1, Rats are trying to clean this one
Like
up
if
here.
I had
Helpful. We still have 5
177
teams in Phase
views
8, which is unprecedented, but RBN
in
massive
this time
damage to
zone,
Belfast down to 3.
because I don't normally stream this time. It's
Spoon
crazy.
looking to buy some time. He'll throw the molly in through the smoke, but be careful. Here comes Monster.
And
What's that
people are
coming over the
chatting,
hill? It is a
so-
Monster as RBN. We'll get wiped out. We're down to our final four. 3v2v1v1. Oh no, Theros. Get down. Theros, get duck and cover. Get another placing point out of this if you can. Seifu can't
Yeah.
get the toes either. And
Yeah,
Theros
but
will just
Vertical's
about
really
get some
good just
cover.
to
As it
just
stands now,
promote
Rats
yourself
need to make
and
their
get
way into the
subs to your
circle.
channel.
Ruju 2, they've got a bit of a ground in it. Theros not in the circle. Gabe can get back
So
in the
I've got
shot for now.
the
I think that's what
Twitch
he might just do.
And the vertical
Spoon, that's
there
that
on my
There you
OBS.
go.
It's a
Get
bit of
bit
fiddling
damage to a level
around
3
because
bit
you
of
have
gear,
to
but hey,
counterbalance
Yeah,
the
better than nothing.
the
I've talked to
settings, but
some players
it's
about,
all
like, when
changed a
exactly
bit
to swap
too.
Out a level 3 to a level 2, because no matter how damaged it is, the defense from frag grenades,
they've updated it since
people have different
last
lines,
couple of weeks,
but it is something to
last
think about.
month.
Yeah. And it gives you that full protection until it's broke as well. Like, whenever
Yes.
your level 3 gear is down even just 1 point to hit left, it'll still absorb the full damage of that first bullet. So
Right.
it's I know that
Typhoon,
conversation's had a lot with helmets too. Well,
You think
Monster's certainly
Typhoon's
have to
gonna
find
win?
another helmet, taking that shot from the Spoon, and all of a sudden the door opens for Rats. 2v2v1v1, but I feel like they're just a little too
Yeah.
far away to capitalize on that push. It's the open ground that you can see Cammy that's preventing them
Yeah.
from going.
And Seifu holding the high ground, but turning back. Wait a second, that door wasn't open 2 seconds ago. Gabe almost getting another knock onto Rats. Immediately flips back to make sure that Theros isn't pushing that position. And this constant back and forth, this information game, Balefrost is sick of it. Wants to push through. The spray finds 2. Will he expect the third behind the shield? Not gonna happen. Monster
Wow.
able to save Wuju2's trials. And now the 1 versus 1 for second place happening on the east of the zone.
This is playing out perfectly for Wuju 2 with the two solos fighting each other, allowing them to consolidate. Theros gets an extra point, so potentially dangerous. They've got 8 kills and a second place. Theros will not be... Go on, Seifu, step inside. Don't take that extra tick of blue damage, but Wuju 2, they know exactly where Theros is. Seifu will pop the first aid. But can Theros do anything? Divide and conquer. It's going to be difficult whenever you have
Divide
3
and conquer.
angry guns, 3 angry dragons looking your way. Theros, oh, I feel like, you know what, your number's up. But what a game that was from potentially dangerous as well. They get a lot of points on the board, and Wuju 2 picking up 18.
18 point win for Wuju 2.
Whoa.
Only 8 kills, a little on the lower end. But they were able to
Wuju.
clean up a fair bit towards the end game. And that fight against MUT and Legacy basically clinched
They
it
just-
for them.
they
but
just
they
clutched
almost got this
it.
hot drop at the start. I mean, it was as fast, just in the opposite direction.
Yeah, and I think for MUT, they'll be happy that they're able to win that one because at the end of the day, they were the one that were confidently beaten the last time around, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, this was, let's be honest, this is going to be a hard game to analyze because this was a lot of just very early skirmishing and then modifications based off the circle.
Brother,
I mean, we saw multiple hot drops coming into play. We saw Donkey's destroyers that were kind of running around. Big kill counts and kind of asserting your authority and moving into aggressive positioning. Even, I mean, like, think back on the Snakers play, realizing the fact that, okay, there's only 2 there. The third can come in support. Don't allow the res. It's a lot of good, small, micro movements to kind of push fights in your directions, but it also kind of created
Yeah, that's right.
cascading
No
takeout
worries.
for a lot of these squads to really just pick up points, but not make it in the later stages of the game.
Sorry, Zera's little clutch play there allowing Legacy to get, granted, only, what, 5th place? But still, there are a lot of things that Legacy did well. First up against 55 and then against PSM to have the game that they did. But then Wuju 2, like I said, it was basically all them from this point on. That high ground, the numbers advantage, can't really, it's difficult
I
to
love
try
this
and
play.
swerve it back into your favor, but Balefrost almost did.
Yeah, I love that play coming out from Balefrost, opting into playing aggressive into a outnumbered position, realizing, okay, they're going to have to drop down for a second. There was a lot of big valiant attempts coming here at the end. Theros maybe had an opportunity if he had pushed in and tried to be a bit more aggressive, but I mean, nobody wants to try to do that. But big game coming up for Wuju 2 as they're going to walk away with 18 points. Potentially dangerous is definitely dangerous, picking up another 8 kills, so 14 points. Great start on the
Two
day
more
for them.
codes.
Legacy gonna have themselves another big game. Typhon also staying consistent inside this,
WYJ.
but also going to pick up a couple points. TSM being aggressive. We have a couple of question marks on the right side of the board that we'll kind of galley as we go through this one. But looking into this match, I know that most people are going to be curious about the overall. How does this really situate Wuju 2 for their position, given the fact that they were playing yesterday?
I think it's not the worst in the world for Wuju 2, right? They get themselves up into 5th. They're on 50 points. They're still not safe. Like, they'll still need a few, plenty more today to secure themselves a spot inside that top 8. But I feel like Falcons on 23, they're starting to get a little too far away. But I want you to look a little bit closer to Falcons and look at potentially dangerous. 2 maps, 30 points. They've gotten more points in 2 maps today than Falcons have gotten in the previous 8.
Yeah, that's I mean, they're making
so
phenomenal plays,
Wuju,
and
W.
This is just a well-playing squad.
I've got
right
2 more
now. I mean,
codes.
salvaging inside the last game, strong performance coming out inside the first one. I did notice kind of in the midsection, so I've got a question for you guys. If you name yourself Donkey Destroyers, and you're regularly getting destroyed inside of team fights, does that make you a donkey?
I'm not going to throw any Donkey Destroyer slander out there.
No, I love what they're doing, dude. I love those guys. I love what they're doing. They're having fun.
It is not how I would recommend any team play PUBG, but I would lie if I said I'm not happy that they're playing this.
I will recommend you to play that all the time in competitive, please. It brings a smile to my face. You're not going to be number 1 on the leaderboard. Well, I mean, it depends on how good you are, but I mean,
probably not.
You know, if you like hot dropping and pachinki, dude, just go ahead and make it your motto. Make it your lifestyle. That's what I love about Donkey Destroyer.
Roll that.
Yeah, I got him.
Yeah, I was gonna say I agree. If I could play with one team in the lobby, it'd be them. I'd have a lot of fun on Donkey Destroyers.
Well, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break, guys, so that way we can get everything situated. These guys didn't even get a break.
So while they're having a break, I'm just going to get a copy.
It'll be just a couple of minutes. I know
type in Wuju. Yeah, Wuju, everyone.
Going on. Make sure you stay tuned in as we're going to be moving and changing up maps.
I'll come
I know
right
you
back.
guys are excited. We are almost halfway done with the entirety of the group
And if
stage.
you win it again, just share it with your friends. Like, don't try to use it.
Welcome back to the PAS Game Show. As you can see, all of our players are presently sitting at 0 points. First round, a little complicated. Second round, not so hard. Most of our players should be familiar with these questions, and this time, instead of getting several hints, it's just going to be a one-off question, one-off answer. So let's just go ahead and kick it off. Really simple. You guys should be able to get this one pretty quick. As which motorcycle brand launched a PUBG collaboration this year?
Man,
I don't even know how you could see. I just saw like a flashbang go off on your screen.
That's the answer. Okay, let me throw this on my other monitor. I'm getting flashbangs.
So our answer is Ducati. Let's see who all we had hit that one correct. All 3 of our players managed to pick that one up, so good job. Now then, moving on to question number 2. Who is named MVP of EWC 2024?
That's a freebie.
I remember the controversy, but I don't remember who actually got it. Oh no.
Yeah,
okay.
This one's not fair.
I like this one. This one's good.
I spelled it wrong on accident, but
It doesn't count. Doesn't count.
All right, so let's see. The correct answer is sparking, and even though Snakers only put 1 G, we'll allow it. With 2 Gs, it's going to be, of course, Purdy that gets that one right, and Soul Justice is incorrect.
Oh,
so,
God, I was thinking of PNC.
I mean, I think every America's
I was looking at EWC.
Every America's fan should right now remember sparking, I think, because of the joy that they brought to Americas.
So I'm going to choose a winner right now, everyone.
Which PUBG map was first introduced? Simple.
Dominator is the one winner.
Honestly,
it must be Miramar.
Well,
It
it's-
wasn't.
Congratulations.
Between the different mountains, the first implementation, or do we have Rondo first?
Kickstart.
This a group project now?
Hey, Han Solo.
group project. I'm down. I can use the
I'll
help.
give it a Miramar.
And the next winner.
I'm actually
Oh,
thinking of.
Rondo
oh no,
might have
no.
had them
Oh,
first,
jeez.
but
Hang on.
Miramar had them first in comp, I think. So that's where I'm at.
I'm throwing a curveball in there, but I can't think of the small map, which is what I think it actually is.
I was thinking that too, but
I can't think of the name of it.
All right. Well, we've got 2 Miramars, which is the incorrect answer.
Can you just
And Purdy got it right with Destin.
Hey, we take those.
All right. So you guys should all be able to get the next one then. Which weapon was introduced with Rondo?
I might just do one because I've just stuffed that up.
Typing this out.
Oh god, yeah.
I don't know what's happened
Nobody
here.
likes this one.
I hope I got it right. If not, that's embarrassing.
Well, I can
Yeah.
say pleasantly, everybody got this
Can
one
you
right,
s-
because that would be minorly embarrassing. It is
You're welcome.
the JS9, so everybody's going to be able to pick up some points for that one. Now then, which 2 teams have scored 4 winner-winner chicken dinners in a PGC Grand Final? 2 teams.
In a singular grand final, not combined
Right.
from all.
So across
Okay.
all of the games in a singular grand final, they have managed to win 4. 2 different teams have managed to do it.
I'm gonna be honest.
Can
I'm
you
petty
just
and barely
all
watched last
type
year, so I
in
wasn't there.
WUJ again for the second one, please?
You're allowed to have feelings like that.
I stuffed up.
It's a tough one.
Actually, I can just hang on. I actually can just choose a winner.
I'm trying to see
No,
if
no.
I see any Wikipedia
just-
screens that
I
flash
want to
white
play
noise
with
faces
Twisted
here.
Minds. Gotta represent my region, man.
All right, so our answers right now are going to be Snakers with Navi and New Happy. We've got Purdy Curdy with Heroic and Danoa. And then Justice has Twisted Minds
I've
and
stuffed
Jin
up.
Chi. The correct answer is Twisted Minds and New Happy.
I know I got one.
Okay, there we go.
So
Yeah,
one
New
for
Happy's
Justice,
a
one
good
for
pick.
Snakers.
It's true.
So, after finishing out this round, we are sitting at Snakers and Purdy tied at 4 points apiece, and then right back behind that is Justice with 3 points. But we still have a very fun last segment that we're going to be going through, so everybody still gets a chance to win this one. We will be back with segment number 3 and figure out who our winner is in just one moment.
Yeah, thank you.
And we are back as we're going to do a bit of a mix up here, and I believe that we're going to be moving over to Tego. We got a very simple question for you because we got about, I don't know, 30 seconds or so before we get into game. So, Gibson, at what point do you
I whispered
switch
the
your name
code to you,
actually dangerous from potentially dangerous? How many kills do you need to get per round?
I'd say I've already done it. In my head, they're already just dangerous now. If they keep going the way it is, they'll be sitting comfortably in the finals. I think if you want to say the kills per round, they keep getting like 8 to 10 points plus a game, 100%.
8 to 10 kills? That would be pretty dangerous. I mean, that'd be holding up at least, 12 points per game, somewhere in that range. But we've got Tego set and ready to go, so we're going to go ahead, start getting everything prepped for this one. I mean, Miramar has already been kind of, I would say, wheels off in that last game. A lot of kills.
I whispered it to you,
big crashes, so I cannot wait to see what
Dominator.
Tego's going to bring.
Yeah, Tego tends to be.
You should have gotten it.
I mean, it really depends on where the circle is, right? On how aggressive it gets in the early game. It can have some real pop-off crashes because the nature of scouting on this map is a lot more difficult than Miramar. So, teams will talk about how sometimes
you
they
got
go
it.
up on a hill and bam, another squad is already there, and they didn't intend to fight, but hey, that's what's
Hey,
fun of it.
Aaron, how you going, Emerald One?
Yeah, I think you're
You're
bang on
welcome.
with that one. But the thing about this map that I think that has improved over time as well is teams getting the idea of the rotation. Like when this first came into the map, you'd have a lot of phase 1 kills, a lot of phase 2 kills, because teams didn't really fully understand how everybody was going to rotate into the circle. They've learned to understand that now, so
Right.
it's not
I'm
big
just
an
going to
issue.
draw the second one,
The thing that always puts the cat amongst the pigeons
and
on
then
this
I'm
map,
just going to
Okami,
get
is
a
those
copy while
Northwest
we
Island circles.
wait.
Whenever it goes to that island, when everyone has to cross that bridge, that's when the problems can arise.
Watch
Good luck.
another hot drop.
Timer.
And looking at that whole south on the mini map, we might have another double hot drop map in the early game here. Oh, RJ left with the K.
Yeah, now
who
there and go.
objectively the worst weapon in the game, and even with their 4th member having joined them, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to play too much.
Congratulations, Babylon Go.
Babbler, Red Rider, both still.
Followed
standing
6 months
here
ago.
in the hot
GG's.
drop. We'll see what they can do, if they can sort of turn the tides back into their favor. But they're locked in.
Yeah, Hazel gone, RJ gone, so it's down to Babbler and Red. Two people whose parents,
So
by the way,
that's,
always watch them play. So
ball
I'm sure
code's
they'd love
gone.
to see some nice tape from their kids. But there is a Panzer in the hands of Cerberus.
GG's.
Of Babbler. He will catch out
Yeah.
Older, so Donkey Destroyers sustaining losses of their own.
I take
First aid
notice.
will be picked up here, will be utilized as the members of the line try to get
Congratulations.
themselves back up to full HP, but it is a 2 versus 2. Panzer very quickly brings us back to a 2v1, leaving it all down to red. And
You won one
Babbler
way
Babblers
back
being
in
dealt with. Ryan
last
eliminated
time I
16th
did it,
place,
4 for
and
the 8.
Cammy, a minute
won
and
the-
8 seconds is your time.
Yeah, that's slow by our standards.
In the 4th
At
month.
least the standards that have been set from
I whispered
Miramar,
it
but
to you.
regardless, I think that
Make
was
sure
a
you
really
use the
good
code.
follow-up by Donkey Destroyers on the
Oh,
hot top.
yeah.
That flash coming out, pushing through it. I don't think that was a bad decision by
Yeah, make sure you...
Babbler right down the hallway.
Yeah,
Not
Babbler, go.
expecting the Panzer
I am
from
going to get onto that.
the steps,
This
but
right.
man, Gibson, you called it. The North Island. We get a
Yeah.
very,
You're
very
welcome.
far
Thank you
north
so much
circle
for
one.
being around and being part
It's
of
definitive.
a
This is
loyal
going to be
supporter
in North Island Circle. There's no way
Yeah.
it
of my
goes anywhere
streams
but
when I
that.
do these.
And straight off the bat, we have emergency pickups, Cammy. Is that Falcons that have called
Yeah.
that in to move as far north as possible, as early as possible?
A very, very quick rotation, perhaps looking to try and land on the northern coast west of Army Base. They were on the first half of the plane landing, and we're about 3.5 minutes. So I don't think the Falcons kit will be top level 100%, but it will be doable. And so finding a good early game position, when the
Congratulations,
rotation
everyone.
paths are limited as they are, with so much water in play, is a good strategy.
I've got no clue who will win now. After that last one,
Yeah, it's just
Wuju
Rello that's
is
taking
moved up the
point that
table.
He'll do some scouting for his team.
Typhoon's still up
So
there.
I think that's the smart thing for Falcons to do in this scenario. And if you wanted to know that information, you can always have a look at the map, !map in chat if you want to see the map stream. If it
was
doesn't
a
work though,
It was
Oh,
a solo,
yeah.
a solo e-pickup by
Yeah.
Rello to scout things out. Everyone else is bringing vehicles with them. Probably
We
the best maximization of that play. But here comes the push
Actually,
to
that's a
scout
good
the rats.
idea. I could have had that command.
and BL will deal with the spoon pretty quickly. Rats picked up a nice tally of points in the last map as a 2. They might just have to do it again. In fact, they will have to do it again as a 2 this time around, as Gats has now fallen as well. Not
Oh,
a
no,
great
but-
start for them, and they're
But
going
Rello!
to go for
Oh.
Rello. Get it.
Yeah, okay, pulled away from that. I thought the timing, it looked potentially awful for Falcons. They thought they had an opening. They thought they had a gap. But regardless, even with that early game fight, that still could potentially have opened up a lot of space for Falcons.
I
in
just
the
let
early
you
game.
know if you win
Gas
another
cans
one
getting
or
a lot of
whatever
food coming
reason,
out of the care
um,
packages. But I'm looking at the map.
I
and
would
think we're gonna be
recommend
going
sharing
back
it
that
to
Northern
someone
Island.
that you know, because
To the west of
it
Gas
possibly
Cans, you
won't
have Blue
work
Galaxy
because
driving
how
into
they've
Falcons, so I
set
think
it
there's
up
gonna
from
be
their
a
side of the
lot of
fence.
wrestling over
It's
the
out of
dead
my
and center
control.
on phase 1.
Even if you went to another stream and won a
the gas
code,
can
it will
are pretty happy
eliminate,
with that,
it
as
will
most of them should
cancel
have
it out.
Pretty good gear as it stands. TSM pick-upping into the circle now as well, and shortly behind them will be 55 Esports. As you can see, those plane paths will cross at the end, almost the end of
Yeah, yeah,
the
I would
total
do
points.
that.
RBN will
Just
let the
play
first
it
one-
safe.
Oh no, oh no, Haston has no clue that RBN is here, and if you're RBN,
Yeah, yeah, share it between
and this is go. There you go.
the
Free.
community.
No, maybe not free. He's jumping around. Eventually he gets it.
Yeah.
Haston did a bit of whack-a-mole there through the car seats.
Yeah, going to the back seats. of
I'll
the
let you
coach,
know.
can provide a lot more protection than other back seats in other vehicles, but you also can't shoot out of it. So, yeah,
Sorry,
a little bit
that's...
of a catch-22 for Hazelton there. The Cleanse looking to almost get an angle onto Glock.
Yeah, it's potentially dangerous rotating in one of the stars of today so far. They've put up plenty of points. Ragers rotating past MUT now as well, as Trusk will not quite get to empty on the AUG, but decides that he's not going to get the knock on that fight, so he will get on his merry way now too. All these teams looking to utilize the Western Bridge as they make their way in. Good thing about the West Bridge, Cammy, 2 tiers, so you know it's a bit more difficult to bridge camp, so more teams can cross it at once.
We also have a lot of emergency pickups still being utilized. We had that one by Falcons. There was one by TSM. We got 2 more coming in. which I think MUT skipped theirs, but 55 are taking one themselves. Everyone is trying to get this central position, avoid the coastlines, avoid Kodok and anything south of that.
I'm curious because
Tomorrow I will set up a command for the bat so you can see if you want to.
Are going on the path to actually touch.
I might try to.
Like, is there any?
I was going to have the map above me, the other part of the stream above me, but it's just too hard. It looks too cramped.
The observer's going to switch away because like we're not ready.
But I'll set up a command
You
that,
don't want to know.
like map, and you can have a quick look if you want.
Sorry, we love the observers. They do a great job. I feel bad now after saying that.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Ahead of us to distract us from that. Bone to Gaio, Wuju 2. This isn't in the zone, so I don't know why either of these.
They do play aggressive, eh? A lot faster than.
Okay, no, I think Bone to Gaio were being. Okay. That looked a bit weird for a second. Okay, they wanted Sexy It's Pony to come back. After losing Hazelton, they wanted to all be separated in different vehicles. They were just fronting to make sure Wuju 2 didn't stop and fight them, but there it is. Hell of my bad. With the FAMAS, able to find Hyagwin.
Oh, 55. No points for them so far through 2 maps, and they're going to lose Hyagwin in the early stages.
Shrimby's watching and it's got like.
TSM are hogging the coastline to the extreme north of this point, in case anyone's wondering. Cowboy pops the tire on that UAZ, but
Simply Matthews.
don't think that he's close enough to really do any damage.
PUBG Maps has got more viewers.
This battle for the blue will continue. And would you two, what do you make of their day so far, Cammy? Because they've got plenty of points. They're on 50, but you feel like they need a few more just to be safe.
Yeah, so in a best of 12, even though we're playing 18 games, each team is only playing 12 of them. The qualifiers have been pretty all over the place where that cutoff should imply where it's going to be. It's been as high as 78, but as low as like 61 as well. So I think you want to shoot for the mid to high 70s to even feel somewhat safe. It could be lower than that depending on how much the top teams all kind of soak up themselves. But to that note, yes, currently sitting at 50, Wuju 2 need to have a couple of good Final 4 games, or at least let's just say okay Final 4 games to feel confident in their final resting position.
And then they'll be hoping that TSM and Sonics have huge days tomorrow, just making sure that even more of those points are picked up by other teams. We're getting ready for that next zone shift. As you can see, there's a very nice buffer on the south for teams like Legacy and Ragers to rotate into as everyone else has made their way north. This shifts towards Go Dock now as well, which I don't think we'll see any team dive into it just yet, unless it's like a, you know, they've no other choice. But I think you agree with me on this one. Unless you're in the city already, you don't want to be going into it until you know for a fact.
No worries,
right. Well, that's particularly true of the center. I think a team like Ragers or even Legacy that are only just now rotating up from that angle could find one of the edge positions on that city around the farmland. But Gas Cans and TSM, they're in their own fight here. Vox kind of stuck out in the open. Vehicle getting peppered, but an airburst over Kurt's going to push him back. Vox takes advantage of that fight.
Yeah, the rest of TSM are rotating right behind Gas Cans, but 2 members
Gas
of TSM
Cans.
fall now. So do TSM stick to the fight, or do they fall back?
Gas Cans should get the gas cans and just.
But I think for TSM, maybe just cut
Did
your
he get
losses,
it?
get on the
Oh, he
move.
got it.
There's a glider down. Gabriel will hit the ground positively for him, though. That thing doesn't explode whenever it hits full damage. But he will need to try get out as late as possible to parachute, because you don't want to find yourself too far away from the circle here either.
Yeah, and as you say, even though it's at 0 HP, it still counts as cover, being shot from the bottom.
I wish it blew up. I really wish
I
the
know,
glider
me
actually
too.
blew
We
up.
have parachutes now. Like, do the same 5-second delay explosion.
Yeah.
I think that'll balance the gliders a lot more already, and it'll make people a lot more likely to empty full magazines into them. Ooh, out in the open, Gabe is still able to find one on the Slabby. That is really big.
That's... They blew up the glider. and then they chased it down, and then that's what they get. Now, here's the problem for Potentially Dangerous. They have got a couple of teams around now. Gabby's got Potentially Dangerous close by. They've got TSM Sparking just ahead of them as well. And I think both two members of TSM are there, actually. And Sparking will get the knock on the Teeny. And now Theros will be the target this time around from 3115G. But no knock to be found. And I feel like for Potentially Dangerous, this could be their first low point game of the night.
You can't win them all, but Glock is putting some bullets back in the opposite direction. Going to go for a revive once the teammate is able to crawl inside cover. TSM, they left gas cans, but now they're lurking around here to third party this fight. Theros making sure that no one gets cheeky from Typhon's side of things.
Sparking still rotating on the north as well. You can see Phase 2 is closing in. I think Phase 3 will give us a much better idea of what the sending could be when you have such an urban environment like Godok taking up a lot of the south of the circle. Then you've got the two kind of separate terrain zones just north or northwest, northeast of that. We'll see where it shifts. Sparking still trying to lock down Potentially Dangerous, but I feel with the blue coming in, with the fact that they're only at 2, he'll go and regroup and get a little closer to look.
Couple of seconds left before Phase 3. It's centered up. We've had a couple of hard shifts so far today. We're going to get another one here. Will it pull us to the east?
Am I flat?
With that big dynamic mountain, but no, it is going to be again towards the south. Not Kodok centered, but still prominently heavy city on the west. Legacy have already taken that eastern extremity. That's going to work well for them here.
I think Legacy have got the best spot in the circle now.
What is that? Pot.
Jesus Psycho will find the knock
Sorry,
onto Luke 12. TSM will be down to just Sparking left alive, and he's got a hell of a gauntlet to run through to make it into the circle. Pichao elsewhere in a fight.
I'll
You've
just
got
be right back.
Rangers fighting with Typhon here as well, as this battle on the very western side will kick off. 3115G throwing nades off into the ether, but will anybody be drawn by it? No, it just doesn't land far enough away. Lely, though, he's the target of Kerak.
Ooh, surprise, none of that hit. Really important shots for Typhon to try and land to make some headway through into Kodok. We have Potentially Dangerous rotating to the north as well. Aranzera not going to shoot at it, but at least calling that information out. And now Typhon need to find some other avenue through to get into the zone. But if you're not in Kodok, all of the other positions in that valley have already been taken. So I don't know if Typhon is going to have any real options that won't require a big aggressive crash.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Once you commit to Godok, it's all well and good. You'll be safe when you're in there. The problem will be if this shifts away from Godok, particularly if it shifts towards the east. You got to get through Pichao. You got to get through Legacy. Potentially Dangerous are there. Bielma Calmo finds Tiny, and just one of those teams I said you need to worry about. Well, they're lost another player. And that, oh god, that pony ain't going anywhere anytime soon either.
No, it's done for. It's cover. Could even hide inside it, perhaps. But no, smoke's coming out. They want to make it to that shack. But And1 is already prepared with a frag grenade. Throwing that one out. Bit of, what do we call it again? Redneck fishing. Throwing dynamite.
Yeah, I've never been before. Have you? You ever tried it?
No, I don't think it happens. I don't think people really do that. It maybe happened like once or twice, but And1 is going to pull away. Theros finds an opportunity to get inside, and they are able to get the hard cover. Icha with the good decision, or rather, I don't know if it's good or bad, but the safe decision to pull their resources back, to not try and overextend. Because with the arrival of Ragers, and then still Legacy to the east, if they get caught out in the open, they could lose all control, and at least from this position, they have 4 up, and they have something to play out of. But Gaia with another send on to Donkey Destroyers.
Oh, the nade was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. Bonjay to Gaio, they are gone. Donkey Destroyers. You know what? It's explosive from them, but by their own standards, this has been a very tame map so far. I say it's tame. They've still got 7 kills, but it just doesn't feel like they're throwing hell to leather the way they did. But Cammy, that zone shift has held on to Godok, and Typhon are the big losers.
Hey, kill the Saints. How you going?
With 2 up, have one of the more central compounds. Maybe they can squeeze another top.
Sorry, I was just
They got 4th place, right? 4th place last game.
Yeah.
From a similar position, so looking to replicate that. But there is 55 to their west and gas cans to their north. But as you say, pulls away from Godok. A lot of squads are still playing from the south end. They could be basically what we call running next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, as they escape from the blue, from the city.
Yeah, gas cans, they've got their eyes locked on the Luna, though, the team that you feel definitely are in the midst to be named the best team inside of South America. I think it's actually a really good question that I'm sure we'll touch on a lot more over the broadcast. But with the zone shift, with the fact that Luna Galaxy are pushing, gas cans will make the call to fall back to hello, my bad. Live to fight another day. Don't get caught out in the open. Typhon, they got to move now as well, having lost ground with that zone shift.
Happy birthday.
His vehicle's popped upside down.
I don't catch many streams of anyone these days.
Through the fields, but as you can see,
very hard to.
His days are pretty much spent. They're going to hop out. And
I'm not normally on this time of the day either.
RNZ, it just
that's
goes
right.
Bad. The worst
Your birthday's in September as well.
Dodges way back
and
in
mine's
the cover,
next
though,
week.
LFP will look to send a first-class delivery of a fragmentation grenade right on top of him. Let's see how good his aim is.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, but Aranzera running around the vehicle, trying to find cover, using every single piece of terrain possible. LFP has gone down. Aranzera picks that one up. And yeah, the teammate is still left in the back of that pony, waiting for everyone to forget about their existence.
Don't try that at home, folks. It's not good for you to sit upside down for that long. Really good seatbelts inside the pony, though, as he's able to hang on. But RNZ, you know what? He's done an excellent job of just staying alive. Because he should have been a goner a long time ago.
Long time no see either.
DD
Donkey Destroyers,
eliminated. Yeah, they're finally out. They were getting picked apart by Luna Galaxy and Falcons. But Luna still have a lot of work that they need to do here. Haven has been dropped. Potential angles from Falcons to the south, but gas cans.
Yeah, I know. Life's been busy for me too.
Uju 2 off the back of their victory in the last map, making their way towards Legacy now. They're no kills for them just yet.
I don't have
They're not too far away from the placement points at this point. You see, Luna Galaxy on that battle for the north will take a loss as the Bizzler is able to do that damage, but you can just see Wuju 2 just can't quite get the angle without overexposing themselves. They want to fight,
PUBG?
but if you go too far up, you've got other teams that will have a perfect line of sight.
You name it, I'll be there.
But still thirsty for it. I can tell what Monster is thinking, wanting it. Here's the vehicle. Could be the opportunity to overpeak or even.
Can we have some happy birthday of something? Yeah.
But Legacy aren't.
Can we get some happy birthday chat for
trying to ramp up some speed through the farmland, and they're able to make it up that hill.
They've made it to their dooms potentially because FCZ
some happy birthday chat.
Gets the first
some W for Killer Saint's birthday today, everyone. Happy birthday to Killer. Happy birthday to Killer. Happy birthday, dear Killer. Happy birthday to you.
Kill will get confirmed out, but Pichao will catch MU2, who were looking to continue piling on pressure to Legacy. But if you're VHC, where do you go from here? You got level 3 gear, but you have no vehicle. Your spoke's about to dissipate, and well, Seifu gets the angle. Legacy are eliminated, and we got 10 teams left.
That's a bit. I will say disappointing for Legacy because they were in that area first. The fact that they didn't have any positions that allowed them to move out of it shows either a failure of holding to those spots or a lack of
the Galaxies
if they needed to move to the north, because any exit out of that spot was gonna get.
They're sitting low, but they're playing cautiously.
Well, you can see utility being tossed towards the Galaxy by Wuju 2 as well. this fight will kick off. Blue's only had thrown, but the first real bit of damage is going to get dealt onto Luna Galaxy. Vinny will fall to 12 HP. Dips back into cover now, using the pony for a little
Using the
cover.
pony.
And
The Pony
Safety's
Express
just
is
too far away
amazing.
to help the rest of the team as we go picture in picture with that fight between Ragers and Rats up on the north side of the circle, and Ragers taking a bit of a beating there as well.
Wuju looking for the opportunity, looking to find the opening. Beats out again, still just sticking inside the hard cover, looking to find an angle, some sort of opening. Perhaps this fight would be the next step, what they would springboard off of. Monster gets the knock against
I'll be
Kraken.
right back. I just pulled the jug.
The continuation of the spray finds it. I don't know if he is aware that Posa is right below.
He's gotta know. Yeah, he knows now. He knows now. There's that kill. Luna Galaxy confirmed. Would you too? 6 more points for them as they move up to 57, getting closer and closer to those 7, that magical 70 mark that you spoke about earlier. And they might want to add a little bit more. Falcons now inside the smoke. Flood down. Roth. You just know that there's a big conversation going on with them right now about whether or not to go for this res when you hear their team comms. Well, would you two don't have the utility?
No, but at least Snakers and Rello are able to cover. If Wuju did want to go for the flood, the wildebeest flood over the hillside, but no, tried to pull it away in the vehicle, but gas cans are going to be the ones to stop that extraction from succeeding.
3 minutes gone now. 55 making their way into the circle now. Past Ragers. Nice spray. Gets a double there. Majestics gets Gubin and Psycho. Glock now sprinting up from potentially dangerous, but he's going to get taken down by Pichao. 7 kills for them now as Falcons will get eliminated by gas cans. Vexen falls at the hands of Seifu as Wuju 2 keep getting more and more points to their tally. Let's not forget about Theros. Still inside that shack, which is just about hanging on into the circle, but here comes reinforcements for Pichao now. They want to get another player there so they can safely go for the res.
The gas can spreading out. Halamabad is going out of the zone to try and find an angle and upset Wuju 2's position to reinforce their hold on the
Wuju's
northeast
pushing
corner,
hard.
but Ragers, Majestics, the last one up, throwing all of their utility into that smoke. But it's going to be potentially dangerous going down to Seifu. And now they have their eyes set on Majestics.
I love the way that gas cans are trying to play out the circle too.
Yeah.
So Santa
Wuju's
will find the knock on to
pushing
Seifu. All
hard.
of a sudden, Wuju 2 in a spot
Wuju
of bother.
2?
8 kills on the board. Blue zone on its way. And hello, my bad. Will get taken down for the gas cans now. So even though I was admitting that I loved how they were playing the circle,
Yes, you're a
they
sinner.
will sustain
I'll send
a
you
loss.
to
And
the-
having sustained that loss, they're going to
not
regroup
really.
and play a little bit closer to this big rock that'll be the focal point of their defense going forward. But the fact that Pichao have got all the reses back up and are now full 4 again is a little surprising considering the angles that some teams had on them. And not only that, they're fighting out of this position.
I mean, they have to. They have to go aggressive here. It's the only option for them. Push in through Wuju 2. And they got that. They got a couple of knocks. And then a great peek onto Cowboy.
The Cowboy.
Now, Wuju 2, they had a potential strong position coming in from a bit of a high ground spot. But gas cans with the pressure from the north, it's all
So,
down to Monster.
how you
now,
feeling
already
since
9
you
kills. It is already a good game for them. But how much
Damo.
more can Monster get?
From this position, I'm not quite sure. You know, you're a solo, you've Pichao one way, you've got none. Looks like he's just gone. He just ran straight into Vox head first, and he
What?
falls. And we've got ourselves our top 4. Pichao, 55, gas cans, and Rats. Pichao with all 4 up. 2 in the compound, 2 on the edge of the field. Gas cans have all
So
the east to
Wuju too.
themselves. The West, you've got 55, who haven't
Just
had
push
a
too
point
hard.
yet in this tournament. They've got
They went
4
hard
kills now and a couple of
and,
placement
and
points.
don't
Much better
think.
showing from them on map 3.
I'm looking at the gas cans position here. And Wuju 2 just got eliminated from the spot that Gas are trying to backfill. So it makes me curious.
Yeah,
on
then
what
you're
their
fine,
approach
yeah,
is
that's
going
good.
to be coming into this end game. But Rats and 55, they are focused on each other. This could be the opening that Gas Cans need to get a pretty isolated send on to Pichao.
It'll be all happening in
the move from 55 though. Use
Melbourne
the
soon with
time that you have to get closer to the circle. Rats, we talked about them getting into the top 4 last time as a duo. They managed to repeat the feat once more, but look at this, the kill feed lights up as everybody has a go at everybody. 55, the team that suffer the most, but it's a 4v3 v2. Rats, can they get the res off? I think they do have enough time and enough cover to do so.
I'm still
Pichao,
protesting.
they're probably wondering how the hell they've found themselves as the favourites to take this win when you look at the position they were in just 2 to 3 minutes ago on the edge of this field with a knock sustained, loads of teams shooting at them. But thankfully, they got a little bit of luck. Everyone else started fighting around them and it bought them just enough time to get themselves in a great position to go for this win.
Rats shoved in the corner. Gas Cans spread out in the middle, but not a lot of cover for them. And Pichao with all 4 up, but they're also coming in from the edge, and they would be leaving the cover to go and take any of these fights. Vox.
Oh, bigger event here.
Backed up by Hikerman.
Well,
Vox with
you
the
had
opener.
5 days of protesting for that weapons expo. Of course it's going to spread.
Right now for
Because some of them are just crazy.
And they're already on 31 for the day as they look to get themselves through straight to the finals. And I don't think anybody...
What's the weather been like? Still crazy?
Book their ticket straight into that by the end of the weekend. It's a 4 versus 3 now. Pichao, who've
look at this.
Really put
This is what I want to do.
To qualify
have
for the weekend
those
as well.
set up like that all the time, but
they're already stamped. Everything now is just a bonus. And what a tournament they have played so far. Fexen takes a little bit of damage off the back of that nade. But we've got ourselves that lovely, triple box
yeah,
screen going
no,
on
well,
right
it's
now.
not really.
I feel like Pichao
It
needs to maybe
it was more
extend
like
a little
a
bit. They're
historical
playing very
event
close
too.
together, and if they wait too long, the terrain will go against them.
Well, the problem is the terrain is already against them.
Mm-hmm.
They can't extend out because the second they leave this dip, it's going to be a crossfire by Gas Cans. They've set themselves up, the Cans, very successfully to turn this 3 versus 4 into their favor, keeping Pichao locked in the dip that they've been surviving very well in, but moving out of it, I would say almost impossible unless they get a knock with an opening frag grenade, but it doesn't seem that they have that option now.
Yeah, it's a 3 versus 3. Hikerman's going to throw a nade of his own as Richie B, the Bizzler, has a little peek. Well, he'll spot out Santa, and this might be a quick couple of taps, but as you can see, the shots didn't quite connect. That nade, though, that'll certainly do a ton of damage onto BL, and the molly is just extra punishment. Vox gets another one as BL will not get
They just
up.
like
Pichao,
flushed him at the molly and the grenade all at the same time.
Sustain a loss off the back, but Richie
That's
B
like
continuing aggressive, continuing to push.
We're not letting you get back up.
He's gone. There's no Vox. There you go. Why not? Dragunov shot, and all of a sudden it's just Andy and Vixen left alive.
What?
They got revived.
Oh no, they revived him.
Advantage for the Gas Cans, and they are pushing the pressure.
Push.
They're pushing.
Nade them.
Step forward,
Nades.
Sure that Pichao cannot.
Oh, see, they're in the. Oh no.
Step. Whenever they peek up, they take more.
Gas Cans are just on top of it. They should win.
Oh, it's Gas Cans just understanding the fight in the terrain perfectly in this one. Fixin', he's got no meds left, so he's on 42. He has a bandage, but what good would that do at this point? So for Hikerman, Richie B and Vox, this win is all but confirmed. But we've seen teams lose from better positions, but it ain't going to happen this time. Richie B steps on up, and the Bizzler will do it. 26 points for
They
Gas
just seem to
Cans.
be so in control
Massive win
then.
for them, and a
Hey,
brilliant
Belly and
performance
Go.
all round.
Welcome back.
But Cammy, dare I say one little thing though?
Yeah.
Pichao forced themselves into that conversation to be the best team in South America now.
Well, you got to look at consistency for that, and Pichao up until this point have always kind of played second middle.
GG's,
But I don't know,
yeah.
maybe we can get Matt's opinion on that. But
High
regardless,
ground. I
Gas
always
Cans,
believe that high ground's the way to go. You can get it.
That also really shows a lot from this round.
Gas Cans putting the gasoline in the fire right now and having themselves a great round. Interesting.
Yeah, they were.
Chow, so I wanted to remind everybody that is going to be watching. Remember that we have a full nother group that isn't playing right now.
Yeah.
So you see the leaderboard's kind of maxing out and slowly creeping up there. I don't want to.
That's right. They're not all playing.
Toyo also had a great day the
so,
other day, but Chow
just remember, I've got
both days back to back and have to watch
6
tomorrow.
more codes.
So before I want to get into the best of Latin America, Gibson, I think that we got to get everybody together, see what the final looks
and
like.
I've got last chance is
I'm going to put my
as
hat
well
out there
next week.
And say I do think BL
and then in the grand final, there'll be
I think he has got
higher
the
codes,
to be a
G
game changer
coins
for this team.
on offer for the grand finals.
It's only now he's starting to get his flyers.
I mean, there's just so much.
I'll be here regularly at the same time, all for those
in general. I mean, we can talk about
weeks,
sparking just the amount of like
days of the
like a lot of like looks for like fraggers coming from Australia whenever we look at North America historically, but like Latin America has just been pumping out quality players for a long time now and starting to cement together and start to make some very strong, powerful teams that can just assault the leaderboard game.
Yeah, I think that we are going to continue to
and don't forget, I have a PUBG clan now. We're slowly building.
But certainly,
I'm a bit late to the party. If you really want to consider joining, please ask. And you don't have to always play with us. You can play on your own or with friends.
Well, going to continue their
be much appreciated.
Wuju 2, though, with 9 kills and some placement points. Big game for them. Let's do a quick look at the overall.
They played consistently until they pushed too hard.
To pick up 7 kills. I was making a joke about them last game, but see, look, we know this is a squad that can definitely frag it out whenever they need to, Gibson.
Yeah, look, they got 7 points, no placement points though. I think they're the sort of team that all their points are going to be kills. Like the way they play, they're not going to make it into too many top 8s, but that's all well and good. Pichao though, I think, they're
not every team's playing today.
Popcorn having a great time knowing that they're already playing the following weekend.
Gas.
I was gonna say, you could probably say the same thing about Typhon and Toyo.
Good luck, everyone.
At this point, like 75 plus feels like that's going to be pretty comfortable. Sonics with an asterisk because they're not playing today, I would say are feeling also pretty solid. Hopefully, they just don't zero out tomorrow. So Latin America, like we were just talking about with the strength that they have, kind of feels like they're the ones that are in the lead in the qualification process.
Yeah, at the moment they certainly are. There are a couple of surprise performances. Pichao being in first place is a shock to me. I don't think that they're a bad team, but they're not number 1. I wouldn't have put them in that position. Typhon coming out of nowhere. We recognize some of those players, but this is, as far as I'm aware, a pretty new team. So to be in second place at the moment, again, 2 days played for them, but still a great performance.
It's still too bright.
Toyo, I'm not as shocked by. We love those players. But it seems that it's more so North America. A lot of those squads are
fill your gas up before it runs out.
Well, it's hard to say because we also have had some pretty big point sponges coming in. Most notably yesterday, there was a notorious 5 that were just kind of eating up everything, kind of making it difficult for everybody else to kind of work around. We talk about Latin America and their strength that they have coming out here. And yes, I know that they're not playing, but just due to the nature of the
more gas, more hot air.
Bestia.
Or you put the gas can down at the bottom of the stairs when you're upstairs and you wait, and then you sort of pop it as they come through the door.
I'll throw it to you.
Hey, Stanton. Hello.
Yeah, that is
just followed.
Welcome. Thank you for the follow.
Like,
and if you haven't followed, please follow. Much appreciated.
I don't want to get
too.
into geopolitics.
Hey, Beast.
Like personal identity. So
Thank
maybe let's not, but I will say
joining.
Yeah, I don't know.
So recipes for success that we have been seeing, we do need to actually kind of hit on Typhon. Typhon, well, yes, they did play yesterday and they're playing today. They've managed to put up a very strong showing. Looks like they're probably already qualified. We don't know for certain, but they're a couple more points.
Oh, Bistro.
Bag for that one.
Ah, yeah, Bistro. How you going? Welcome.
From about 65
Thank you for the
75
correction.
points. So making a run for that one seems, if you're plus 75, you're feeling pretty good. So Gibson, what's your take with the squad right now?
I should actually wear my glasses. Hey, how you going? Welcome
today,
in.
But they were also pretty competitive yesterday. They were holding up in the top 6 on a regular basis.
I think that they're just adapting well to the fact that the groups aren't going to be the same. You know, they're playing the lobby as opposed to playing the
that's
game.
right. Yeah.
That's working out well for them, and I think that they've put themselves in a great position to play in the grand finals. And You know, as one of those
was
South
taken,
American
yeah.
teams, I'm going to say American teams.
It was
now,
taken.
because
I
at the end
get
of the day, we are one region, and I know that there's still some. I know for years there was that, you know, us and them mindset, and I know that it can be hard to remove, but
good
we need
luck.
to be
I'm going to
backing
draw
the whole group,
the
Americas now at
two
this point,
code.
and we have got a hell of a lot of talent.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Another team showing
You never
that
know.
there's a ton of
It
talent,
might
and since we
be
become one group,
available.
I do think that as a whole, the regions have gotten more.
Yeah,
and I know it
well,
might
you can
happen,
always
but I
ask
feel like we do
Twitch.
deserve more spots in international events because we're competing and winning them.
Yeah, great performance coming up from some of the squads.
Good luck to
two of our
everyone that's
up-and-comings right now. It's always weird to
entered.
talk about Gas Cans as an up-and-coming squad because it's such a
So don't forget your
old team,
gas.
Right.
but, like quotation marks on that because the team is never really ever the same.
Killer
Cam, I mean, we got
Saints,
Richie B,
you just
oh my bad, this
won.
time Vox and Hikerman.
Did you
Yeah,
join,
also we've got
or did
Wuju
I
too.
just?
Both of these are having very good shows.
Yes.
They are for gas cans.
And the other winner
a
is
legacy
Oh,
brand.
change
and, the members
just joined.
have been around. Well,
Congratulations.
you know what I mean. The members have been around for a while, but it is a bit of a reshuffling. We get the return of the Bizzler, which is always exciting. And the gas cans, they're like always at that level of like, when will they break into the top
It's just
level of
random.
not
Like
just
I'm using Nightbot on the command.
as a whole,
and
but
yeah,
you throw a
it's
bunch
just
of other up and comers into the mix.
how it's going.
Being one of them, I'm kind
So
of
just make sure your
keep my eye on
whispers are
Elevate
open.
For, I guess perhaps the more extended future, maybe into 2025 on that narrative. But yeah, I
And
think
use your
Gascans
code
has
straight
always had that
away.
Potential to give the top dogs a run for the money. They're just like they're always right below the cutoff qualification for the global.
I mean, isn't that just Gas Can? Like they live right there, just 1 point away from managing to qualify for an international more times than I can.
Congratulations.
Wuju too, though. This is a strong squad. I mean, what sneak attack?
100 G coins for PUBG Killer. Do you want it?
Is notoriously well known. Has tons of fans coming through. Cowboy, kind of some new blood that's managed to generate a lot of capabilities for himself.
Yeah.
And Monster. So as now we're making
I
our
actually
way
got it set up.
onto a yet again
Xavier,
another new map
so no one
that
wins it
everybody's gonna
twice.
Kind of have their eyes on where we've been seeing a
I
lot
just
of
figured out the new setting on Nightbot. It's slightly changed since I last used it.
I think they definitely can. We're in this weird.
So no one's actually going to win it
world now
twice.
where I feel like the
Huh,
young
the llama
runners
dance.
are starting to get closer and closer. They're closing the gap to the old
Yeah,
guard.
yeah.
Whether or not they ever catch up, I
Well,
don't
you
know,
should
but
play.
they're certainly putting in performances.
I am going to
Kelly,
whisper
I wanna
you the
ask you a
code.
question while we were
You
talking
can
about
join my
gas cans
clan
for so
too.
long. Did you ever
We're
watch
friends.
like a British TV show or ever hear
You
of a
should
British
play,
TV show called
enjoy
Only
it.
Fools and Horses?
Have fun.
Nope.
So there was a character in that who had this
I
brush,
whispered
and he
you
said
the
it was his
code.
favorite brush, and he'd had it for 20 years, and he put on 4 new shafts, 3 new brush heads, and 5 new sets of bristles.
You're welcome,
So basically,
Sam.
it was a brand new brush. but it was
Nice to
still
meet you
a
all.
brush. That's what gas
I'm always
cans are,
happy
right?
to help out the PUBG
That was
Sports,
a long
and if they support
way
us,
of
well,
referencing the ship of these.
don't forget, I have got
Like,
creator
come
code.
on,
I know
everything new is
people.
old. Everything old is blah 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 blah. The classics, whatever real truth is, if you want to really.
My
get
creator
into that. Whatever,
code,
doesn't matter.
you just have
Point
to
is,
put it in
look at
your
the map,
crafting
hot
account
drop,
and support
again,
a creator.
We are getting a hot drop on every single map tonight,
Timer.
and it's amazing. Yep, roll it. Donkey Destroyers, can they beat their record that we
Hot
saw
drop.
against Orion last match?
So I have got
Well, 1
one.
minute and
I got 4
20
more
last
codes
time.
left.
Tuama still will get caught out as 2 players trade themselves goalless with a great nade will capture one as Birkin will sit prone with the Tommy gun. Hazelton catches Pat Caps as he looked to vault his way in to join the rest of his teammates. So all of a sudden, all these teams taking massive losses. Remember, Bungie to Gaia were dealt with in the last
you
map
redeem
by
it in the
Donkey
game.
Destroyers as they pushed
Right.
into the compound. So this could be a little bit of revenge.
You
here
have to have the
for
game
Bungie to
installed and
Gaia, but they
redeem it
have
in the
sustained
shop.
losses already.
So you are saying this is revenge. They weren't originally going to drop here, but they know Donkey Destroyers were, so they're committed to it.
We'll run that narrative. We'll pretend
Yeah.
that's what it is. Yeah.
We're gonna
This was
TMC this.
Yeah, solely out of spite. We'll even get the players' reaction cams and everything afterwards at some point, and like make up a well, this is like a get paid actors to pretend to be the players and have the conversation before it
Steam.
happens. What they got? Dramatic retellings. What are they?
Yeah,
what do they call
dramatic.
it,
A dramatic read. Exactly.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is
Oldness
gonna
goes
get taken
down.
out.
It's only who is that? Oldless. Sorry, Cerberus left standing. door, finding the angle. Sexy It's with the final spray down. Annihilation.
1, 2,
Donkey
3,
Destroyers
4,
are
5,
eliminated.
6.
It feels that whenever we watch a team win a hot drop, they then lose the next one.
Mm-hmm. It's fun though, it really is.
Yeah, play on
just for the
Steam.
viewers at home, if you wanted a time
Yeah.
on that, it was 126.
I play on Steam
if
as
you add
well.
all the hot drops in NA today, they're still shorter than that
So it's
one
only
hot
for
drop we had
Steam,
in EU earlier.
PC,
Like it was a
redeem.
lukewarm drop at best that we had in Picado, but I think it's impressive, right? Because, you know, we're making jokes about the timing of these hot drops, Cammy, but it's really important that if you hot drop, you win it very quickly, because the longer it goes on, the longer it delays every potential decision you could make about rotating into the zone.
Yeah, exactly. And so it is almost, if you're going to commit to a drop, you kind of need to go in with the understanding of full commitment off of second one. Or because otherwise, what's the point? You throw your entire game, whether you win or lose, if you stall out for 9 minutes or whatever it was, which, to be fair, is an isolated incident. None of us think that EU is always like that. At least I don't know about you, Gibson.
So what game are we on? We're on game...
I can give them abuse because I think they like me, so it's
Game
it's all
3 or
good.
game 4? I've lost track now.
It was just the fact that I feel like both those teams sacrificed their whole game in that one hot drop, which, you know, at the end of the day, yes, if you're going to lose a hot drop, it's nice to know that you've ruined the other team's game as well.
Yeah.
But in all the hot drops we've had so far today, the winning team has got it done quickly. They've kept at least 3 players up, which is the key thing.
Match.
Like, what's the point in winning a hot drop if you only got 1 or 2 players left alive as well? So
Right.
most teams are pretty happy with how things have gone. Tell you who's very happy with how things are going right now? Louis Galaxy and TSM.
Day 2.
That's pretty much the perfect zone
So
shift for them,
we're
considering
on
the flight
Rondo
path we
now?
had. Like, it
Match
shifted
4.
extremely to the north based on the flight path.
So
And these teams that thought they
Gascans,
might have had long
Picho,
rotations ahead find themselves pretty central.
Woodrew,
Yeah, but a lot of
and
other
Rats
teams are
were
already
the
in
teams
the
that
area to contest
did well.
their positioning here around the center.
So
to the north test
Gascans
track,
has
to the
been
eastern stadium,
consistent
around Bamboo.
in game 1.
A lot of
and
teams
2.
are focusing up on the center.
Legacy
and the
missed
reason
out on
why is
this
because
in
the way
game
that
3.
The circles tend to move around the terrain. If Circle 1 is
And
in this area,
Woodboo's been
more
consistent
often
in the
than
last
not,
2
it's
games.
going
So
to end around the area of Luna Galaxy where Typhon are. So that's why we see this aggressive, almost hyper-aggressive focus, obsession with this super centralized positioning by a number of these squads.
Potential of a bridge camp.
Super aggressive, yeah, they just like
to stay
push.
quiet considering the rest of the gas.
They don't
cans are
even
a little
think
further
about it.
behind, and Hello My Bad understands the fact that if he shoots there, never mind. He was waiting for the straggler. What do I know? I'm just a caster. Hello My Bad knows a lot more than me, and he picks up that point onto FCZ, and it's a freebie for the team that won the last map. Gas cans move up to 40.
Well, to your point, you are correct. If you take a shot as a solo on a rotating team, you are inviting them to then turn on you and surround you.
They've really
which is
lost
why you want
Haven.
to wait for the
Looks
final
like it.
person to arrive, because it means that the response, especially considering how delayed that player was, is going to be very, very
Hello,
diminished,
Daisy, how you
by
going?
MUT. But, ooh, a bit of a take by Typhon.
Not bad.
Taking
We're just
Bamboo away
doing
from
a
the
watch
Galaxy.
party
This place is
for
awful
PUBG.
to drop at
Part
because
about
there is almost no
support
team.
from
But
PUBG
to hold
Esports
can
and
be
PUBG
very,
Partner
very
Program.
Oh, there's
I'm just
some-
helping
some
out
great
promote
spots
the
to hold
game
in
and
this section of
just
the map as a
chill
whole. Like,
with the
you know, I think
gamers
that
of PUBG.
we've actually gotten probably one of the better circles that we can get here on this map, because I feel like there's a lot of open terrain. Some sections are really bad. But if you look really far north, right, 55, they're staying north of the river. Now, it's not the worst river to be on the wrong side of, because there are so many crossing points that you can go for. However, if the zone shifts their way, they're going to be loving life, because everyone's got to move. But as I say that, Cammy, they're going to just send 1 or 2 players across the bridge so you have that 50-50 shot.
TSM getting approached by MUT. Bit of a headshot there on the send. I think that was by Luke 12. But MUT are full committed. Alo's being pulled back in. Kurt pushing ahead. Heard the crash. ratting in a corner. Yep, knows someone jumped into his building.
Yeah, and Kurt will just stay quiet for as long
I'm wondering
as
if
possible.
Wuju2 will just so like
now so he can get
not
aggressive.
as
He
pushy
hears
as this
T-plants.
time
T-plants will hear Kurt.
and get to
Gets
that
around
end
the
zone.
corner and goes for
Oh,
Kurt. That's as easy as they
Pulled
come. A
him
man
up.
of his age will say thank you very much for not having to flick crazily for that one. Luke 12 comes under a little bit of fire, but Alo was able to get the knock onto Shadow, so it's all going wrong.
I hope you're going well,
MUT.
Dave,
Just
with
Trusk
depression.
left alive. Trusk dealt with TSM, pick up 3 points, and they'll also pick up Kurt.
Yeah, really, really good hold there. Kurt being in a rat position to catch them out.
Yeah, these
Start
buildings are so
being close to TSM.
close.
Very good
And
heads up play.
if you're
good
not
game
paying
sense by
attention, you
Kurt
get...
to know when to push into the corner to catch that first player off guard. 3 kills. Very happy with that hold. And unfortunately, it did give an opening with Alo's approach for 55 to all move across and then take sort of backfill their position, but still well worth it for the points and to keep all 4 of them left standing.
Now here's a question for you, Cammy, that's really going to impact my opinion of you. What do you think of the E-bus in this map?
Overpowered.
Good, we can be friends. I love having it, but
anyone with
hate
eyeballs knows that it's overpowered.
I
It's
hate it.
It is the quietest vehicle there is. It's more quiet than the pedal-like. It is the best cover in the game. It is really, really fast. The only downside is that the impact from losing 1 tire is arguably more impactful than any other vehicle, but like it's still overpowered.
Oh, I hate it. I really do. You'll just be minding your own business, and all of a sudden there's a full squad that silently rolled up behind you. You're like, how did you get there? And as you said, even the windows are that high up that you're perfectly covered when you're behind it. It's nuts. Well, look, we'll rant about that more and more and more another day. Potentially dangerous on our screens. I'm going to say it. I think that Theros and Glock have really impressed me for this team so far today. This was their first day, their first bit of action. I wasn't quite sure what to expect from them. Like, I knew the players, but I didn't know, I didn't know their game. But they've certainly brought their game so far. Definitely shown themselves to be a real problem for a lot of teams.
Yeah, for Glock specifically, he has been already one of the big impact players for the previous 55 roster. So to see him do it on another team now is
insane.
Keep your eye on this player. Could become a future great of the region. The next circle we have seen, it's a bit of a medium shift towards the west. Goes closer to Stadium, but still Bamboo quite prominent. And Bonchagaya versus Falcons. Again, I was going to say, again, Falcons losing someone early on, but the covering fire is there.
The covering firing
Maybe they can still get flood
backed him up.
Yeah, he's got enough time because it's his first knock to get close enough to go for the res, but I feel like for Bonchagaya,
He got in. Oh, no.
You've maybe missed the opportunity. I feel for Falcons, they're probably just wishing that today was kind of over already. They're a long ways off qualification.
Yeah.
Right. I say that, but they're the sort of team, Cammy, that's, in 2 maps time, they could have doubled their points tally. Like, they have double-digit victories in abundance in their locker.
Right.
They're just not showing it
Abundance in their locker.
Right. I mean, for them to qualify with the remaining 3 games we have, they would need double-digit points all 3 games, which, as you say, they could do, but it would have to start here. And so, again, feeling that they're on the back foot doesn't give me a lot of confidence for a team that feels like they need to be firing from second number 1. But P-Chop versus Orion. Orion trying to answer back, but again, they just cannot win a fight. P-Chop heavily wounded, heavily damaged, but regardless, they're still standing.
Oh, I feel so bad for Orion because they're one of the teams, maybe not so much lately because I've not seen them in as many of the scrims broadcasts and scrim lobbies as I used to, but they were always there. They were one of those, like, they were guaranteed to be there, and they were one of the reasons why scrims would happen every single night. But 9 points now. They've not had a good go of it. We've loaded into
I started
a lot of
prediction to say if Gas is going to win back to back.
And their even though it might look like it's over, their tournament's not over yet.
Take that tire. Come on.
So we need a tire counter for you tonight. Just like every time a tire gets popped, it's
I
another one for Cammy.
have always wanted that. Tires popped is the most important stat in this game, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
Come on, give us another one. Go on. There we are. Oh. He missed, Cammy. He missed.
I know. Listen, he's baiting. He's threatening the tire, and he knows that Pichao should be valuing those tires more than their own life.
Mm-hmm.
So I've started prediction, everyone. So
4 tires. You know what that does? It allows him to rotate quicker.
I know. There's a reason why I argue for popping tires. Like, it's not just a bit. It is partly.
Oh, you made
but
it.
It is not only a bit.
Mm-hmm. Legacy though, Gizera in the sky. 3 players up for them, and you know, this is the one thing about the glider. You can see it. Every single bullet does a ton of damage to it, but it's really low risk, high reward getting in one because of the amount of information that you get. Because unless you get absolutely beamed by a bolty, you're going to be fine. That zone, you know, you were involved in one of those once, if I'm not wrong. But as that's going on, Cammy, he's there now, can get to the zone a lot quicker than the rest of his team, and he can tell them exactly what the safest path is.
Yeah, it's figuring out the path ahead of time, which makes these glider plays very, very valuable. We do have phase 3 hard shift to the east, looking good for gas cans. Rat's trying to just feed it through, not even to the center, through the center, but Luke goes down to 31-15. It is a wide open field, a lot of elements of this circle. This is what I was saying, the zone really likes to centralize on this area. Rats gets eliminated, down to 12 teams, still a few squads away from hitting placements.
Speaking of Aussie imports in the NA, it was one of the topics that was brought up earlier today by Matt. Hikerman, who we've seen on rosters like Dodge and teams like that in the past. I think Hikerman's just a great player all around. I think he's a great addition to the gas cans, and I think more than just being a great player, I think he's got the right play style to complement that team as well.
I mean, kind of. Hikerman is a player that I can also be one of the wild card sort of approaches, which I think in gas cans they have quite a lot of them, as they have.
Yeah, so it complements it.
Yeah. At some point though, you kind of got to question maybe too much. But Luna Galaxy, Wuju 2, Vinny. Oh, what? The covering fire by Monster. Haven does still take sneak attack down, but Wuju 2 are making pretty light work of this push.
Yeah, Haven and Kraken, the last 2 standing, they've got to push towards the rest of Wuju 2. Monster managing to avoid taking any damage from that M4 spray, as Monster will begin shooting around the Dacia. More damage dealt onto Haven, but he's still alive and in the fight as we're down to a 2 versus 2 for now, because that'll be Cowboy swinging around, leaving it all down to Kraken. Kraken does a ton of damage onto Cowboy. He's on 1 HP. Seifu needs to put in the work, and it's Seifu. Of course he does. Wuju 2 should get the res on the Monster, but they have put up another bunch of points here, and that puts them up to 66.
Yeah, it ended up being a lot scarier for Wuju 2 than it perhaps looked like at the start, but they're not far from the zone. The problem is, even when they get the res, they're going to have to push through the Falcons to make it into the safe zone, into phase 3, and that's even before we spot where phase 4 is going to bring us. But Ragers, Majestics, could be shooting Flood in the behind.
He's not shooting because that's all he can see is the booty. He's more than the booty. There's a bit more.
Ooh. Wait a second. I think Flood might have.
He's mesmerized.
Sorry, Rello.
Yeah. Oh, come on, hit the shots, Majestics. You had the chance, but in doing so, that'll turn the attention of Falcons towards Ragers, which might let the rest of Falcons focus on Wuju 2, but they're aware. You can see that Snakers can see Monster moving in. The blue zone's doing damage onto the rest of Wuju 2. You know what? If Falcons want to kickstart their day, this could be a great point to do it. If you can hold off Wuju 2, who are in form on this fight with the blue zone on your back, then you can start focusing forward.
That was a very hard shift to the north. This is going to make Wuju 2 send that much more difficult. But Falcons also could look to lead early, because they can't throw their whole game to try and keep Wuju 2 out. Another good spray down by Sparking. This man will never let you ride in a vehicle in front of him.
He's crazy. Like, he really is. Sparking is nuts, and he's getting tons of information. 55 Esports, they're on their way down now.
PSM.
Will they lose, or will they keep everybody else alive on the way down? You can see a lot of them taking damage, but because Gubin's going to get taken down by Kurt. But you saw the third angle coming in from, was it Bonjay de Gallo towards TSM, forced them back inside, and now Falcons are focusing on Ragers.
Good send up with the vehicles, but Majestics is able to take Flood down, but not before not too long before they all get eliminated. Ragers are down in 11th. A successful send for Falcons, and they are needing that. All 4 of them still up, but they still need to get into the zone. Back to TSM. Gas cans. Trying to take down Kill Demo. The last one for 55 still up in this round. Holding the center. There's, again, a lot of open ground, but there's at least a little bit of a ridge line going up towards the north.
Here's the Wuju 2 pushes. They send it towards the compound that's being held by gas cans. Now, Cowboy's going to use that parking lot that has been created in the middle of the open.
See, Gas has got that high ground again.
Seifu full sent it, and he paid
for
it
got them.
with his life paying the lead price.
They split too.
As I like to say, Richie B and Hello My Bad holding this section beautifully. Gas cans have a 2-2 split, and at this point, Cammy, I feel like they have to stick to it. You know, they've got 2 great spots, and the terrain between the two is too open. Pichao, they're in the fight with Gabri here from Typhon. Typhon will get that kill. Pichao eliminated, and Typhon get their 3rd kill, and we're almost in the placement points now.
We'll see if Legacy are aware. Okay, they should be potentially dangerous, making their way to the north side. Slabby crawling forward, trying to really pit up close. Below Legacy, the rest of their team is trying to be a bit of a distraction, but that's another hard shift again towards the east. The eastern split of gas cans dead center, but Cowboy now trying to answer back from the lost teammate. But that's going to be them going down. Sparking takes quick work of that. Now we are in placements. Now we can see how TSM need to move out of this position. They are not in the zone anymore. They are just on the edge. But Legacy also retreating away. They don't want anything to do with potentially dangerous anymore.
Yeah, and I think that's the one shift that came through that would make gas cans need to rethink the 2-2 split, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So TSM will happily backfill in that position as it gives them some cover. They'll add some more cars to the car park. I hope that Crafton's getting paid for all the parking in this part of the map. Falcons, they've got some players up on the south side, but Bonjay de Gallo have been wiped out by Gizera. They fall in 8th. 7 teams left alive. Legacy, 1 point, but they've only got 44. Will they add more? Luke takes down 3115G. Another point for TSM. 9 kills now.
If you thought game 1 was a fluke for TSM, you are sorely mistaken.
These guys
are absolutely
Is there much spray left then?
And their macro ability to expand, contract is probably one of the best that we have of really.
Did you notice the smoke when you left this morning? Yeah, someone burning an Eventide.
After they sort of confirmed that they wouldn't get backfilled.
Oh, is it?
By someone else.
I was going crazy.
Sparking to get down RN, and 12 cleans that up, so it's 10 kills. So you were saying if you thought game 1 was the fluke, I think game 3 was the fluke, Cammy. It's not often you see them go out with no points on the board.
Longton Station Day at South Patrol Towers.
And then some.
Yeah, something backburning went berserko.
Dangerous and Legacy.
Maybe they got some dry lightning.
By the gas cans here as well, as they've got one of the nicer compounds on this map, actually, I'd say, because you've got plenty of angles out. Yeah, here's that sparking shot.
Yeah, I just seen it.
But is that the third?
It just looked like it was in the backyard.
Out of a moving car.
Like just down the road.
Who knows how many have gone under the radar that we've missed.
There's been 2 in this map.
No, but
yeah,
I just thought it was mango
leaves. I would be
leaves.
surprised if it was like 10, 12, you know, a higher number.
Yeah. It's probably died off now because they probably got it under control.
Was that a mortar strike?
It wasn't really windy. It was windy last night.
Well. Stop! Get out of Sparking's way!
Yeah.
Let the man shoot. That's all he wants. Kurt gets the knock onto Theros. And potentially dangerous now in a spot of bother. out in the open. Slabby still keeping an eye
I
on
would
what's going
say
on with Legacy.
something
We're
triggered
getting ready
that,
for
like
that
a
next zone shift. Who's going to
lightning.
get lucky? Well, gas cans, of course they are. They get center of the zone. You make your own luck, and TSM have to get on the move once more.
Ooh, Slabby, he has not let Legacy go. Crawling after them. The boogeyman in the
Look at
closet,
that,
the
he's
monster
prying
hiding
Legacy.
under their bed. But of course, Tiny going down.
Oh,
Dorello
potentially
and then
dangerous is.
VHZ as well going down. Ooh, Falcons
just
finding an
waiting.
opening.
Just,
That Slabby is going
that
to take
Slabby.
advantage of frag grenade follow up, but Luke
he runs
going
back to his
deny
team.
that.
He's smart.
Slabby now
Oh
pulling
no,
away, can't full
he's
commit
been
to
spotted.
the completion of this squad wipe.
I know.
And needs being thrown, but this is all
That's
bad news
insane.
for Legacy because the blue zone is on
That's
its way.
something
Hello,
what I
my
do,
bad.
just throw
Holding
and
out
run
Sparking. As TSM need to get to their vehicles on the other side of this compound and make a decision on what the best play of action is. Relo is a good eye on TSM now as well. TSM actually could be in a lot of trouble because Falcons have an angle, gas cans have an angle. If you go north, surely Glock will be able to feed that information as well, but the TSM move will come Cammy. Are they going south? Looks like they're going to go south.
And they have the OP bus to give them some cover, but it's flipping. And it's going to slow down. The smokes are already there. VHC panic exited. At least they're spreading their units around. But everyone else is also sending it in. TSM following up with a maneuver of their own on the south.
Does Hikerman get knocked there in the midst of all that madness as well? As Falcons are having a look this way, and Falcons get another knock. Hello, my bad will get taken down. So all of a sudden, 2 gas cans are down. We've just lost 55 esports. We're probably about to lose Typhon. Code drop, bottom of your screen. Yeah, ignore the action in the middle. Get those free goodies as we lose Typhon here as well. Remember, code bottom right. Don't miss it.
Oh
TSM,
no,
they certainly
see?
don't miss. They get more points on the board.
Yes.
A really good aggressive stand. They saw the opening. They knew that they were covered from the east as long as they stuck to that ridge line. And so they made sure to clean up the only other team that was to their west. Now, how they extend from there, that's the next step. But Flood with another knock on to VHZ. Gizera, last one standing. All the smokes that Legacy have had, I'm pretty sure have been wiped out at this point. All their cover, this is what you see.
I feel like Falcons, though, this is what they needed. 12
What's
kills
that for?
into the
300
top 4.
G-coins?
A win here would be the
Is that from the
cherry
channel?
on the icing of the cake of what could be a party for them in the final few maps to try qualify. Gas cans are
Oh yeah, I can't redeem it in time.
And what could be a horrible sandwich for them. Zone will pop.
Yeah, that's from the channel.
North, so Snakers has a long way to go, and TSM,
Yeah.
they can relax just
Yeah,
a
it's on the
little
official
bit
channel.
because that zone shift's best case
That's why I
scenario for
don't
them.
go on there.
It certainly gives them value because they can stay under that ridgeline, but like how to expand their presence, their influence out of this, it's going to be difficult, and it would be difficult no matter which way it would have sent.
Yeah, it's only
Even if
one
it went
per account
towards
too.
the west, towards them, they still, you know, could potentially get overflooded by the surviving squad of Falcons versus gas cans. So honestly, for all 3 of these teams, it's all going to be based off of like who can get the knock. Snakers opens up.
I
on
think
box.
I'm going to
How
win
do
my
the other teams
prediction. I
respond
don't know.
from here? Do TSM go hyper aggressive into the gas cans compound? I don't think that's a good idea because the Falcons have such a
So
powerful
what was the prediction
crossfire across
final?
this entire map.
Yeah, and you can see that with the off angle being held by Snakers on the edge of the zone, the TSM can't go that way. So they have to either go to the compound or go north, which, as you said, neither option is really something that you'd want. Snakers now, blue zone doing a lot of damage onto him as he will go down. So that's
So
one
the
less
prediction
problem
result
now for
is yes.
TSM, and you know that they knew that was Snakers because they moved as soon as they saw the kill feed. Hello, my bad extends out. He'll catch Luke 12. Gas cans, you know, I think that they're pretty happy with the move that Falcons have made because there was a stage when they could have crashed.
How is Luke alive?
Ow.
Should
Hero.
not be standing there, I know, by the skin of his teeth. And now Falcons, though, they're still looking for every single moment, every
I would have been
single
dead in that
opportunity.
instance.
They are not giving up here. They're up to 9th at this point, up to 44 total points. If they can confirm this win, they will be back into the conversation of qualifying into the grand finals.
They heard what we were saying, Cammy. We heard us talking about maybe ruling them out, and they've decided that they want to prove us wrong. Sparking, as you can see, calling in some cover from the skies, which is exactly what TSM need. You can hear it coming in just about now. Rello will... You know what? This is actually a really nice angle that Rello has just gotten himself, because he's got the blown up van, and then he's on its side, and he's using the car to get a pixel head peek over the top.
Those things are not done rolling.
Nah, they keep on going.
Rolling.
Shout out to Poro. Biggest Limp Bizkit fan in the world. Oh, Halo spotted Roth out. Again, just how powerful high ground can be. Falcons are, I mean, they lost a player, but I still think that they're showing pretty good presence here, because I don't think there's a world that gas cans and TSM don't fight each other, and that's going to give Falcons the opportunity to third party that fight, steal some kills, and then with their crossfire, just clean up the rest.
Oh, it's gonna be close.
Roth's got the kind of go call on the team with this position as well. He's feeding all the information on where anyone's moving, if it's going to happen that way. And I feel like Falcons, they might feel like TSM could be the easier fight, but as I say that, Kurt gets the knock onto Ross, so that's another point for them. Good nade, though, thrown back as a rebuttal. Luke 12 will take a bit of damage, but gas cans, are they now making their rap? Looks like Hello My Bad is starting to push out of the compound and move towards Halo.
Yeah, that was the problem. Roth didn't have a real way to exit. I assumed that there would have been a vehicle in play, but regardless, still cut down. And gas cans only now pushing onto TSM, avoiding Falcons. But the blue doesn't really give them the timing, doesn't really give them the space to find the opening that they were hoping for.
The other gas cans are like humming and hawing, is what my parents would have called it when you don't quite know what you want to do. They're like, do we fight Falcons? Do we fight TSM? They're poking and prodding. They're looking for the weak spot. Once they find the weak spot, gas cans are the sort of team that will try to expose it straight away. But TSM with 4 players up, gas cans with 4. Falcons at this point have kind of gone into a more defensive mode.
Center still controlled, more or less, by Falcons, but only down to 2. It's going to be a numbers game, and depending, again, if gas cans do commit onto TSM or not, could overwhelm them. The win condition for Falcons is TSM and gas cans hitting each other on the way in, which, based on trajectory, is very, very likely, and them weakening each other enough for Falcons to clean up the rest.
And don't get me wrong, Falcons are the team that need this win more than the other two when you look at their points tally overall and the games played.
Yeah.
But gas, look at the amount of smoke that has just been thrown to enable this push out, Camby. It is like a fog has descended upon Rondo.
Aloe might want to push through it, but Bizzler with the self-knock with the frag grenade. That is an unforced error that could lose them the game, but Falcons, Rello, he was playing with that frag grenade for a while. Timing it in with another AR spray. Everyone is getting wounded walking into this final engagement.
And Falcons have the high ground. They've got the only team that really have a line of sight onto the whole center of the circle here as well, but Flood went for a big play. Sparking will take him down, leaving Rello as the last man standing. Sparking takes a ton of damage. Luke 12 will get Hello My Bad, and another player falls. It's a 2v2v1 of active players. TSM can't go for the res. They don't have the time. Sparking is going to get that kill and is going to get confirmed by Voxic now, so it's
Gas
a
1v1v1.
Rello hanging on for dear life. Gas cans, Hikerman. He's using Richie B
I'm talking
for
to
scouting.
people.
Richie B's moving towards Rello to find out where he is.
I say enjoy.
He's going to get that information. But here we go. Here we go.
Trying to stay low. The wraparound is going to get caught. TSM eliminated, but they got 15 kills. Or rather, Falcons did. It's all chaos at the end, but it's a final 1 versus 1, and Rello is going to secure it.
Falcons got
high
a clutch
kill game for Falcons.
GG's.
17 kills. This is just what the doctor ordered.
Oh, yeah, you were closer. I was closer.
7 points. That is more points that they got.
Ease, come on.
Basically, most
that
of this
wasn't
event
easy
so far.
in the end. It was
And
exciting.
Any worries you had for Falcons may have just been eased a little bit, but the job's not done. Matt, there's still plenty more points they're going to need before they're secured in the finals.
Those last 3 teams killed almost everybody in the lobby.
Yeah,
Think
they
about
did.
That for a second. Gas Cans had a ridiculous high.
They did play
TSM,
smart.
As well as what we can finally see the Falcons finding out. Yes, okay, we can still frag people out. We can still win the firefights, finding some confidence and getting themselves a victory. I also do want to shout out, though, TSM and Gas Cans are having a phenomenal first day. They're kicking up a ton of points. Gas Cans being kind of the point leader on the day, I think are pretty close to like 55, 60 points on the day so far. That is an absolutely wild start for them.
Yeah, this Gas Cans are coming out hot. They are really trying to take over this. I'm looking at the overall leaderboard now, and I'm not going to spoil it for anyone, but they are, it's looking really, really strong for them. I mean, I can't really say anything else beyond that. They might have gotten lucky in this game with that 2-2 split, keeping them in the zone, but they still got a whole bunch of kills out of it. They defended it well. Remember, their split got pushed a couple of times, and they still were able to maintain all 4 up into the late game. There's a reason why that is referenced as like the foundation of top level play.
I think you're
having as many resources as possible to secure.
I think you're hacking in the
Sure, they
system.
didn't get the win here, but still a high kill second place.
Right, where are we?
And just like you guys mentioned, Falcons
Righto.
finally finding some lifeblood, getting some very needed points as they are not going to be playing tomorrow.
It's
This is
another
when They only have 2 more
time.
games
Get
to get
ready.
as much as possible. So picking up almost 30 points inside of one game is going to be massive for them. Falcons going to be walking away with 27 points. TSM with 20. Gas Cans with 14.
So that's
and then
game
look, it's just a
5.
spattering to follow down after that. Typhon, considering they've had some good consistency, still going to be in that 4th place position, but 4th place at 6 points, Gibson? When was the last time we saw that?
Yeah, it just goes to show, like as you pointed out, those first 3 teams who
That was
were
game
up
4
vacuumed up, I
over.
suppose I should say, since I'm on an American broadcast,
Isn't it? Yeah,
most
game 4.
of the points inside the lobby, and that's bad news for Legacy. That's bad news for some of the other teams that are hoping to force their way in. All in all,
I
though,
might just
Falcons
do
fans
one.
finally making some noise in chat after what's been a quiet 2 days so far.
53
This
points
is
is
8.
going to be big. Does
I'll
get them
just
in the
do
top
1
8
for
right
game
now, but
5
remember,
and
there's
1 for
still
game
another
6
spot in it.
on
Right. So they're
Arendelle.
going to be
So
coming in tomorrow.
Arendelle,
So
last 2
not
games will have
comfortable
1
yet.
each.
They're presently tied with Gas Cans, but that should say something. Gas Cans tied with Team Falcons. This is Falcons' 2nd day. This is Gas Cans' only day that they've played so far. It's them, and it's been TSM and potentially Dangerous Cam that have just been absolutely shattering these games.
Yeah. So in that case, this is what we were saying. Falcons, great game,
Okay,
great
let's go
win.
and do
But
this.
these final 2 Erangels,
Giveaway.
if they could follow up with a 2nd high kill win, they'd be in a good position. But even 2 like close to double-digit points each would be strong. However, do we want to throw ourselves back to Team Falcons? This core routinely got 3 wins in a row in previous regional events.
Could be big for them. I mean, they really only need to secure about 10 points per game from here on out, but that's been a hard fought for them, so we'll have to see, especially when we see Gas Cans just really dominating the way that we've been seeing them, picking up so many points on the day so far. That is an absolutely stellar performance coming from them. We are about to make our way over into Erangel in just 1 second, so
2 more
after
codes.
Tried and True,
Jesse's
2
got the
games that we're
code.
going to have on that. So we've got B and C. We are going to take a quick break, though. Let these guys
Let's
rest their
go.
voices, let the players get situated, do that last little sprint. Can the Falcons pick up the 20 points that they need, or are they going to find themselves floundering in the last chance qualifiers? We will see in just 1 moment.
Good luck, everyone. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The shootout. The weapon of choice to Deagle. Oh, they're doing the 1v1. Here we go. That the winner. Bakeson. Good luck, everyone. AP's turned up. He has made it. He is part of the PUBG clan. He got a chicken dinner the other day too. Hello. I have seen your chicken dinners. I nearly pulled one off just before the watch party officially started, and I failed because I re-res, and then I should have healed because I had enough time to heal. I got too cocky. So, Aaron Gale, I'll do one code. Good luck, everyone. I'm gonna draw the one winner, two winners. Welcome. Beast has won. Brettstro has won. Congratulations. And the next winner is. You're welcome. And the next winner is Damo Legend. But I don't think he actually entered. I actually had VIPs click. We can re-roll it. Sorry. I'm gonna re-roll it. Yeah, no, I had a VIP.
Number 4, 2 more games of Aaron Gell to get through, but we've had some spiciness kind of kicking off on the start, Gibson. So I know we're about to get into our first Aaron Gell hot drops. You think that we're going to continue to get them? Because it's been a theme so far today, man.
Yeah.
I think
sorry, I just re-rolled it.
Hot drops. There's a saying that people use.
Don't worry, I just had VIPs click. I normally unclip them.
It's going to happen.
Unless they type in.
It'll happen. But the question is, man,
it's all good.
Will it last more than a minute and 20 seconds?
It all works out fair.
Oh, I mean, that's what every guy wants to know.
Just make sure
you make it just that extra little bit longer than a minute. All right, so
we're getting everything set to move
over into Aaron Gell Cam, as everything has been pretty chaotic. Gascan's having a great day. TSM having a great day. Falcons finally finding something. Aaron Gell. Can Falcons manage to make it on Aaron Gell?
If they go back to Multipower, because again, that's where they got
congratulations
from.
Yeah,
I don't know. No, they should stick.
If you looking for a new, hey, Ozzy, oi, friend, hello, friend.
I don't want to say likely because we don't know what the circle is going to be, but it seems that whatever was dragging them down, they have been able to clear that up because they were in the beginning of potentially a rough position the previous game. They pushed through it, got a whole bunch of kills. When Roth went down, I thought that would be
check your whispers.
Oh no, I jinxed them. How can they secure this with only 2 up? But they were able to make it work. So I think they are, they have figured it out.
There's a weird one because
congratulations
TSM, I would say Falcons
You're
were
welcome.
the previous holders of the most
If you're
consistent
looking
team
for a
in North
new,
America. You think about the
fun,
fact that
chilled
for a long time it was
plane,
either them or Sonics that
please
were winning
ask.
events.
I
If
have a
Sonics
plan.
won, Falcons were second. If Falcons won, Sonics were second. But inconsistency has been a
You're
bump
welcome.
for them.
I know.
A little bit this
Kidding.
year, but even more
I know
so
who I
this
whisper.
weekend. So I think for them, just get a consistent 2 maps now on Erangel.
Because it tells me.
Traverse this map with your eyes closed. Let's see how many points you can get on the board. Elsewhere, for other teams, I think gas cans, I think consistency is the opposite problem for them, Cammy. They were always incredibly inconsistent. They had huge games and then awful ones. If they can keep this consistency going today or this weekend as well, and they can carry it on.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah, and they're
we're-
not dealing with the Luna Galaxy hot drop at apartments. That was an
We're
issue
doing,
for them, well, for both teams.
I know, trolling.
Past,
You'd be
couple of
lucky.
events.
We're doing
And
a
with a circle like
PUBG
this,
watch
gas
party,
cans,
friend.
Fox are looking
Part of
to get
our
a good
PUBG partner program and
round through into
bit
the
of
center
support
early
from
on. The problem
PUBG
is
Esports.
NBC are already there. Legacy are already there.
Well, hopefully.
And that sort of hillside up to lumber can be a tricky one to kind of maneuver through because of how open some of the areas can be.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. I actually love watching teams defend that hillside on the way up towards
That's
Lumber,
the
though, 'cause
spirit.
I feel like it's set
Win.
up perfectly
You're
with
welcome.
the trenches, with the bunkers.
I
Just
like
be a great defensive
right.
I
position.
like the manners. Be
If
optimistic
we get
about
there, we'll talk
losing.
more about it.
Yeah,
Remember, guys, if you
that's
want to
me.
keep an eye on what's going on at home or around the rest of the map, !map in chat. We tested it. The link definitely does work, so I'm not going to get in trouble with any of the mods, but they'll just give you an idea. And I like to always have the game on one screen, the map on the other. If you guys do too, you'll get a really good idea of how the pros traverse the map. And Cammy, it just kind of gives you the full picture of
I'm
every
gonna
game
see
as
if
well,
I
rather
can
than just
set that
watching,
up.
you know, what's
Hang on.
going on in the main feed.
Yeah. It helps with the context of why this team is fighting this other
Make
one.
sure you redeem
why
him
are they
straight
pushing,
away
why are they
so
slowing down.
you don't get caught. So
Map
game
the
5
top level teams
is
really
only
any
one
level
code, and
succeeds off of
game
having
6 will be another
a
code.
detailed,
Yeah, I
as
know.
accurate as possible.
I know.
Actual map of where everyone
I'm pretty
is
chilled.
to make
I
those,
do take a joke. I
reactionary
don't
decisions
stay like
based off of where the next phase goes. You see a
disrespectful
kill, you see something in the kill
people
feed. If you know where
that
all the other pieces on
take
the
it too
board,
far.
what they're playing from, it'll be more successful for you to make a better.
I'm gonna see
And so we
if
don't
I
need
can
to
pull
do
up
that
the
work.
map
We
and
have
place
the
it on
map in
here.
front of us.
Yeah, no
But
worries.
It's the same idea.
Yeah,
of adding
I
that
know it works perfectly.
for all the plays.
PUBG
Put it into
Esports
perspective as to how
made sure
difficult it
they
is
all
to be a
work
pro player.
for me.
And I know, Cammy, that you've
because
touched
they
on this
they
many a
created
time
so
in the
many
past.
different codes.
These teams, as you spoke about, A, they have to learn the drops of every other team inside the lobby. B, they have to look at the map shift and understand based
I
on
hope
that
they-
circle where all these teams are going to rotate to naturally. And then C, they keep an eye on the kill feed to know what teams are weak, what teams are strong. At events,
Well-
these players don't have pens and papers, Cammy, so they have to mentally remember how many players are up for every team.
Right. I will say most teams that I've talked to, they talk about understanding the
You're
4 or
welcome.
5 teams that are immediately around them on the drop. Because let's use this game for example. CSM South George, they don't really care about Falcons. On the opposite side of the map, and the E pickup. Theros finds one. Oh, they pull off. They really want to go for that revive. Posa is that valuable for them.
Yeah, they're going for the revive, but that opens the door now for potentially dangerous to get even more kills off the board. But the first opportunity has been missed. The rest are potentially dangerous now. And a spot of trouble. Kraken. Well, Kraken usually comes up from the depths, but he came down from the sky this time to strike Slabby down. And Luna Galaxy, well, they could be about to be the winners of this button. But
Aussie,
Teeny,
Aussie,
do you call
oi,
Teeny
oi,
or Tiny,
oi.
by the way,
How you
gets the
going?
knock on the Kraken.
I call him
Peace.
Tiny, but I
Bless
am
you.
down to be corrected.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, teeny tiny.
Friend.
I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'll make that as
No,
a
yes, but
prediction.
another fight. Listen, we don't have a hot
Doc.
drop, but we have early game committed engagements regardless.
Hang on.
Oh,
Thank you for
Cat
the
Cat pushes
idea.
into that angle.
The Donkey Destroyers, that was too quiet. They hadn't been in a fight for the first 5 minutes of the map, so they had to get into one now as they're fighting against MUT. FCZ and T-Plants, the last two standing. Donkey Destroyers with 4 up, 1 kill confirmed, but Tuamas will fall at the hands of FCZ, but there's T-Plants getting knocked the other way.
Oi.
From the Rats. He'll get the angle on the FCZ. You feel like this is a losing battle for him.
Yeah.
We'll have time to pop the first aid, but where do you go? Legacy. Yeah, why not? Gizera's having some fun here too. Down goes T-Plants, and surely FCZ will follow. And he does.
There it is. One headshot by Gizera, finished up by Spoon. Because where are... Well, Rats are, I think,
I'll start that prediction straight away.
But yeah, that is...
Thanks for the suggestion.
An open compound. The inability to get inside cover meant that there were about, I think, 3 other squads third-partying them, and Donkey Destroyers hold with all 4.
What's going on? Donkey Destroyers with 4 up, and they've won a crash. It's like I said, it was too quiet for them. They had to get some chaos going, and they're the victors. And at the end of the day, yes, we're having a lot of laughs at their expense, but this playstyle qualified them to
10
get
minutes?
in the first place.
Yeah?
Or 5.
Finding opportunities for kill points everywhere.
5 minutes.
Cutting other squads down. It's high variance, high chaos. And I don't expect
Prediction has started.
I don't really ever expect
Will Gas Change make it again?
Win an event, but you never know. Sometimes it can work out in their favor.
Adrenaline shot being injected by VHC as he wants to get back up to full health as soon as possible. Luna Galaxy have not had the impact on the leaderboard today that we would have thought, Cammy. 8 points so far today. 1 kill in this match so far. They're kind of suffering from the same sort of issues that Legacy and Falcons both had yesterday.
Yeah, again, I think there is something to the consideration of partner teams having not played until yesterday, or in some cases today. So perhaps they might have scrimmed a couple of times, but not as warm as the teams that came through the opens.
Oh!
Yeah, there will be something to that kill demo. Getting Red Rider, and he'll get flushed out. It really hasn't been a great day for Orion. 22nd place out of 24 with 5 maps played on the second day. They have 1 map left to go for them. It's, as I said, I don't like seeing this team not doing well.
Doc,
like, I don't
here you going. Welcome in.
I don't expect this team to be qualified.
Yeah, they won.
The PAS final.
They already one man down.
Finals weekend because they don't play as
maybe
often
they get
as
up.
Used to, but it's always sad to see a team not put some positive tape out there.
Right. Donkey Destroyers, they're still maneuvering around. They're still looking for opportunities. Oldless with the bolt action. A couple of shots from Rats still down south of them, coming out from Farm. So it's got to make sure you're not holding an angle for too long. And Wuju 2 crossing the bridge. There was a bit of a back and forth between them and Ragers earlier. And it looks like they let most of Ragers go ahead. Hunter is outside of Novo. So 1 single straggler from Ragers having to get their own way back in, while the rest of the squad is indeed here at the Milta gas station. Or a little bit to the north of that, but general area. And sparking and driving in vehicles.
Yeah,
never
bridge
do it.
camping.
Never do it.
There you go. Their fixing's done. That's what his first air angle over and done with. Did you notice, by the way, that... Oh, let's pick up that point. All right, don't lose another one. Cracking.
Here we go.
Spots out RJ takes
I got
a little bit of damage, but... Did he just land that bolty shot?
I don't know.
His HP went from like 90 to 10. It had to be that bolty shot.
Yeah.
Well, let's see where the next circle goes. It is going to
Gas
be
can.
a central shift.
Yeah, running over. That's
the
me.
Circle, but a
Look
south
at
shift in terms of into the water.
Look at the shift.
Of the few
Isn't it going to go straight under the bridge?
To the north, and now it is far away from that area. Shelter on the northern edge. About a third of this is the water.
I would start swimming around.
You have to make their way across now. Babbler will get cleaned up there as Orion are now wiped. But did you notice when Wuju 2 were crossing the bridge, they were like doing it like Navy SEALs? As in,
it's just going to get
one was
messy.
going high, the other one was going low. They were kind of scouting for the next one to go up.
I would just tell someone that carries pin grenades, carrying grenades everywhere.
You have to know how to cross the bridges, especially if you are a Sosnovka team. So being aware of Ragers ahead of them.
No,
taking it bit by
even
bit,
better.
piece by piece,
C4 on the car,
well
on the
played by them,
front
not throwing
bonnet,
the early game.
and then all
As
jump
impatient
out
as
and
some,
let the car roll
might
in.
need the early rotation. A frag grenade goes out. Another send comes in.
Two
onto Radisson
cars.
Farm.
And some
Crashes are happening
C4.
all around this area.
Oh no!
Yeah, Glock will get the knock onto BL, but not before BL was able to take down Tiny, and they
Some
spots
C4
out
kamikaze
the window,
car
cannot
driving.
shots. 2 bullets left, but
What?
he gets him with
Oh, he got him
bullet
down.
in the mag. Got the knock
Oh,
on the
no.
steroids. The nade should get the flush, but no, it's stolen away by Luke 12, and he steps on the nade from Glock. And down go Pichao. Now potentially dangerous.
He got
Still
the knock
two
as
players
well.
left alive, but how much longer will that be the case for? Because here
Oh.
comes TSM. Great defensive nade thrown. Almost perfect on the
How
spark.
did
He
they-
loses 25
How
HP.
did they even
Well,
get that
the
one
next
out?
He's like Glock's just. You know he's Glock MOFO and he's Glock GTFO right now.
Yeah, they're out of there. They are out of there. Pulling away that, going for the revive in that moment with the entirety of TSM crashing on your position, that is asking to get taken care of. Pydem goes down, 55, cleans that one up. A couple of Bonja Gaio stragglers. They lose players early on quite a lot, Bonja Gaio.
It's not a good sign going forward for them, really, because when we see them as a 4 in a team fight, they're usually pretty good. The problem is, we don't see them as a 4 because, as you said, they always lose players, whether it's
I haven't seen 6 times or 8 times in this match much.
It's an all too common
They all use
theme for them.
4s. Or,
We're
well,
down to
early
12 teams,
stages.
by the way, with 12 minutes gone. We're in phase 2. We're down to 40
Unless they get the
players.
drop.
What is it with Miramar and Erangel today? We usually expect those maps to be a bit slower, but they've been all action.
I know, all action.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Could be
I think they're just playing faster.
Or, yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. The fact that phase 2 is a third water certainly plays into it, but there have also been some, in my opinion, quite reckless rotations in the early game. Certainly on this map. But for some of these teams, these are their last games to play. So you have to go for a Hail Mary push sometimes.
And one of the teams that don't necessarily need a Hail Mary, but a few more points certainly would help, is Wuju 2, getting fired upon by one of the teams a few spots ahead of them who are in a much more comfortable position. Typhon, not to be confused with Taifu, playing over inside of Asia, but again, players that we know, Cammy, from other places. Like Kerak is a player who's been around for years now, and we all know what he's like, but it's another team with some new Brazilian blood coming up. And I gotta say it, the Brazilian talent pipeline in the last 2.5 years has been really strong.
Oh, waiting for
Yeah, it's
result.
been looking impressive. The problem
Hang
is
on.
whenever we send
The result
squads overseas,
is
at least this year, it hasn't been particularly impressive. But that experience is only going to compound on itself. I mean, how long did it take for North America to start to perform well?
the prediction is yes.
Here's the question, Cammy. Is that because
a
the
lot-
LATAM teams
94% to 6%, and I actually voted no.
they're playing the lobby inside of a PAS the way that Sonics used to, as opposed to doing what Sonics do now and play the international style the whole year round?
Mad dog. Ow.
It's experience.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, Donkey
So-
Destroyers maneuvering up. They're pushing to the east a bit further. They're going to be on the edge still in phase 3, which we didn't really discuss it too much, but it's a fair bit of water. We know it's going to go to the north. So Falcons and Legacy just south of this position are going to be looking really, really good. But Luna Galaxy, they need
I'm just
to
going to
keep
buy
pushing
for
in.
him. I'll be right back.
They got spoiled on that e-pickup approach earlier on, and so they're taking a very, very slow advancement. But at some point, they're going to have to look for some sort of opening. If they can't do it with pure macro, which at this point they might not be able to, considering all the open ground between them and the center of the zone, they're going to have to look for an opening knock against a team like Rats, or in this case, Gas Can.
Yeah, nice headshot from Zoom, but I think it's just a pit stop for Luna, but as you said, every position they'd want to go to has already been taken because there's so much water, because they're late rotating in. Like, what even is this game? Donkey Destroyer still have everybody up. They're playing positional macro PUBG. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Frauds.
I don't know if holding a
Oh
compound
yeah, that's
on
right.
the edge
I'd
is
rather use
positional macro
sleep
PUBG
shit, bro.
rather than
It
gatekeeping
is for them.
Take care.
It is for them, Cammy. This is the donkey destroyers we're talking about.
Yeah, true.
Kurt calls in the pickup. Where's it going to land? The wrong side of the wall. That is literally the one spot that Kurt didn't
it's
want
a wall.
to land
It
on.
is a wall itself.
Mm-hmm. It's got some nice toys in it, right?
Oh yeah,
Groza?
big fan.
You know what? It's
Smoke's a
Kurt,
good
though.
measure, but Kurt really wants it.
Yeah. Kurt would love some nades in that. We all know he's the best nade player in NA. Zone's about to pop, and it goes the only place that it really could have gone towards the north. And remember what we said about Falcons needing another big point game? They've certainly got the position to do it.
Could be it. This 2-2 split. If they can hold on to it and not get like, okay, so the worst thing that could happen is if Sneakers or Roth gets knocked by 55, it gets sent on, and they lose those two. And as long as they can avoid that from happening, then I think they have a really good game on their hands. But now Rat's pushing in through the gas cans. Hello, my bad. Holding takes Gats down. And that is a Panzerfaust on the back of Hydra.
Oh, well, pardon me, Mr.
That was a solo
Perfect.
push by Gats. What are Rats
I guess I forgot that you never ever make a mistake.
I don't know. I don't know, but I think they were trying to maybe take ground, catch them cold, but it didn't work their way. TSM, full sending it now. Luna Galaxy did find themselves a spot in the circle, but that spot may just be contested now by TSM that you can see on your mini-map. Richie B keeping an eye for where the rest of the Rats are going to push from, but you know what? I don't think that this Luna Galaxy TSM fight's going to happen in the next 30-40 seconds because Luna have got bigger problems.
Yeah, that ridge is keeping them from each other, but Donkey Destroyers have an angle, Falcons have an angle, Gascans have an angle onto TSM. Wait, are TSM pushing? TSM are trying to upset them. No, they're forcing this. They don't want anyone next to them.
I love it. I love it. Flood will do a little bit of help as well as Falcon's third party. Sparking's Molly is perfect, and that leaves Haven now all alone, playing behind a shield. Kraken is unflamed, but there's Look 12 posted. Did have an off angle, but Luna Galaxy wiped. But here's the problem. You make that push, Falcons now getting involved in the third party. They're going to blow up these vehicles. The explosions could be even more of a problem. Vehicle flips, and thankfully does not land on top of TSM.
But hey,
you know what? It's aggressive. I love it.
And they have 8 kills, so this is already a good game. And us talking about the drought of places to play from, the housing shortage has hit us here in PUBG. This is probably the best game plan that TSM could have coming from that beach side position here. Gascans having taken care of Rats, we're now pushing in through over to TSM. Grenades coming out. Halo Sparking spotted. This could be the beginning of the end.
Oh, did that work?
Sparking, the last player you want to lose if you're TSM, and hello my bad with a beautiful nade. That'll be TSM down to 1, and as it looks like it, they may be down to none soon as Luke 12 gets close and closer to Legacy. But you know what? TSM, really good first day for them. They're up to 49 points. It'd be an absolute shock if they don't make it through to the grand finals straight off of this these 2 play days. But I just want to give one player credit. You got to give Sparking credit. You spoke about the ship of Theseus earlier. Sparking really has been the fountain of youth for this team as well.
Pushed by Donkey Destroyers onto the same hillside that both
Isn't
TSM
that
and Luna
actually-
Galaxy have been upset from. But they were the team that was providing the most pressure onto that position. So now that they're gone, they don't have to worry about it unless we
I don't know if that actually worked.
overtake their spot to the west. It's all about holding against Gascans. Eicherman's still out right next to the blue.
Cerberus with a good nade on the hello my bad as Donkey Destroyers. They're fighting this one. They're up to 3 kills now. And when I spoke about teams that earlier on today, we were talking about teams that would see someone in the kill feed and be like, yeah, we don't want to fight that fight. I feel like Donkey Destroyers just don't care. Whoever it is, they're going to focus on it. And Cerberus just annihilates Hikerman with the P90. And he's pushing towards Richie B, the Bizzler, the last man standing. And Little Laylee's looking to get an angle here too. And
I
he's
just
found
didn't
the
hear it.
angle. And he's found a couple of the shots. but not enough. But
I might have been out for a
minute. Is he going
minute.
to try to get the res, even though the blue is here, even though little Lele is here, even though Cerberus is there? It looks like he might just be going for it. He was anyway.
Got to go for a play at some point. And the Lele spot out by Cerberus cannot hit the shots with the P90.
DD.
And this is
Chicken wing.
very chaotic on the west side, but Donkey Destroyers have not let up at all. Anyone has gotten into the area, they're shown control. Have almost been eliminated. There it is, gas cans. They go out. Lil Lele is going to get spotted. Should be taken care of by Cerberus. Doesn't want to waste that many. Okay, has to waste the P90 bullets. Looking pretty low on that, with still about 10 minutes left into the game. But we're in placements now, and now Donkey Destroyers need to look into Legacy and Wuju 2, getting closer to the center of the zone.
I mean, Donkey Destroyers are in placement points for the first time tonight. What is going on? What has happened to PUBG? They're in there. But you know what? They're the sort of team that are dangerous enough that they could even win this because they don't show respect to anybody. Luke 12's not getting any respect whatsoever right now as Cowboy from Wuju 2 is able to wipe him out. 3 kills for them. They're now up to 71 as they've probably crossed that safety threshold. But here come Legacy with the utility dump. Oh, I feel like Legacy... Oh,
no.
Oh, no.
And Pat Caps immediately secures that.
Wow, just flushed him.
Cowboy at this point is finishing
They've
off
gone from down to 2 already.
They can't
Oh, no, they're gone.
their loot,
That's right, that was
one
him.
final grenade by Oranzera
Gas is
takes
gone.
them out. Just a very, very unfortunate position for Wuju 2 to have found themselves in, unable to really find an opening to push Legacy or perhaps Donkey Destroyers or whoever it is. But now Typhon Gaming, with them cleared out to the west, Wuju 2, Typhon Gaming can now just push up this roadside. Not getting peeked by Falcons yet, and they're going to be pitting themselves under Legacy.
This is really good aggression at the right time from Typhon. Now, you take the space with RNZ. That allows you to keep an eye on what Legacy are doing, while the rest of the team just doing some last-minute looting inside of Milta for that extra bit of utility. Nades, stuns, smokes, whatever it is that you need to find to try to get the win. 55.
He was keen to shoot across there.
For not the first time back-to-back.
Oh, he's isolated because he
put some points
does
together.
he realise there's a team there? He probably does.
Donkey Destroyer's next move. Like, what? Nobody knows what they're going to do apart from them.
Well, okay, let's look at it reasonably. In this zone, their only 2 options are to hard push Legacy, which is a really bad decision, or wrap up to the north to go into 55, and it looks like they are doing the classic of all hopping in one vehicle.
Thank you for
going for a
following.
drive-by and
Enjoy your time, sir.
Well, they've actually pulled up. What is this? They've not even crashed it. They're playing
Thank
it
you for the
slow.
follow.
Donkey Destroyers focusing. You know what? They're in the top 5 now. They feel like they can 100% get the win, but they're playing it a little bit smarter. 8 kills on the board for them. Smoke off Falcons so you can focus on Legacy. They're setting this up beautifully, and Typhon might just be the real winners of this fight that's about to happen next. So Thomas will throw the first nade inside. Is it a good one? It doesn't quite look like it is, but Typhon are pushing at the exact same time, but Snakers is the covering fire. Not that Legacy wanted, but the cover that they needed.
Yeah, I mean, Falcon's going to be looking at this very, very happily, picking up a couple of kill points. They know that no matter what happens here, Falcon's going to have the best position in the zone, at least when it comes to the center, outside of 55 to the north. Donkey Destroyer is trying to push on, and Legacy taking a lot of casualties. Gizera looking for some opening, swinging back around the side. Gets a knock and a flush against Old Bliss, but has to wrap back through the blue, circumvents Cerberus's potential counterplay.
The thing is, though, Donkey Destroyers get the res off onto Pat Caps. They know Gizera's on the other side.
You take
Cerberus
care.
has the
Have a good
P90,
rest.
runs out of ammo, so he's only got the
Thank you
Dragon
for
with
joining.
10 bullets. He
Whoa!
will get the kill onto Gizera.
Legacy is eliminated.
And get some of this ammo that's on the ground, but I don't know
Donkeys,
if they've got time to do it. So they're going to go for it. You pick him up, get him inside. Get him in the building, then you might be able to get the res, but then you got to give him some ammo because that guy is spent. And while all this has been going on, Cammy, 55 still up on the north, 4 players up, and the zone has just kicked them out.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't had to do much at all. It's a pretty low kill count game so far for them, but they're not going to throw their game to try and chase kills here in the south. at this point, they're going to want to clean up, do similar to what Falcons are doing, which is stay alive, clean up what you can, but play for the chicken dinner. I'm curious. I mean, I know why Typhon haven't been able to push into Donkey Destroyers because Falcons are too much of a threat to the east. But I don't know if Donkey Destroyers will know about Typhon just below them, at least in detail.
Yeah. The question is, do they know how many's up? Because
Yeah.
there was a little bit of gunfighting, so that they'll have an idea. But the problem is, the zone doesn't do any of these teams favors. It's almost as if the first team to move, the first team to flinch, will be the one that's in trouble. So you can see by the utility usage, they know there's players here. But oh, do you know, he wanted that molly to hit the door. Now Pat Caps might go down, and I think that Cerberus will. Oh, you never mind, I was wrong. They play this perfectly. Donkey Destroyers, they go down in a blaze of glory, as you expect them to.
Yeah.
And they are out. 3 teams left.
And immediately, Typhon push up. They can
Typhon.
use this side of the road to
Pushing.
deny as much vision as they can, which admittedly is not much from the Falcons, but Carrick looking for an angle. The problem is, starting to spot out 55, has to immediately retreat and fall back to the cover of this tiny little carrot car. And they're in the zone, but barely.
The problem they have now is, when you look at the compound Falcons have, the minute they push up over this ridge line, every window and door of that building can see where they are. Now, what's happening now is Roth is going to take ground for the rest of Falcons, and the other 3 will focus on Typhon. Gubin, known here, heard Roth pull up to the rock, thought about throwing the nade. If this is the most Roth play you'll ever see, right? I love Roth, and I know that he's scouting, getting tons of information for his team, but the amount of times we see him off on his own in a position like this, where when he goes down, there is no chance for a res.
That's right. I know this set before. He's always on his own.
Got to go for high risk. And as long as that play knows how to, maximize their efficiency, you can never guarantee that you're never going to go down. But not overextending is a big skill required. Grenade at the ready for Gubin. Psycho also paying attention. I'm not quite sure what the angle is going to be for Roth if he were to jump on that rock. But they were waiting for phase 8. Centered up. Roth has the access point. If he goes down, then Falcons could still, they still have 3 other people remaining. But they're not going to have as easy of a time to break into 55 territory, even after Typhon are taken care of.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Falcons will know the teams that are left alive, and they'll feel like, just mechanically alone, that they should be able to wrap up this win. But the problem is, you can never adjust for that little bit of mayhem that PUBG can bring to the table, because we're at that point where the next knock cami is so important in determining who wins this match.
Okay, stray headshot, but Sneakers is ready for the I didn't realize there was an in play. So I think Sneakers might have been keeping it under the radar past couple of minutes. There it is.
Here,
first knock.
There's the knock. There's the move too, Cami, as Karak looks to take ground and just can't get the angle underneath the Karak. Demo can. Roth will smoke out that angle because he knows he's going to have to fight this fight a little further towards his north. Demo does get knocked by 3115G. Karak getting pushed by Higuin. I think this is a clever move by Higuin to deal with the player who is closest, but the longer you leave it, the more noise you make, the more at risk that Karak could get the kill.
Well, the other problem is Higuin wasn't in the zone, had to push into the circle to get away from the blue. At this point, it's lethal almost instantaneously. But I think Karak heard the footsteps and playing around the smoke. 55 are fighting like 2 teams on 2 different angles. They weren't able to get that opening knock on either side. And so because of that, the lack of cover, despite good spacing, they're kind of falling apart themselves.
Yeah, Snakers drops low, but he gets his 5th kill confirmed now. Flood confirms out kill. Demo Karak gets the shield down in just about enough time, but there's a good tag from Flood now that puts the blue zone in a massive advantage in the fight with Karak. And it is all down to Falcons. They're going for back-to-back wins. Leg spotted. Falcons win. And it's another 21 points to go with a 27 earlier. And they're qualified for the grand finals at this point on 74 points. Who was I? Who were you? Who were we to doubt that Falcons were going to do this?
Ridiculous, honestly. 2 wins in a row. At this point, I was actually 100% joking about the 3 wins in a row, but at this point, I have to see it, Matt. Like, talk about old PCS era tendencies by this roster.
Well, also the fact the circle was kind of nice to them at the start, not making
Shut
them
up.
have to do the longest
Irrelevant.
rotations.
All skill.
But I will say that the end of that game was so cleanly played. With Roth moving over to that rock, he essentially cut off a huge section of the map, had full reinforcements back behind him in the squad, and forced the other 2 teams to have to play along that ridgeline, right along the road. And that is exactly what Falcons used for the recipe for success. I mean, that was just great map knowledge, great awareness. Roth realizing his job is just to not die, be a distraction, and force everybody into position. This firefight around the farm, though, was absolutely wild. It was just going absolutely crazy over here, and Donkey Destroyers were just feeding off of it, picking up kill after kill. And you know, sometimes you live by the sword, you die by the sword, sometimes you just die by the fire, also a couple of nades. But man, I love Donkey Destroyers and how they play.
They're just fun. They make me smile.
Yeah.
The way they play makes me happy, and the lobby would be a much worse place without them. Like, honestly, purists will hate it. You know, it'll be like one of those things, people who love real macro-focused, intensive, strategy-focused PUBG would hate it. But I love action, I love chaos, and I love the way they play. And look, the best thing is, we see them next week too, guaranteed.
It's not always the most consistent play style, but 15 points, when it works, it works. Falcons picking up 21, like you're talking about, probably feeling pretty close to qualified, if not already. Typhon consistent, man. Typhon is just so freaking consistent, picking up 9 points yet again. Legacy going to get 9 as well, with TSM also rounding out the 3 stack of 9s. 55 Esports finding some points at 8. That's good to see. So we'll kind of shift over to the overall leaderboard, as don't forget Wuju 2 also picking up another 5, and Gas Cans picking up 6 is big for Gas Cans' run that they've been having. And Wuju 2, this is going to be their last day of play, so anything that they can manage to pick up Cam is going to be massive.
Yeah, it all is going to come down to this last map on Erangel for half of these teams. So looking at the overall is going to give us a really good picture. Seeing Falcons in 4th right now, I think 74 should be able to make it, but I think Falcons are going to want to try and get into like the upper 70s. Same with Wuju 2. If they can get past 75, that is where it would still be a bit like fingers crossed, because you never really know how the chips will fall, but significantly more safe than Wuju 2's current 71. That one is going to be like, oh, that could be the cutoff. Like maybe they could be beaten in a tiebreaker type position at 71.
So whenever we're looking at like what the qualifying mark is, so you guys hear us talking about 70 and 70, all this other stuff, it's important to note that a lot of times that's just going to be based off of the consistency of the rest of the teams around them. Well, whenever you also have a lot of teams not getting a ton of points on the lower end of the leaderboard, kind of throws off some of those things. So while we can make rough estimates, it can shift around. There's a pretty hefty stack of people that are sitting around 30 to like 50 points right now that can really try to make a charge up the leaderboard. So if those squads stay consistent, your basic average math on how much you need to do gets thrown out the window just based off of the strength of what we're going to be seeing. I know that we do have just a few minutes before we jump into the next game, but we're going to go ahead and let these guys take a quick break. We've got one last Erangel. We're going to figure out what's going on with all of Group B. We will be back in just 1 second.
One more Erangel. That was amazing. GG's to King Falcon. I've got a prediction up. Let's see who will win. It's up there for 15 minutes. Righto. Good luck to one code winner. Congratulations, Zahn. You're welcome. Zareen. No, that's right. Congratulations. I'll whisper you straight away with one code of 100 G coin. You've been following for 5 months too. Well, congratulations. I remember the name. There you go.
I want to, but like Wikipedia is. Hey. Welcome back. We've got one more game of Aaron Gill to cut through as we are going to figure out what's going on with our Group B as they are going to be done with this one. Then we're going to have Groups A and C coming in tomorrow. Been pretty big bangers so far as we've had Gas Cans, Perfectly Dangerous, TSM unleashing a ton of points, but also Falcons. Damn, Falcons finally coming alive whenever they need to.
Yeah, at the last second, at the 11th hour again. It'll be a bit.
Thank you for the follow.
Less confident if they go out with 0 points on this final round. If they can get like even 4, would be great position. I think the highest top 8 cutoff that we've seen from the qualifiers was like 78, and that was an anomaly. There, we're talking about upper 70s. The cutoff could easily be down in like the mid 60s. So you don't really know, but you want to give yourself the best shot possible.
Look, I'll just say it, if there's ever going to be an anomaly, it's going to happen whenever Gas Cans are having a phenomenal run because they just feel cursed to always be like just a couple of points of managing to make it where they need to. But we've got our final Erangel of the night cooked,
last
ready to
game.
go. We're going to jump right into it. Gibson, Gammy, take us through the last bit of action for Group B.
This is it, the finish off the group stages for Group B, and the flight path will be from northeast all the way to southwest, almost through the center of the map, but not quite. But Cammy, this is the last question I have for you of this sort of nature. You're Group B. You're done today.
Okay.
Would you rather be Group B, or would you rather be Group A or Group C, where you're going into the final day, or do you just like having job done?
Right, so there are advantages and disadvantages to each of the different groups. Group A, you kind of start things off. You can kind of go in with a surprise hit and end things out. You know what? Never mind. We don't have time to go through this. I personally would love to be A, the book ending of it. But now, yeah, timer starts. Wuju2 versus Orion. It's not even northern Severny around the cafe. It's south Severny, south of the church. And Babbler is hoping they don't check, but the door is open, so.
Careful. He just said no. He went into the bathroom and there was no gun.
Yeah.
And he said no shot. And Seifu will pick up that kill. Now, would you two do suffer a knock? But oh my god, Cowboy is just giving Red Rider something to think about. RJ with a shotgun in the open. Sneak attack with the UMP. And Orion are done. 41 seconds total on the hot drop. And to get onto your point, Cammy, it's funny you say Group A, because I feel like Group B or Group C would be the better ones because you can keep the momentum going. If you have a great day one in Group A and you feel good, you have to wait a full extra day before you play.
Right, but the downside to Group B is that your first game, actually both of your games, are going up against teams that have already played their games and can make like aggressive responses if they're already established on the leaderboard. And Group C, the problem with Group C is that they don't finish. So again, there are upsides and downsides, and we had another hot drop. TSM. What was that? Sorry, I didn't really know what I was just watching, because TSM were driving in circles around 55 from the back seat of that UAZ.
They had them spinning, and we'll say that hot drop lasted about a minute if we give time for the flight path to get there as well. But it's 2 teams down already in Erangel. What is this? But the question I kind of have now, Cammy, is we spoke about a third of late zones in the previous map being water. Almost 50% of the circle, I'd even say 55 to 60%, is essentially not going to be played, because that little section of Military Island, nobody's going to want to hang their hat and play there. So in reality, you're looking at Quarry and Llama stroke Dog stroke Cat Hill, whatever it is you want to call it. That debate's going to go on for... Elephant now?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you know,
you're right. You're welcome.
I'm not going to go into it. I'm not going to go into it right now. But
the thing is, Cammy, this circle's only going to cause even more gunfights, particularly for the teams that need the points.
Right, and at this point, if you're playing Erangel and you're expecting it to not have water in the early game, I don't know what game you're playing, because it is a different Erangel from me. There is always so much water, river crossing. At least that's not an issue, is having to cross rivers or not. But you're right, that Llama Hill is such a powerful position, and it's overlooking very, very vulnerable positions. Any team that can get there early, like we see Pichao, Luna Galaxy, they are heading out early as well to try and grab probably one of the compounds to the north of Llama. And yeah, just for some of these teams, this being their last game, they're going to be going very likely for some high velocity, high risk plays. So for the teams that, like, even if it is their last game as well, need to be ready for it.
And the funny thing is, one of the teams that just about snuck in, but we can't guarantee it unless they get a few more points, is Falcons. They're as far away from the circle as you can get. Well, we'll pick up on that, because Donkey Destroyers in the early game fight once more. They're going to pull up, right? They're going to pull up on Gats. Yeah, here we go. They've got Gats where they want them. Cerberus is there. Is that a hip-fire drive-by by Thomas?
I don't know. Honestly, at this point, Donkey Destroyers, if you were to tell me that they have unlocked some secret tech in this game, I would not be surprised.
The fact that he's hip-fired him on a drive-by, it's borderline disrespect. And you know what? It is a little funny that it is on Rats, considering that what Rats were involved with some of those shenanigans earlier on in the year. Luna Galaxy, potentially dangerous getting into it here as well. Vinny's going to get blown up by Slabby. And this is a fight that, in reality, neither of these teams need in the early stages.
No, not at all. Neither of these teams have played yesterday, so it's not like it's their final game, but good job for Luna Galaxy to pull away from this. Vinny was taken care of. There was no getting him back. But running through Rats, trying to find, again, the vulnerable positions overlooked by Llama already, that is becoming impactful. And are Rats chasing Luna?
Yeah, they're chasing him.
Why not?
Chasing them.
Go for it.
They're
Make
Rats.
your way there. Well, it looks like
No,
Finn
guys,
is...
don't fight out here. It's always, not always, but like Wuju 2 and Bonji Gaio fought each other out of Circle 1 on a previous map as well. Am I mistaken?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
They've
Grudges.
each other quite a
They
bit.
got grudge.
When it's not a hot drop, or when Bonji and Gaio haven't been hot dropped, they do like to cross paths. But this is where I'm putting the challenge out to Bonji and Gaio. Please just get into the Phase 1 circle with 4 players up. Just please.
Whoa.
And it's not going to happen, as he just lost the tire.
It's not going to happen?
Yeah. Didn't spin out though. Oh, what?
Oh, he got him. He got him. No way.
Challenge impossible.
No.
Make it into Phase 1 as a 4.
Wow.
Yeah, that's...
They're 15 points though. They've still done better than Falk than a lot of the teams in Group A or Group B managed to do yesterday.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, better than Orion have in all of their 12 games. Orion have 9 total points. It has been a
That's insane.
really, really rough group stage for that team. But Wuju 2, they are not done playing with their chicken. Bonjagayo Pidem also goes down. The rest of the team are passing George Bull Mountain. They are not looking back. They're trying to make their way into the swamp, into the zone, and try and salvage something out of this map.
The salvaging.
You two, who were on that cusp, as you'd call it. That's great. 5 kills for them already, Cammy, after just 7.5 minutes.
I think day 3 is going to be interesting for sure.
Spoon will take a ton of damage. Balefrost is holding the entrance with the AUG, but nades being tossed in from the other side. T-Plants. Third parting as Tuamas' nade will hit the target. The Spoon will swing for the trade, and he will find it, and he finds another one, and a third. Tuamas, the Spoon will do it all, almost all by himself. Finn will get 1. Rats get 4 kills, but man, Chad has been talking all night about how Despoon was going to activate at some point. Well, he's running a heater now. He might overheat.
Oh, he's here. Yeah, they've arrived.
Yeah.
The Spoon is ready to party as our male hero. And Rats only have 2 standing again and make that 1 with Finna being knocked, but the Spoon doesn't need any help. We have Raid Boss Spoon coming in, fully geared up now, pouring gas into the entrance. Both grenades miss.
Yeah. Doing damage to themselves.
Not a great start. Not a great start. I'll be honest for MUT.
But the Spoon, he's overheating. Is he going to stick together though? He's in a 1 versus 4. He is blind. He can't see, but he's got a gas can trap set up on the door. And be still, because Ragers are going to backfill the end of this fight.
The gas can trap. I hope it pays off for him.
The car is, it goes pop, but as you can see, nobody there to take the damage just yet. How many more nades? He has 1 more nade, and he's got a.
He had like the entirety of Donkey Destroyers to loot off of.
Yep.
Oh, finally spotted. Finally spotted.
Oh,
there it is. But Rangers, now Rangers are here. Everyone is fighting over this one compound. And yeah, it's a good one. But again, ridiculous last round set.
Rage.
And Shadow, you know, you think about their position, it's not looking good for
them. They've had the gunfights and just joined the party.
Leaving it all down to FCZ, and Ragers will flood on in. And now he's going to do his Despoon impression as he tries to hold down the warehouse all by himself in the 1v4.
Oh, he's up high though.
Go for a more aggressive approach, getting himself up on the high ground, looking over this way, and you know the way the map messes with me. I saw Falcons. I was like, don't tell me they're going to third party this one now too.
Yeah,
they might be. Well, they would probably consider it. At least think about it. If
another nade in that car, that car will blow up in there and he'll be dead.
Wow, how much bloody water's in this circle?
How many cars are in there?
God, this is 40% land, 60% water. But Ragers, they're looking to deal with FCZ. Stun grenade thrown will buy him a little bit of time. Vaults up, but Majestics won't have seen it. And that opens up a door for FCZ to get himself 1. Tries to get himself a second. Head peek there. You better be careful, generally, because FCZ is putting in a lot of work. He wants to confirm his kill. At this point, just get your kill confirmed. He doesn't have the needs to do it, though.
Yeah, gonna get 1 final point at least. Holding the angle, but the triple peek is gonna take FCZ another noble defense, but Ragers will not be denied. And it's okay timing. They still need to get into the zone. And honestly, at this point, our personal opinion, if I was a team that got eliminated and I saw this circle, I wouldn't be too upset because playing into Primorsk is very, very, very difficult.
Oh, it's awful. It's absolutely awful. And it's the worst possible circle we could have got after that phase 1 for at least keeping most of the land. And I know it could have kept going towards Millie, but still... Birkin for Gaio, the last player left standing. There's a little bit of damage, and there's a nade soaring towards him. The airburst finds 59 damage. But I think that gas cans, they've got Fizzler back on his feet. Just deal with Birkin. Don't let him cause a problem.
Yeah. The one good thing about this zone is you know where the next couple of circles are all going to go. Birkin's taken care of. 2 kills for gas cans. Bonjagayo get eliminated in 11th place. We have already lost 6 squads.
6 squads. Whoa, he's way back there. What happened to him? Did he go down the road?
Wuju 2 could each find a position. Wuju could easily, for them, it's pretty straightforward to sort of slot into the West as long as Legacy don't push in front of them. But Ragers, that's the real problematic team. Like, how are they going to get into the zone? They're going to be on the edge, but overlooked by Flood and maybe even Luna Galaxy.
Have they called any pickup? They're all bundled together in that compound.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is where I'm going to play devil's advocate. This zone
Devil's
can get a lot
advocate.
worse. This is phase 3, not phase 4.
No.
They did call any pickup. It's exactly what I thought. But this circle can get so much worse. And I really hope it does, just for the chaos that it will cause. And the only reason that I want it to get worse is because there is LCQs. If this was a normal, straight knockout, I wouldn't want it to get any worse.
Stop hedging here. Commit to it. Commit to it.
Okay.
You're
They don't see that player
you're not
down
the one
there.
playing this game.
I know, but here we go. Come on, get worse then. Go for it. Give chat something to talk about on Reddit later on tonight.
Where is worse? Where
On
is
Reddit.
worse?
That little peninsula. Boo.
This
I
is
was gonna say
keeping
that.
more water than I thought it would. I mean, so
Yep.
phase 4 is the one that it needs to cut out as much water as possible. This is going to go to the north with a good position
That
for
beat.
Typhon and TSM, but I think TSM, yeah, they've already lost Sparking, so
So,
to 3, or down to 3 rather. It's not going to be as easy for them, but they're going to be in likely the best position.
the map has moved
Still, this much water.
basically
I
over
was
the
kind of
water.
assuming it would go further
Yeah.
north than it has.
It's shrunk that bad.
I was praying it would go southeast
He's only
or
in two-
southwest. I really
Right.
wanted those two little
Wow.
peninsulas to kind of be in it, but you know what? It's a North Primo finish. Gas cans will feel really good about that
Right.
because that
Oh,
next
they're
shift
dropping
will
in?
kind of have to go their way. TSM and Legacy, they're going to get this
They
next
got
zone to hang on
they
to them
got
quite a bit as
emergency
well. At least
pickup.
they should
Thank you for
do.
the follow.
Reminder for those at home, the land shift means that the center point of the next circle has to be on land. Ragers are going to make their way in. Interestingly enough, with that shift, Cammy, Pichao not using their e-pickup.
That's the smart move because they have a couple of opportunities to push out of Quarry, but they need to do it now. So often, Quarry teams go down because they wait too long. It's intimidating to try and move out across that road. But with everyone else, or at least a lot of teams that we're looking at now, kind of distracted in Primors, making headway into the hilltops north of this area, it's something that you can't delay. But you need a knock, you need some sort of opening, some sort of opportunity in order to have a successful push.
I'm just looking here too. I'm not sure 74 might be as safe as we think for Falcons when you consider the amount of teams that are playing tomorrow that are just behind them on the leaderboard. So they might need to get a couple more off the back of this one. Wuju too will be thinking the exact same. Luna Galaxy sitting in 23rd out of 24 teams. Now, this is only their first day, but 9 points for them is a massive underperformance. Like, every one of these players should be getting more than that point, that amount of kill points themselves over 5 maps, never mind as a team.
Right, yeah. We'll see. They've had late event surges before, whether that is tomorrow or last chance into the grand final. It would be an upset.
So I am back tomorrow.
Again,
Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Doesn't bother
It's
me.
8:30
It's about delivering when you're in that final best.
3 o'clock PT time.
Yeah.
I'm also covering Last Chance.
That's when they come to life. Wuju too.
So the
Seifu
and also the grand finals.
A nice headshot, but
You can check
but he
out
will
my
take some damage
schedule.
from Seifu back the other way. LFP not too far away. He's been prone here for a while, and there's that zone shift that we spoke about. Typhon, they're playing the bungalow. You know, we see a lot of teams just hold on to that for dear life in a circle like this.
Welcome
I
back,
feel like
Killer.
if this goes north and Primo is taken out of the mix at this point, that's when you'll really see craziness. Because Falcons need to move in. Gas cans, potentially dangerous. Ragers,
I just
Legacy,
saw
Wuju 2, all with some form
you
of a
wouldn't be
presence in and around Primo.
from
If
before.
anything,
Okay.
once this fight between Pichao and Luna kind of finishes, it's those
I
teams
wasn't
in the north that
sure
are
because I
being the
don't
best
see on the
about
list,
the
but
next few phases.
it might be because you just don't. I don't see
I mean,
log on.
Typhon's position in that doghouse is protected for a long time. Now, getting out of that, getting kill points.
I just have to log into PUBG.
That's the big concern. But they
You just look me up on PUBG and I can send you an invite to
that push from Pichao. Like you said, this fight between these two teams, Luna Galaxy and Pichao, is a very, very impactful
to the clan and all that
both of
too.
these teams to go for the win here, to clear up the space and try and have full control of the north because of how many teams are now down in the south in the cover of Primorsk. Fakeson and Santastico on the north with the high ground, looking to open up
The high ground, Anakin. The high ground. The high ground.
And take Luna
Go
out.
for the high ground, I say.
And Luna are in the best position to kind of catch these players as they leave Quarry, and that will be the opportunity.
Yeah.
Headshots of lower landed as Santa.
Oh.
Will be the first domino to fall. Fakeson pulls up, but as Luna Galaxy know this was the chance, but what a nade thrown back the other way as BL will find Haven. BL taking a ton of damage himself. This nade could be beautiful, but maybe the tree trunk will take the damage, and it does.
Yeah, it is.
Fakeson going for the res. Luna Galaxy with just 2 players up now, but for Pichao to get 4 players back up, that nade really bought them the little window of time they needed.
Wuju 2 sending it into the beach. They're circumventing around TSM. But back to Pichao versus Luna Galaxy. They got the revive. Oh, the revive still needs to come out from Luna Galaxy, and now TSM. Hurt with an angle from the west. Haven's bleeding out. BL has gone down to Kraken, but now Falcons also have swung up into this position. They've pulled away from that Primorsk Overwatch hilltop, and now they want to get involved in the north.
Yeah, they've left Raw Arello to do that job of holding on to Primo, but the rest of the team want points. Luna Galaxy, does he know how close Andy is? You can see about as much as he can right now. You can see exactly what he can right now until our observer gives us that wonderful X-ray vision once more. Free fire through. Kraken finds him. Pichao eliminated. Now do Falcons continue to wrap more this direction, or do they hold what they have? Maybe they wait for that next zone shift. Kurt will go. Kurt, where are you taking him? Observers, don't let us watch. This is a PG stream. This is a PG stream, Kurt. Don't take him into the car. Kurt, you're bad, man.
Feeding him to player unknown himself.
He's trying to buy Zo.
Bonk. Not even picking the pan back up. They don't need it. Kurt does not need it.
Oh, he put him in a timeout. That's what he did. He says, "Go you to the corner and stay there." And he moved him because he moved at him with the pan. But PS5 Kame went pretty much central. And as it stands, no team is central. But Typhon have a great compound. Gas cans will get a res off inside. But all in all, what do you make of that zone?
I mean, I make of this zone is gas cans looking to try and get even more kills in Primorsk. But Wuju 2 have now arrived. But the thing is, the north is almost fully declared. What's left is like 1 or 2 surviving teams in the south, and then eventually hit each other at the road towards the late game.
Theros with the arm here as well. Typhon, they've got a tire. There you go, Kame. That's for you.
Yeah!
Come on. There you
Thank
go.
you.
That's for you.
There it is. There it is.
And funny enough, that is going to cause a couple of problems for Wuju 2 if they need to leave this position a little bit later on now, and they likely will. The other 2 members, they still have the Dacia up on the hills on the edge of Primo. But all in all, we're in that weird zone now where it's an urban-ish finish, so you'll see a lot of teams taking pot shots, but we're not really expecting any flushes for the next minute or 2.
We'll see. But yeah, very unlikely for anyone who gets knocked, unless it is a huge overextension, to be in a position to get finished, to get flushed out. I do see TSM moving around still a little bit.
Oh, yes.
And Roth could be caught out by Typhon.
So who's excited for day 3?
Making sure that no one is backfilling from the north.
No, you're welcome, my friend. You're welcome.
Back to that
Anything I can do?
Hill.
if you're fortunate enough to win it, fair and square,
What do you expect from Falcons? Luke 12 gets
it
caught
might
out by
incentive,
Seifu.
give someone incentive to play PUBG again.
Do Wuju 2 make a move off the back of that? Do they feel that's opened up enough of a window? They're certainly
It's
going to
still
try
a
to
good
get that force
first-person shooter. It's still got
TSM,
faults, but
even if they don't get any more points,
when you
on
watch
the
the
end of today,
esports,
they're on
it gives you
58.
some
They're almost inside the top 8.
that
with
hunger.
Almost 6 full maps
Yeah,
played.
day 3
It is
will
a
be
great
interesting,
day for
yeah,
them.
because day 3 includes the other group.
Luke might be able to crawl in. There's a lot of tree cover there. And Kurt could go
Yeah.
for the revive, but the next
And
shift
fast.
has gone to the south. Gas cans are still thriving here. They got the revive that they needed.
I moved away from
And
the water.
I mean, this is closer to Primorsk than we've seen in a while. Falcons moving up into Typhon. Wuju trying to move out into the toll booth. And Gizera walking in from the blue to
TSM, man.
out.
Oh, TSM. Hurting.
How have Legacy gotten away with this? It's
Yeah,
racks of
yeah,
marks
I know,
to pick up
yeah.
A couple of extra points for the side. 5
Yeah.
kills for them. They're on 61.
That's
62 make it now,
But before,
no, they're not
no
going
one
to
threw
be,
another
even if
nade
they get a
into
win
the
here, I highly doubt that they'll get
into
enough
the,
points off the back of it to be safe into the grand
storage
finals.
area
They'll
with
be
all the
in-
cars on fire.
they'll
It
be
was
in that
blowing them all up.
LCQ. And to be honest, if I'm an LCQ team,
Or a
Legacy is not a
C4.
team that I want there at all.
No.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen
Again,
any
they're a really good
C4
squad. They had a couple of good moments today. Just a
I need
poor
the nades
save
and the
on getting
smokes
them out of
and the gas
a safe
cans.
area. Who knows where it's gonna fall? Who knows how many more points Gizera could get? Already 4 kills between gas cans and Gizera.
Gas
Potentially
cans.
dangerous. Could kind of.
I've seen really,
track of
I've
the
seen some really
backstabber.
good clips
But now
of rolling
Typhon
in these
pushed
gas
in away
can
from the doghouse
staircases.
into the Falcons crossfire.
These
Two knocked
guys are
already.
right onto it too.
Make that 3 and
Oh,
make that an easy
Typhon's
4.
gone.
5 kills
Goodbye,
for Falcons.
Typhon.
6 teams alive. Are we really looking at a potential three-peat by the Falcons?
You said it. You called it. They're a team that have it in the bank.
They
and
just
might
in the
withdraw
zone.
right now. 6 teams left alive. Wuju 2 still alive. TSM did get that res off. They're back to a 2 on the north side of the circle.
I'll just be
But
right back.
Gas
I need
Cans have
some
been
water.
so consistent today as well. Maybe they could steal a win. Well, that'll make it a bit more difficult. Flood adding a 6th kill as they go to 82. They just wanted the drama. Falcons wanted to be. Yeah, they were like, you know what? It's boring if we just win every map and be secured. Let's do a last 3 map push.
Yeah, the hiding strats. Oh, okay, so the send by TSM, they had no other option. They were going to go to the low ground, either in front of Falcons or in trying to find bombs somewhere in Primorsk. So, not surprising that they weren't able to make it further, but a pretty good round for them, and ultimately a really, really good day for TSM.
Yeah, Theros with the arm, looking to make what's been a pretty good day for them as well. They're on 40 points as things stand. You have an arm, you've got level 3 gear, you've got gas cans in your sight, but with the arm, you don't really want to, waste the bullets. You kind of want to confirm that headshot. You know who else has an arm? Snake. Is that Snakers with the arm on the Overwatch hill as well? That could be a problem for Theros and the rest of the teams.
Yeah, that is. Oh, and the circle commits even further to Primorsk.
Oh.
So Falcons looking, I mean, they're going to probably have to hide out where Roth is at the toll booth. But getting into Primorsk from here is, I mean, there is that one building to the north of the road that they can try and play through. But keeping their expansion around the side is the name of the game. They'd want to wait to the last possible moment to send it in.
Yeah, Rello is the one who could be in a bit of trouble here. Rello's path into the circle will be determined by how many smokes he has in his back pocket. Roth does have the car, which means that if Falcons have to send it towards gas cans or potentially dangerous in another phase shift or 2, they can do it. Elsewhere around the circle, Wuju 2, they need to make their way in. You know, that hill that they're playing isn't in the zone anymore, and the zone will start closing pretty soon. And this is where gas cans can be a real problem for Wuju 2, who I think may have just secured their spot
Appreciate everyone
into
hanging
the
around,
grand finals as well,
coming
needing
back
1 point.
and reconnecting. I know, only even if it's for watch parties.
That's pretty guaranteed.
And
I
that
don't
he's
know if the
all
match is
busy
even
when I
possible
play
to get
PUBG.
the other way.
I might have to look at changing my times and that to play PUBG.
Even if these grenades don't finish him, I don't think Seifu's going to be able to get a safe revive. But that's a lot of utility dumped by Hallow to confirm it.
Yeah, gas cans know how important all these points are, though, and they've still got plenty of cover, so I feel like they feel they can use this utility. Roth gets the off angle on the sneak attack as he goes back to the bollards on the other side of the road. That'll force the res now on the sneak as the blue zone becomes even more of a problem for Wuju.
Oh, wait.
When I grabbed the wall, I heard about the zone moving again. Moron.
They want this definitely. They want this hillside, but the counter utility answering back tags Rello a bit, but it doesn't get the knock. That follow-up could be even better, but it's still not finding any knocks against the Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons, they take a lot of damage, but as you said, everybody's still on their feet. Roth still playing Overwatch a little further down the road, keeping an eye on what's going on. But for Wuju 2, this is a fight they've got to take.
A fight of their lives.
Back and gas cans potentially being a thorn in their side.
How did that knock?
Will be nothing from Snakers. Will find 25 damage, but this smoke is about to
I got him.
Yeah, okay. One need. Everybody from Wuju 2 captured, and Falcons move to 87 points. 4v3, v2, v1, and Falcons, they're in prime position to three-peat, but gas cans, would you argue, maybe with a better positioning holding center zone?
Wow.
The problem is gas cans
will our prediction be right?
Potentially dangerous.
Did I vote yes?
So
I haven't voted.
In between, and not to mention Gizera could still be a final thorn in the side of the team. Oh! Scratch that. Scratch that.
Right, that's the shot out of a car of a day. We had the one tap earlier from Gizera, but that trumps it. An arm shot onto Roth, yeah.
There you go.
Play of the day.
So,
and the prediction is yes.
Falcons looking for some way to break into the city. The hard cover by the town is very,
win
very
the third.
Strong, for lack of a better term. But slightly avoiding the fire. Only getting a little bit of a sauna roast, not a full burn.
You know, when the floor is lava, you got to stay on the sofa, and that's exactly what he did after taking a little bit of... Okay, Snakers, down goes Vox, why not? Let's just have an arm party.
That is such a good knock for Falcons, because Vox, that off angle taken care of, they can just smoke tunnel their way into the zone. Now, there's still going to be the threat of Bizzler and Hallow.
Oh, what? Hello?
Away from okay, it's fine. We want to see that clip. We wanted to see the replay.
Oh, Harry, it was a replay.
Able to make their way through.
I think, what the heck just happened? It's a replay. I wish our replays was that easy.
Next to the building itself, they're on the wall.
Wow, you can see.
Won't get rezzed either though, so it's a 2v1 for the win. Gizera has snuck his way into the top four. Richie B steals that kill away though from potentially dangerous as Rello walks on in and sprays down hello my bad. Need time for the Bizzler. He's got the gas can prepped as well for his final stand. Theros keeping an eye on Gizera on the other side. Legacy maybe needing this win more than most. Maybe needing a couple more kills. But gas cans, you may call them down to a 1 because Rello will confirm that one out. But Falcons, look, the gas can exploding just prevents them from pushing up towards Richie.
Oh my goodness.
At some point, Bizzler has to run out of you.
Surely he's got a nade.
And this is going to give potentially
an
opportunity to sort of...
They're just smoking him.
Around the side. Again, as long as they don't get taken care of by Gizera, who...
Yeah, that's right. Gizera is up high.
This is going to
you can't quite see though. Oh, here we go. They've gone next door upstairs.
On the top floor here, but
here we go. Here we go.
At least
it'll be all right. Oh no, Gizera's
of him as they all have to make their way.
Gizera's pushing.
Oh
no, he's gone.
HP and he almost does, but there's Rello to confirm the kill. 3 teams left alive. Richie B still alive for the gas cans, but potentially dangerous now. They find themselves keeping an eye, trying to gatekeep these
potentially dangerous, man. 2 left
out the backside of the building as the Falcons climb up to the next one. I think this is actually really clever by the Falcons to just move into the compound.
He might have the gas can ready to go. Oh no, the zone's moving. He has to move.
Even if that means that Bizzler goes and denies.
Oh, he's dead.
it still
He's
gives
dead.
them one step next into the win. The final 2 versus 2 for the
2 on 2.
Falcons, but Theraz has something to say about that. Another headshot to knock Rello. And I don't know if there is time for the revive.
Oh no!
1v2.
What a turnaround!
Rello has got the MG, but it doesn't matter because he's down. Snakers will pick up the shotgun.
He's going
He
for
can
the
hear
shotgun.
The footsteps. He'll step on out. Fires one. Fires two.
no.
Fires another. Come on, Snakers for the three-peat. Jumps around the side. Both players completely stunned. Both players no clue, but potentially dangerous. Will get their second chicken dinner of the day. 14 points. A 1v1 separating Falcons for the three-peat. But you know what? They are going to be playing in the grand finals, and that is one team that those teams in the LCQs do not need to worry about.
Flashbang.
A shotgun play for the win. I was hoping so much that that would come out as a victorious. He's so close to clutching that one out. But Matt, man, a Primorsk circle to end things off. How much more Erangel could we get?
Dude, what is going on with Erangel nowadays? It used to be like our boring, like 3 circles of rotation chess match. Now you've got like donkey destroyers charging. We had 12 teams at Circle 2 Pop. 4 squads had already been eliminated, and massive 3-way firefights you can see going on at the start of phase number 2. Erangel is no longer our quiet rotation. This is just
they
teams
move
realizing that they can
fast.
exploit, jump, and very quickly pounce to pick up points in these more open areas than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, it was so much fun, and you know what? I always love watching Erangel, and seeing an Erangel pop off like that, it's so much fun. But at the end of the day, when we saw that phase 1 circle, phase 2 circle, this is what was kind of guaranteed. When there's so much water, that's all that can happen. And even more importantly than that, seeing some of the teams that just needed a few more points to be that was bold, but that was bold by Kurt. But seeing the teams that needed to get the points, just getting them in those final few maps, it's great to see as well.
It has been an absolutely amazing day whenever we look at what's going on specifically in some of our squads. TSM,
Team Falcon clutch that
yesterday, had a phenomenal
I
run.
thought potentially dangerous team.
Picking up this victory means that they're sitting on close to 50 points on the day, and that's phenomenal in and of itself.
Oh no, it was overall
given the fact
like
that
the
we
points.
have, I think that broke 70 points inside that last round, or was it 69 the last time I saw, with gas cans. That is a ridiculous one-day total. They pretty much already cemented themselves a comfortable position in the grand finals camp.
Yeah, it still kind of pales compared to Toyo's 76, but still really good performances by a couple of teams that you perhaps wouldn't expect. I think the depth of this region is only getting even deeper. No longer is it the days of just the 3 kings of North America winning everything from day number 1. We have a number of threats that are trying to sort of break into that tier S plus era.
All right, Kim, I've got to ask. Falcons technically gets first overall in points. Does that still count for 3? Or did potentially Dangerous get it?
I first in points is first on the round, but like at the same time,
Dan is the code word.
It's hard.
DAN. Dangerous.
Also for Wuju 2, picking up 10 points. That puts them in a comfortable position. Again, we don't know the exact total. Some people have been saying 65 to 70. Other teams have been saying 75 points. Some teams have even kind of said it might even go up to 80 points, depending on how this all goes. So most of these squads starting to feel, I guess, at least more comfortable in position. So let's take a quick look at our overall leaderboard to see how this is all going to stack up. Legacy, while 5th place is good, probably not going to be enough for them, as they got very, very close, but they started off strong, Gibson.
Good games.
Just kind of the
Dan is the number. Code DAN.
They're not going to be in there. They're going to be playing LCQs next weekend. I think that they should make it out of LCQs, but the problem is they're going to be a nightmare to deal with for a lot of the teams that are hoping to scrape their way in there. Like, I'd say a lot of teams are happy to see Falcons qualify straight through to the finals. Same with the likes of Wuju.
Good luck.
Too. Get rid of
much
those
appreciated.
Really strong teams.
We'll say goodbye to
you're playing
YouTube.
against more teams around your level going into the grand finals and LCQ weekend.
I will be back tomorrow.
If anything, a couple of these squads